This course is rough. It beats you up pretty good.
The Mint's hard, so the dirt's hard, the holes are hard, the rocks are hard.
These guys are running an unbelievable pace.
400 miles of unbelievable action ahead of us.
We're seeing crowds that are larger than we've seen in the last 5 or 6, 10 years.
It's a rough desert. There's no break. It's relentless.
You get to go down to Fremont Street. You get to ride your bike on Fremont Street. You get to go ride your bike down Las Vegas Boulevard for the parade. You don't find it anywhere else.
Driver, co-driver, team, truck, family, everything. That's what the Mint 400 is.
The Mint 400 has a history that stretches back through the decades. And we've got some of the greatest names in desert racing.
Being at the finish line for the Mint 400 is an accomplishment in itself.
Who's going to be able to hit 100 miles an hour side by side? We've blown so far past that at this point, it's just crazy.
These guys won here 6 times, but we've also seen him lose it in the last lap, literally within the last 10 miles.
You can't make a mistake, and it really favors guys who are a little bit patient, but stay in position.
Attrition is important, but they are driving the wheels off that. This course is so diverse, is that you go from 150 miles across the dry lake bed to probably 35 to 20 in some of these corners.
Anything can happen. The last couple laps here get brutal.
I really like the first sand wash off the power line, probably like mile 10, was super fun, smooth, go pretty fast.
This is a dream race.
Incredible. This is one of the races I really wanted to win.
The rougher and harder it is, the better we do.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. It's fantastic to be back here and we are ready for this world famous race to get underway. And today it is all about the limited classes, and what a field and what a load of action we have ahead of us. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Mr. Bob Bauer, Mr. Jim Beaver, and of course Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
I'm really glad to be here. This is going to be an exciting day because the desert hasn't had any rain in about a year. It's had a lot of wind. It's going to be a dusty, rocky, nasty deal. We always say that about the Mint, but this time it's in spades.
Well, man, I tell you what, we are back here at the Mint 400. Been a little bit breezy. It's a little bit cold this morning. Means cars are not going to have to worry about overheating. But, man, this is the biggest, baddest desert race in the United States. And I am excited to be here. Star-studded cast of drivers. We have over 400 entries here in Las Vegas. Man, this is going to be a wild one.
Well, and we're back, and this is the Mint. This is the biggest race. When I grew up, I remember hearing James Garner, all the different guys coming out here. This was the biggest event. And I was fortunate enough to race it in a Class 10 car when it was on the north side of town. And it is the roughest, baddest race. I mean, as a driver, I was talking to Ryan Arciero, who trains, cycles, does everything right. And he tells his co-driver, it's just pain. Pain is temporary. The last lap when it comes to the big race tomorrow is unbelievable. But today it's UTVs. We have over almost 200 entries and a lot of different classes to go through today, but some really fast entries out there, Jim.
Yeah, there is. I'm so excited about today. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the UTV class, because the growth of this class, I mean, it's only a few short years ago, they were called the golf carts of off-road racing. Not anymore. We have fully backed factory teams out here, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the talent that's out there, it's going to be incredible. But just check this out right now as we look at across our race course here at the Mint 400, and the weather is looking absolutely fantastic. So we've got light cloud, we've got a little bit of breeze, and that's going to play perfectly for these cars today. But we've got RPT Stone down in the pits. Yes, that's remote pit Tiff, and she's down there with all the news and action for us. So Tiff, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Tiffany Stone down here waiting for our limited drivers to take the staging lanes. Now, when we talk about weather and desert racing, we always talk about wind, cool temperatures. It's partly cloudy right now, and all of these factors are going to play into today's race. The Mint 400 is an endurance race, so lap after lap, things are definitely going to change. One of the drivers that we're looking forward to seeing today is Brock Hager. Now, Brock Hager has won a bunch of different races throughout the last few months, starting off with the Baja 1000, Dakar, and just a few weeks ago, he won King of the Hammers. Now, he's really looking forward to winning the Mint 400, and that's going to be 4 races that he's dominated at. I'll be here throughout the day talking to some drivers, be back with you guys in just a little bit, and back up to the booth.
Well, Tiff said it best. I mean, this Brock Hager has been on a rant. I mean, he went over to Dakar with Max Eddy, his teammate, who was his co-driver, and Max is one of those guys that's like, I told him, you got to be careful, Max. You've become so valuable as a co-rider, they might not want you as a driver. But Max Eddy is one of the guys that came from motorcycles, racing UTVs, off-road. He's going to be a threat, but the field is so deep here. And we also, what I love about this, it's like it was in the 80s, Bob, when we had Ford, Chevy, Nissan, Dodge, everybody racing.
Yeah.
And now we got Polaris, Can-Am, Speed, Honda. The list goes on. And we have that factory competition looking to be the top dog.
And there's some big competition going to happen today. A sleeper in the crowd. We've been talking about Carson Wernemann for a couple of years now. And he's, in a way, he's kind of like a sleeper. You know, he doesn't say much, doesn't do much. He just comes out and goes fast on a stock Kawasaki. So I'm kind of looking at him. I understand they had a little bit of testing issues. Is that the way to put it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Carson, obviously, we knew he took about a year off from his factory program, so Kawasaki came back in a big way. Big announcement earlier this week. They're back with Russ Wernemann Designs, and Carson got a brand-new Kawasaki. It's a supercharged fire breather. He's in the Pro Open class. He wants to go and take down Polaris and Can-Am. So this is a full factory-backed effort from Kawasaki, and obviously we know Russ Wernemann knows how to design a race car. We're going to see what they can do out here today.
They might have something figured out.
Well, and you just mentioned it. Russ Wernemann, who built the truck for Jimmy Smith, for the Simons brothers when it came to the Ford Rough Riders. He worked at Toyota back when they started at PPI. So Russ is one of those guys that can build anything. I mean, I've watched him. He could just sit there, go on a jig, and draw lines and build a truck, and it has no bump steer. It works out unbelievable. And what I love about Carson, he came from RC cars, so he had to work with them, pull them apart, and then do all the different stuff from outside the vehicle. Then he's taken that skill, putting himself as a driver, so he has both abilities, one to feel the car, one to see the car, and then also make those changes. And then when you have your dad, who's one of the best engineers in off-road racing, it's a great combo.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, let's just have a look at the course for this year. Now, obviously, this is the Mint 400, so we've got certain areas of the course that remain every single year, and they're always going to give our drivers trouble. Now, I'm looking out on the course, and it's quite interesting here, Bob, because we've got 2 different courses for our limited classes today. We have a 90-mile course and a 73-mile loop as well. Now, you might think, why is that? Now, what they're trying to do is they're just trying to open things up because we've got these incredibly fast UTVs. Here we go. So this is the course map coming up here now. This is the map that you will see on your live tracker. So if you head down to the mint400.com, you'll be able to find live tracking info and also live scoring info as well. And we'll be talking more about that during the broadcast as we just get zoomed in. But as we were saying, there are some areas on this course that are always going to give troubles. I mean, let's have a look at some of this. So this is the dry lake bed here. And what sort of speeds are we going to see them hitting across there, Ricky?
I'm gonna, Jim, you could probably clarify this, but I'm gonna say some of the top UTVs, we're gonna see break 100 miles an hour. I mean, I know that I've been in the standard stock vehicles in my Polaris Turbo R, which is not the Pro R, and I'm getting 85 miles an hour out of that.
Well, and I think now the biggest thing is, a year or two ago, we were talking about breaking 100. Now, the top guys, they're breaking 110.
Yeah.
They're pushing even upwards of 115. I know there's 2 spots on this course. We've got the dry lake bed, and then we've got an old asphalt road that's about a mile long at one section out there by the shooting range. So we'll see. I think we're going to see some speeds upwards of 110.
One of the age-old discussions we always have is, gosh, we can go fast. We got miles per hour like crazy. but there's only this much miles per hour section, and there's a lot of rock and a lot of stuff. So I think this race is going to be won in the rough, not in the high speed.
And that's the thing. When I test with people, and also when I'm building, setting up our own race car, I want to be fast from bump to bump, from corner to corner. And
Right.
if I can make up a little bit there, because even when we race in Mexico, we go across Diablo dry lake bed, and yeah, you can get up to 130, 140, and we'll talk about tomorrow's race. Those guys are looking to break 160 miles an hour with that Gibbs motor. So both those guys, we'll get to that later. But the point is, you're absolutely right, Bob. You have to be fast from corner to corner and not worry about that top number, because it's going to be rare that you ever get to it.
And the Mint, obviously we talk about how rough it is. This is a very technical race. There's a lot of back and forth, left and right, on the brakes, on the gas. I think the guy that's going to be quickest or the girl is going to be the ones that can carry the speed through the corners, but really that has a car set up to go between 10 and 50 miles an hour really quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, you were just saying, and the girl. So let's just talk a little bit about that. We've got Sarah Price sitting there at the moment, and she's in 11th position. And Sarah, of course, is running in the Pro UTV stock class. So an incredibly good run there from Sarah. Now, we saw her racing in Dakar. We saw her racing at King of the Hammers. And this young lady is on the top of her game right now. Is she capable of causing an upset? Is Sierra Romo capable of causing an upset here?
In my opinion, absolutely yes. Because and let's just talk about Sarah Price for a little bit. She came from motocross, so she's very fit, she's very strong, and also her boyfriend's Ricky Brabeck. So you got basically the power couple of off-road. Ricky, who's been the king of Dakar, won multiple races in Baja, all around America, Hare and Hound and all that. And then you have Sarah, who went from that. She's been down there racing trophy truck specs. She's been in UTVs, and she also won a stage in Dakar. So she can definitely put it here. And honestly, I kind of like her chances, because the female energy is a little bit softer, a little more patient, and you definitely have to have that here, because this track, I've talked to Ryan Arciero and a couple different people. They said it is so rough because we haven't, like Bob said, we haven't had any rain. So those holes from last year are still there today.
And you know what? She's a predator.
Yeah.
She doesn't do it soft. Sarah is a predator. And, I think she won like 3 stages at Dakar this year.
Yeah.
And after a lousy start, I mean, it could have taken the wind out of all her sails. But that team just kept persevering, and she got 3 stages in Dakar. I mean, that's awesome.
No, she's a stud.
And you guys mentioned Sierra Romo. I mean, let's talk about her.
Yeah.
She's a reigning unlimited points champion. She had a breakthrough year last year, and we've all known Sierra for years has been fast, but last year was the year that she said, hey, I'm at this level, and she dominated.
She did indeed. But as we continue chatting here, we've got RPT Stone. Yes, remote pit Tiff. She's down in.
I like that.
She's down in the pits, and she's with none other than Justin Battleaxe Jones. So, Tiff, what's he got for us?
Here with Dustin Jones. Now, Dustin, you've won this a handful of times, so it's really cool. You are one of the first UTVs to win back-to-back, win 3 times. Now you're going for that 4th one. You're sitting a little far back, but that's okay because no wind. So we need the dust to get out of the way before you get there. What's the game plan today?
The pressure's off a little bit because we've done well at this race a few different times. So that's exciting. Now we get to come out here and race, have fun. But you don't ever show up to the Mint not planning on winning it. So since that pressure's off for me, and I don't have to win it, one of 2 things is going to happen. And I always say it. I'm either going to wreck the car or I'm going to win this race, and I am willing to do either.
Well, when we talk about pressure, we were talking about Brock Hager earlier. Brock's won a handful. Baja 1000, the Dakar. He's also won King of the Hammers just a few weeks ago. Now, talk about the pressure he has. If you're in his head, if you're Brock, what are you thinking about?
That's really the tough part, especially for him. And I've been there before when we went back-to-back for the Mint 400. Going into the 3rd race, I felt this obligation of we have to keep it going. You have to do well. So Brock is on that high, and he's done so well as of late. And I know he feels that same pressure of I've been good, I've been doing good, I'm on this streak. You feel an obligation of I have to keep this going. But dude's been on a tear, and so he's the one to chase right now, so we're going to get after it.
Well, you've had that pressure, and I know that if you could give a piece of advice to Brock to be to how to handle that, what would you say?
I would say, you've proven what you've needed to. And you really, at this point, I feel with this race, you have nothing to lose. So everybody knows he's had success. He's ran good. He's doing great as a racer. And so now he should it's fun time. So come out here, blast this track, run as hard as you can, and just leave it all out there. So.
Leave it all out there and have fun. Well, best of luck to you, Dustin. That's a good thing. Leave it all out there. Have a little bit of fun.
Okay, well, it's always great to hear from Dustin Battleaxe Jones. Now, he says there's no pressure on him. I'd actually take that back and say there is a bit of pressure on him because when was the last race that he won? We're having to go back a couple of years, and that's the sad reality, the harsh reality of racing at this level.
Well, let's be honest, guys. I'm going to ask all three of you guys. You want to win every race, and I'm 60 years old, and every time I line up, I'm scared to death because I don't want to fail.
You're
I don't
that
wanna,
old?
I am that old.
Oh,
I'm catching you, Bob. I'm right in your draft. The dust is blowing. I'm coming up on you.
Push me.
But so he can sit there and say, "Oh, there's no pressure. I'm going to do." No, he has sponsors, he has obligations, and he has an ego. And so what the thing is, you want to put your best foot forward every time for him, for Can-Am. You see Fox on there, all of his sponsors, and also for himself and his co-rider and his team and his family. You hate telling the story. What happened? Well, I was leading till lap 3 and then I broke. But what I love about Dustin is very true is that he's going to put checkers or wreckers. He's going 100%, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we talk about Dustin Battleaxe Jones, you're not going to believe this, but RPT, she's down there now with the 4-time winner at the moment, the man of the minute, and that is Mr. Brock Hager. So, RPT, take it away.
Down here with Brock Hager. Now, Brock, we've talked about you winning this. You're no stranger to the Mint 400. You're no stranger to winning in multiple different terrains. We talked about it earlier. Baja 1000, Dakar, King of the Hammers, all of that terrain, and now is coming over here to the Mint 400. A little bit of each. It's rocky, it's sandy, it's long, it's an endurance race. Tell me about your plan today.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to it. I haven't been here in a few years, so it feels good to come back. I did it twice in a 10 car, once in a 6100, and did really well. So looking forward to be back here. Had a good few past months, so overall super stoked on it. The Mint, throws everything that they can at us, in a short amount of time. So looking forward to the roughest race that we have here, and hoping to keep carrying on from our recent success, and not only that, just the recent success with being here at the Mint, and then ever since the 1000 and whatnot.
Well, winning in two different types of vehicles, the two that you just chatted about, really, what's some big takeaways that you've learned from winning in those cars that now you're putting into the UTV?
Yeah, I think I've, it's good that I've raced a 10 car here 2 years, and that race is always the first one. So I've done it, the morning or the day before, in the limited class. So it's kind of what I'm doing today. And then not only that, I've done it, where it's the roughest it can ever be. So looking forward to it. We've came a long ways with these Polaris racers, and hoping we can just go out there and show everyone what they can do.
Awesome. Nice job. Best of luck to you, Brock. He's looking forward to this, and of course for the Polaris Razor factory team.
Well, one of the things that he's talking about is that pro razor. All right. So what I love about this is that Polaris has come out, and that they're making for all of their team, Max Eddy and Brock Hager, just to mention a few. But you're also going to be able to get that vehicle for yourself. So you can go, you can sign up, get that pro card just like the factory team, which nobody else is doing that. You'll see a lot of great cars out there and a lot of money put into these things, but it's awesome when you could go to a factory and say, I want the same car that Brock Hager is racing, and that is going to be massive for the competition, because everybody wants to say, oh, I could win if I had their car. Well, here it is, Jim.
Put up or shut up. And that's I applaud Polaris for doing that. I know there's a lot of development work that went into these cars, and then when they announced that and the price point, the price point for what it is pretty phenomenal. And I think it's going to be interesting to see over the next year, 18 months, as these start trickling out into circulation with racers buying them, to see what those racers can do with the same car that these pro drivers have.
And so, Bob, what I loved about Brock Hager is you look at him. He is fit, he's lean, he's chiseled, he's in great shape, and so relaxed. I mean, he is a gunslinger, man. He is like the Jesse James of racing, because he's done short course. He's raced Class 10. He's raced 6100. He's won all these different races.
King of the Hammers.
And he's like not affected by it. He's just that same kid from El Centro that just likes to go fast.
He's sitting there at the beginning of the Mint 400. They're interviewing him, and he's acting like he's almost asleep.
Yeah.
He's just that relaxed. And I bet that pretty much transfers over to in the race car too. That's what's going on between his ears. His hands and feet may be really busy, but that brain is not.
So he started as a trophy cart right? So they had the 450 motor and a cart. So power to weight ratio, it is way faster than an all-wheel drive big block truck. But he grew up there, that comfortable, being that sideways, that much on two wheels. So I think everything from there on out has been almost slow motion.
That's true.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible to watch his rise. What impressed me most of all was to go to Dakar, never having raced Dakar, with a co-driver that had never raced Dakar, and then to be successful. And I cannot... the driving part's massively impressive, but for me it was the navigational part that was massively impressive. But we're not worrying about that. That's something else entirely.
We're at the
worried about the Mint 400.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. We're down in Prim near the state line, and we've got some fantastic race action for you today. Our crews are going to be doing multiple different laps depending on the classes that they're in. And now, Jim, let's just talk about that, because I think we've got something like 35 classes racing today.
Well, we've got 35 classes. We've talked a lot about the side-by-sides, and there's so many different divisions there: Pro Open, Pro, Pro Turbo, Pro NA. But, also we've got, like we said, we've got Class 10s. We've got a lot of other, limited classes, trucks and buggies, Bob, that are traditional to the Mint that go back, decades.
One thing for sure, there's going to be a whole lot of passing going on this morning. I'll tell you that.
Well, let's just talk about that. I believe it's in the 1600 class. We're going to see Rob Mack racing with a whole heap of different guys as well.
He's lined up with the Wilsons and Larry Job, and they've got some serious experience in that race car. And people don't realize, I think, how much of a racing driver Rob Mack is. He will take that 12 car and he will place it high.
Rob Mack could take a little red wagon out here
Yeah.
and probably put it on the podium. When it comes to Rob, he drives everything. And people asked me yesterday when we were on contingency, who do you think the best Class 16 driver is? Rob Mack. And what I loved about Rob is that he did all the challenges. He would go out and he would just go, I'm going to go race. And that's what makes him such a weapon when it comes to anything. If it's all-wheel drive, if it's two-wheel drive, if it's a buggy, or if it's whatever. But he's with that Wilson team, which is the absolute top rung, as well as the driver of record is Sammy Ehrenberg. So when you put these guys out there, watch how fast they go. I'm going to say that they're going to be challenging the Class 10 cars, which a 12 car is an old Class 10 car, but they are going to be very fast and very effective today.
Well, and I think all these guys know this track like the back of their hand. So I'm gonna go one step further and say if they can put it together and stay clean, they may push for the overall victory here,
Absolutely.
Ricky.
Well, and we saw Rob Mack right at the end of the 1,000 or this race when he was in the dust. And as you said, he knows this place so well. He's grown up here. He's raced here. So if it does get dusty, he knows these little things off to the left, off to the right. That's not cheating. That's being desert-wise, Baja-wise, as Larry Ragland taught me back in the day. Knowing those little tricks. You got to stay within your markers, and you can't miss VCPs. But he's going to know, you know what? I've been over here. I can get over to the left, and it's a little bit harder on the dry lake bed, or to the right. And so look for that towards the end of the race.
Yeah, okay. Now, as we continue here, one of the wonderful things about the Mint 400 is it's all about the community. It's not just about the racing and what goes on here. It's about what we give back to the desert as well. And one of those things is the Mint 400 cleanup. Now, we see this every year. And what happens is members of the community, they come out with the Mint 400 and they help clean up the desert and keep it a fantastic place for us all to enjoy. So here's a little piece about that right now.
With Team Sylvania Off-Road. We are out here in Jean, Nevada with the Mint 400 9th Annual Desert Cleanup. Sylvania Off-Road is really excited to be a part of the off-road community and get involved on a deeper level. And so we're really excited to be out here, help get the desert clean again, and work together as a team, which the off-road community is just wonderful at doing always.
This event is our way of giving back to the local Las Vegas community and demonstrating responsible land stewardship. The Ivanpah Valley has been home to the Mint 400 race course for over 12 years. And today we're gathered here to clean up this area and remove illegally dumped trash to make way for this historic race. A special thanks to Sylvania Off-Road and all these amazing volunteers who came out today to help us make a difference.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 Goodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. What a day it is already, and we're getting ready for the unlimited race to start here as we just fly around our short course. Now, Ricky, let's talk about all the assets we've got out on course.
Well, we have 9 drones. As you're watching these drones fly around right now, it is going to be unreal. And if you look at the course, it is in perfect condition. They did qualifying yesterday for these guys. We're going to see the pro qualifying today, and this is part of the race course. So the shots, the in-car cameras, because now we have Starlink, that we can see what's happening in the car. So this has never been done before, that you're able to watch. Right now, we're looking at one of the cars. It looks like Mitch Guthrie Jr. or Mac Gittin.
Oh, that's cool.
Von Gittin.
That's going to be one of the fun haver cars.
So we'll be able to identify these cars, but you can see these are the production trucks that have the windshield, but you're going to be able to watch what's happening while it's happening on the course. This technology, I want to thank Elon Musk for that Starlink, and also thank the guys for getting that to us. But Bob,
yeah,
how much different is it than you used to watch, wait a week and look at Dusty Times?
You know, that's very true, Ricky. We can see it instantly now. Things like this live stream just were not available back then. You know, and you did have to wait if it was Dusty Times, and sometimes you had to wait more than a week.
Exactly.
You know?
But Jim Beaver, now as we're watching some of the guys inside the cars, you can see them getting ready to go. This looks like this could be Hager. He's such a calm. Look at it. He's not a big stature guy. He's just really mellow. But look at how calm he is at the race. But Jim, how it's progressed is just unbelievable.
Well, it's wild. I mean, just in the last couple of years, obviously, we mentioned Starlink and Starstream and the live and in-car. But, I mean, just communications. I mean, there used to be, dead areas, and you'd have to have a satellite phone. And now, all of a sudden, we've progressed where in real time, we've got crews that know exactly what's happening in the cab of these race cars. And it's just remarkable because it's made things so much faster.
Ricky, you talked about the throwback, how it used to be. And it used to be not only Dusty Times, but the only way you knew what was going on in the race was to be in the race car itself.
I mean, when you raced, didn't they have pigeons that they would strap a note to their thing and then throw them up in the air?
Well, they were pterodactyls. They were big notes, and they had a lot to say.
Well, because it was a scroll on it was like a 10 Commandment. They had to chisel it in
the tablets. They would fall out.
When I started, we still had stuck stubs though. So.
There we go. So, but Jim Marsden, now, watching it as a young man over in Great Britain, and then all the different things, and then how off-roading has evolved. It's not just California, Nevada, and Baja anymore. It's a worldwide phenomenon.
It absolutely is. Now, I mean, we talk about the technology, and particularly, let's just pop that to Starlink, because that is a game changer.
Yes.
And it's completely changing how people not only view off-road, but also how they off-road as well. So you're talking about communication. It's only a few short years ago where we'd have repeaters on the tops of the mountains, and people were relying on VHF, and of course people on the ground to send back VHF radio messages to say how people are getting on. Now people are sitting at home with multiple monitors watching other race teams racing.
Oh yeah.
So they know where. So and let's talk about this. Are the days of the chase helicopter now limited because it's easier to actually watch other people's live streams and actually see what they're up to on course without having to have helicopters and chase and all of this things going on. It's going to be very interesting in the future.
Well, let's go back a couple years when Rob McCackern and his son won the race. They lost radio, and so they were going back and forth and using the phone and texting back and forth, finding out where they were, what the back door was. Rob's big on what's my front door, what's my back door. So he's done a great job at setting it up to where they won the race not having a radio. I mean, how crazy is that?
Well, yeah, and now just the massive amount of data, and it used to be you'd have to radio in, hey, the truck's run a little hot. I mean, the crews in the pits now, they know exactly everything that's going on in the car, what it's running, temperatures, pressures. It's just remarkable how much information is at everybody's fingertips. We used to talk about, how advanced Formula One was. Well, I'm here to tell you, man, off-road, we're on par with Formula One now.
Absolutely. But Jim, when it comes to, you just got done doing King of the Hammers, which was a phenomenal event. It's a week-long event, unbelievable. And we also, when we're talking about side-by-sides, a side-by-side was the King this year. I mean, we can't not talk about that.
No, we can't not talk about it. But let's also say that people have been going, a side-by-side is king. This is a vehicle that was built to a specific set of rules.
Absolutely.
So we've got a 2-inch roll cage, that's the diameter of the cage, and a vehicle running 37-inch tyres. But the technology that allows it to use a 37-inch tyre without it coming apart, that's astonishing. The technology that allows it to actually that allows it to run the desert as fast as the big trucks and then run as fast in the rocks, absolutely astonishing, and we will see those later today. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. We're going to be back very shortly for the limited race to get started, but we're just going to pop out to a short commercial and we'll see you very soon.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Cross the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Okay, welcome back to the 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400, and we are here in Sin City, Las Vegas, down at Prim on the state line, and ready for the action to start here in the limited races. Now, as we're watching here, we're just in car. Now, get your head around this, guys.
Yeah.
We've got over 60 wireless cameras out there on track this year.
Holy moly.
Once again, we're going to get to see, because we have what we have now. This is
Holy
how
God.
they put the show together. And we were just talking, I did a rant the other day about how people want to take shots on, oh, they're saying the wrong thing, they're saying the wrong this and that. But look at what they have to, they have to look through all of this, put this together, get it to us, and then we're supposed to talk about it at the absolute right moment and not make any mistakes.
In real time.
In real time, yeah.
But the thing that it's going to be awesome is that we have all those fast UTVs behind the 5 cars. Now, there are some very, very fast 5 cars, but I can guarantee you they're going to be working this first lap, trying to get past them, and that could be the deciding factor on the race. But back to the technology, as we talked about Bob Bauer, from the days past, wondering when they go into dark, what are they doing? What is happening? Now you can see what's happening in the car live time.
Well, I have an idea. We got a morning full of passes. I said it once, and I'll say it again. With the lineup, the way they're all stacked up, with the hot shoes behind them, we're going to see a lot of passing today. And on a course like this, the passing isn't always easy.
Well, but typically it's windy here. But right now everything is flat. There's nothing happening. And when I was driving up 2 days ago, I thought, awesome, it's raining. This is going to be perfect, man. The dry lake bed. They don't call it a lake bed for nothing. Could be a little bit creepy, but you know what? It was like a window. It rained up to Prim, stopped, and then it started raining in Vegas. This valley did not get the rain that we so badly wanted and needed, because as an off-road racer, it's pretty cool when you're catching somebody. Next thing you know, you're on them. You're not chasing their dust for miles and miles and miles. You just ride up on them, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's not forget that Ronnie Anderson was our winner in this race last year.
Yeah.
And we've got RPT Stone. So Remote Pit Tiff is down there at the moment, and she's chatting to Ronnie. So let's see what Ronnie's got to say.
Year's winner, Ronnie Anderson. Now, Ronnie, we always talk about pressure, especially when you win the previous year. You want to kind of continue that streak, so you're going for a second one this year. What's really the game plan?
Yeah, I think just take it smooth, strong, and fast. You know, Mint 400 is pretty gnarly. Course is really rough. And honestly, being in there at the end is the most important thing. I think last year we made the pass for the lead about 15 miles to go, and we ended up winning by about 15 minutes. So it shows you just the attrition rate and what it's like to be there at the end and still have a fresh car. So starting 9th in the UTV field today, so a little bit of work to do, but honestly, I enjoy starting back here. You kind of have the fast guys in front of you, and you get to set pace off them all day. So looking forward to it, and yeah, hopefully we get that back-to-back and have a good day today.
Well, we're looking at the temperatures right now. It's kind of partly cloudy. That does help you. Usually we're taking off into the desert. The sun is hitting you right in the eyes. You know, when we talk about the Mint 400, it's always about attrition. It's always about keeping that car together. 4 laps. Is the pit strategy going to change from this year? Are you guys going to kind of keep the same notes from last year, like kind of feel it out?
Yeah, I think we're going to have the same pit strategy as last year. It seemed to work out pretty good from us, and we have a good strategy to jump some guys in the pits and stuff with smaller fuel cells and whatnot. So looking forward to seeing how it all plays out and having a good race with the rest of the boys here.
All right, and we also talk about Brock Hager. I had a chance to talk to Dustin Jones about that. Since he's won this multiple times, you've got that pressure. So there's 3 guys out here who's had that pressure. What do you think Brock's thinking right now?
Yeah, I've known Brock for a lot of years, since we were 10 years old. So good buddy of mine, and he's an absolute animal behind the wheel. But at the end of the day, we're all racing for that same top spot, and I think we're going to have some fun today. It's going to be a lot of fun racing together.
Awesome, nice job. Ronnie's going for that second win in a row right now. He's got a lot of game plan. Looking forward to this race.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear. Now, we always talk about Ronnie Anderson. We always say, Ronnie Anderson, the short course racer. I'm going to change that up. It's Ronnie Anderson, the off-road racer that does short course, because this is a man who's won at Hammers. You know, this is a man who's already won out here. You know, he's an exceptional talent. And, you know, is there anything he can't do?
Well, he's chasing his big brother.
Well, but also, once again, where did Brock Hager start? Short course, because core was big. They came out with these trophy cars, and a lot of the little kids wanted to race. And of course, you know, R.J. Anderson was racing, and so the brother starts in the little carts. Then they go to the the Pro Light and all the different stuff. So they really learn car control and how to drive these vehicles on two wheels and being very radical. I hate to use a word from the 80s, but very radical out there. So when it comes to desert racing, everything feels cool. So what they have to learn is how slow do they need to go to still win.
Well, and I think one of the big things, you mentioned trophy cart, but just with side-by-sides in general in the 170s, and you got trophy carts, they moved into 570s. There's these kids at a very young age, we're talking 3, 4, 5, that are behind the wheel and behind the wheel in 4-seat cars. And Ricky, when you and I were growing up learning to race, I mean, we didn't get opportunities like this until we were in their 20s, and these kids are hitting the prime of their careers at such a young age now.
Yeah, I was 10 years old driving a Manx like this, and I'm like, wow, I wonder if I could ever race a car.
But this is a really valid point, is that we're creating guys that are coming into sort of like...
And girls.
And girls that are coming into their late teens, early 20s with already 10 years of experience. And as we all know, that experience is absolutely everything. How you read the dirt, how you see the lines, and how you actually progress down the course.
And if you watch any of the documentaries on Hamilton and Senna and all that, they grew up in go-karts, and that they said that the most pure racing is the go-kart. There's no suspension, the flex of the chassis and everything so evenly matched. Now you take everybody doing side-by-sides. You can buy the same CC, the same size, and now you get to race that vehicle. They're not just a golf cart anymore. They are a small Pro 4 or an all-wheel drive. Jim Martin.
Indeed, but we've got different cars racing out there at the moment as well. And Remote Pit Tiff, she's down there with Cara Potts, who's going to be in one of the 10 class cars today. Now the 10 class, of course, one of the older classes out here racing. And can they give the UTVs a bloody nose? Let's see if we can find out.
Down here with Cara Potts. Now, Cara, we have Cole running those first two. You're running the second 2 laps. You actually mentioned that you couldn't qualify because you were still in school, but this is awesome. You're still in school. You're out front, second row here at the Mint 400. We always talk about clean air. How important is that right now?
Clean air is very good on a course like this because it's long, it's rough. You definitely want clean air because there's a lot of places to make mistakes on this course. Qualifying fourth is exactly where you want to be on race day. It's a good starting position. I don't like starting first because you got to set your own pace. It's a little more difficult. Personally, me and Cole are more chasers. We like chasing people down. But, yeah, it's a good start spot for us.
And then when talking about that, who really decided who was going to run those first 2 laps, second 2 laps? Was that just because Cole qualified? He knows about it? What was the game plan behind that one?
Yeah, so I couldn't make qualifying because the school and the rule book states whoever qualifies must start. So he likes the Mint, so I was like, you should just do the first 2 and I'll get it on the last 2 and we'll bring her home.
Well, we also talk about pit strategy. This is an endurance race. With that being said, really, what is your guys' strategy? You want to talk about that yet? Do you have a game plan, or are you going to see how that race unfolds?
We're just kind of going to take it as it goes, but for pit strategy, we're going to fuel every lap. We might do tires second lap. If not, we'll stretch it, but we'll see how it goes.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. It's really cool to see the Potts out here. It's really cool to see them being able to do this. Best of luck. Back up to you guys.
Well, I got to say, I love it. The family that races together stays together. And the Potts family has been in it for multiple years, and it's great to see Caleb come out. But I love the respect and back and forth, but he's not showing his hand. He's like, well, we might go a lap. We might go a lap and a half. We'll see what works best. But the fact that he's still in school, he's respecting his school. He's not like, I'm going to dump. This is the Mint 400. I'm just screw it. I'm blowing off school. No, he's staying in school. He's doing what he needs to do. But he also has his brother who has a lot of experience and put him in that spot. So it's going to be great to see how the 2 brothers work together at the end of the day, Jim.
Indeed. But we're just saying about this, about, how these guys and girls are coming up through from a younger age. I can't believe how calm he is.
Yeah.
I can't believe when you watch him, he's just like, yeah, man, we're just about to run the Mint, and it's absolutely fine. If I'd have been his age doing that, I'd have been like, oh, my God, we're about to run the Mint. Can you believe this? Hi, Mum. It's incredible, the races that we're breeding.
But let's be honest, Jim, you're that excited announcing it.
Well, this is true. Yes.
Which I love. I love that. But that's the thing. This is the biggest American off-road race there is. And so we're here. And yes, it's stretching out. We're waiting for the race to start. But, man, once it gets going, Jim Beaver, what's it like when you take off? Okay, the track's in great condition. You're chasing guys down. Everything is perfect.
Well, at the Mint, that first lap is chaotic, and I think we're going to see that out here today. It's really, there's a lot of pressure because everybody's bunched up, and in regards to side-by-sides, they're going to be starting behind the 5s and the 10s, and there's going to be a lot of pressure to move quick. The problem at the Mint is you want to move quick because it's easy to make passes on that first lap, but the thing is you've got to make that car last for 4 laps. Yeah. How many times have we seen the last lap, the leader that we thought was just dominating all day long, drops out?
What I've seen happen many times is you're waiting in line and you're seeing cars start and you're seeing everything go and you're starting to get amped up, and now you're starting to feel like, oh, I'm excited and I'm nervous. The minute you take the flag, it's relief.
Yeah.
It's relief. You feel so much better, and then it takes about, I don't know, Ricky, what do you think, 5-6 miles? And then the pressure hits. You realize what you're supposed to be doing.
Depending on how the course is. We were starting the bar 500 and stuff where we'd go down an asphalt road. We're not doing that anymore. But you're like up to 140 right off the bat. You're like, oh, boy. And everything's starting right now. But as you said, Bob, you're tense. You get that flag. It's like, now I'm in my place. Yeah. I'm thinking nothing about that. All I was thinking about is going fast, Jim.
Well, and I think one of the exciting things about this is to me, it's always a big stress relief as soon as the green flag drops, like you said. But here, it's unless you're the top qualifier, it's a side-by-side start. You got to drag race somebody, so you want that clean air. So you immediately your elbows out, you're battling into that first corner.
No pressure.
And back in the day when they would draw for picks, you'd be up there negotiating, being really friendly. Hey, buddy, how's it going? By the way, I don't want to rip the back of your truck off. So would you maybe move over? Oh, sure. Then they don't. So that's what I'm thinking. A lot of the top UTVs are looking at those Class 5 cars, and they're just getting more and more frustrated before the green flag ever drops because they're like, damn it, I got to get past that guy. That guy goes fast, and all of that. So it's going to be an interesting race. But as you said, to finish first, you first must finish.
Yeah, and we heard from Carib there about pit strategy. Now, a lot of these UTVs, they're capable of doing 2 laps without actually coming into refuel. And it's because some of these vehicles have got purpose-built desert cars. Yes. They're not stock UTVs. And one of the guys that's running one of these purpose-built UTVs is none other than Brandon Sims. And you guessed it, RPT Stone's down in the pits with Brandon right now. So let's hear from him.
2-time winner Brandon Sims. Now, Brandon, you're no stranger to the Mint 400. What it takes to actually win, the endurance of it, the course, everything that comes together collectively. What do you think it's going to take to get a third one this year for 25?
Well, the big difference now from I've been doing this race for like 10 years now, so a lot of things have changed, especially in the UTV class. The vehicles are getting stronger, built better. The biggest thing now is actually being able to run like a 90% pace the entire race. The pace has changed so much over the years that you cannot almost have any problems, and you have to have a perfect race to basically win this race nowadays.
And we always talk about temperature as well. It's a little chilly today, so when you're in there, your hands, you've got gloves on right now, you're constantly moving them, you're making sure that blood's flowing. Really, how do you make sure you stay in control with everything, make sure that all your extremities are working so you can continue lap after lap after lap? We don't know. It's going to be a high of 55 today.
I'll be honest, my hands are freezing already, numb, and I have a feeling that they're going to be numb for probably the first majority of the race. I'm going to try to keep them, moving, the blood circulating, but the problem is the wind goes right over my dash and hits the top of my fingers on the top of the steering wheel, and it's brutal. So I'm just going to try to keep them warm now and try to live through it because it is harder to hold on to that steering wheel when they're numb.
Well, you do have a bunch of heavy hitters in front of you as well. People who have won of that. I was just talking to you guys collectively between 3 drivers that we've chatted to this morning. You guys have 6 wins, so they also know what it's going to take to win. What do you think is going to give you that little extra oomph, to really take it to that top spot, especially with no wind, very cold, and then you've got those heavy hitters?
Yeah, that's a great question. The biggest thing I think is going to have a perfect race. You cannot have one problem now, especially to win the UTV race. I mean, I don't think you can have a tire problem and still win the race. So we got to stay away from the rocks, basically have perfect pits, and just a flawless race is going to be what it takes to win this race.
Awesome. Nice job, Brandon Sims. He says you just need a flawless race to be able to do this. 90% is really what they've got to keep it at, so it's going to be anybody's day. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Tiff. Now, Brandon's a good friend, and I really enjoy watching him race. But you could almost see there's almost a resignation that, he's got to run a 90% race pace. That's phenomenal. And then also we're talking about car preparation and everything like that. And now, Ricky, I know we speak about this. Comfort inside the car is massively important. And making little changes like little decker panels that protect your hands from the direct windage and stuff, they can be the difference between you being comfortable and being able to drive fast, or you suffering and worrying about your hands and therefore not performing to your 100% on track.
Well, you have to be 100%. If you're going to go out there and you think, and I'm just going to use him because he's the guy with the target is Brock Hager. If you think you're going to beat Brock Hager at 99%, you're not. Not that you have to drive 100% the whole time, but if you take 1%, ooh, I'm cold, 1%, ooh, I'm getting thirsty, 1%, ooh, I'm getting a headache, 1%, oh, my back or my neck is sore. You have to be in the seat and ready to fire all day long, just so you're not making mistakes, you're not feeling fatigued. So a lot goes into it, Jim.
Well, and you talk about beating Brock Hager, but I'm looking. We just talked to Brandon Sims, multi-time Mint 400 winner. We got Mitch Guthrie Jr., multi-time Mint 400 winner. Dustin Battleaxe Jones, who we just saw, multi-time Mint 400 winner. We talked about Ronnie Anderson, won last year. We got Brock Hager, who's won here. We have one of the most stacked side-by-side lineups probably in history of desert racing here at the Mint 400 today.
And I can't wait for him. I can't wait for him to catch Class 10 in front of him. That's well, obviously I'm here for the passes, gentlemen.
Well, but right now we're looking at the top qualifier. Casey Belafonte is on the front row, and then also right behind him is Brody Atkins, and then Elliott Watson. So you have some guns here, and this is a really rough course, and we've seen that when it gets really rough, the Class 10, a little bit more wheelbase, a little bit more suspension, they are definitely going to be hard to beat. So I'm going to put my money on overall Class 10.
I'm looking at the qualifying times, and you know what? The Pro Rs are qualifying faster than the Class 10s.
But they're not in the desert yet, Bob. So Bob and I have a disagreement. The first one of the day. All right, I'm going to say a Class 10 takes the overall. You're saying a side-by-side.
Okay.
That's going to be a cup of coffee or a Coke or whatever you want to do.
Done.
Done deal.
Done.
We'll go down to the VIP.
Bob said
we'll
both.
steal it. Bob said both.
Well, actually, considering you're 60 years old now, we should have some Metamucil or something like that.
We can go to Denny's and probably get a super deal with our AARP card. So Jim Marsden, let me ask you, what are you going to take, side-by-side or a buggy?
I'll be honest with you, I'm looking at the Rob Mack car, the 16. Can he come from behind? But I actually think...
Not a 16, 12.
That 12 car, sorry.
Yes.
And but I'm actually looking here at the moment. I'm looking at Brock Hager. I think Brock is so far ahead of the field at the moment. He's not just doing great things in UTV. He's doing great things with a UTV.
Okay, so quit flip-flop.
Brock Hager.
All right, you're taking a side-by-side. Jim Beaver, you have to take a side-by-side.
I have to, but the sad thing is I'm actually siding with Ricky today because I've raced the Mint countless times, and I know how abusive that course gets, especially lap 3 and lap 4. And I think the 10 cars can take the abuse better than a side-by-side.
I think we're going to see a lot of sections, where the side-by-side is going to completely eat up the buggy. But when we get in that rough desert, through the rockers and through those whoops and those square edges and stuff like that, those 10 cars just seem to float across there. So it's going to be tough. And then also, got to take this factor as well, that the side-by-sides have to get past all the 5 cars. The 10 cars are in open air right from the beginning. So how big of a lead can they pull that first lap?
Okay, as we continue here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Now, Bob, something you know a little bit about, being a Grand Marshal, and we've got a new one this year. Do you know who is it? We've got only none other than ice cold Steve Austin.
There we go.
He's exactly what a dude he is. So let's pop on down. I believe Tiff was speaking to him earlier today.
All right, so we are standing with our Grand Marshal, Stone Cold Steve Austin. He said, Tiffany, just hop up on the tire. We'll do the interview right here. So how are you feeling on race day, sir?
I'm feeling good. I feel good about how we qualified, where we're sitting out here. We're going to take it easy on the first lap and kind of mark some danger, see what we can see, and then start getting after it. We're just going to try to take care of the car and do what we do.
And talking about that, you got a great co-driver over here, Shane. He's been out here many, many years, knows this desert pretty well. This isn't your first race. You know about attrition. You know how to keep it going when it gets a little tough out there. What are you looking forward to most, sir?
Well, just seeing what this course has to offer. I know it's got a reputation for being rough as hell, so I know that's coming. Shane is a calm in the storm. He kind of keeps me calm. I have a tendency to get excited because of my background. but we'll keep it cool, calm, and collected. I'll be listening to him, and I just expect it to be very rough.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys out there. It's really cool to see our Grand Marshal not only be here at the Mint, he led that vehicle parade, but now he's also racing.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiff. Now, as we just watched there, Stone Cold Steve Austin, I did notice that he had something on I want to talk about a bit later, the new Stilo helmets that are out there, which offer far more visibility and other benefits as well with weight saving and stuff. So that was quite interesting. I like that. But we're going to be starting the racing here very shortly, Ricky.
Right now, the adrenaline is pumping, and the problem that you have to watch out for is, I call it counting your money. What am I going to say when I win the race? How cool is it going to be? This and that. You have to focus, be right now. And when I'm racing in Baja or any place for that matter, I go, see every bump, see every rock, see every turn, and just stay in the moment. And next thing you know, boom, 400 miles is over.
I call it, a lot of people calling it getting in the zone. I call it becoming one with a car. And there's a point in the race, some drivers, it takes a good lap. Other drivers, first 5 minutes. But there's a point where, as a driver, you become in sync with the car.
Yeah,
you feel everything, you hear everything, you understand how it's going to react, and you become one with it, and your movements just flow naturally.
And this sounds crazy, but I hope you guys agree with me. It's like your right front tire is this paw, your left front tire is this paw, and you're running through it, and you actually feel the whole car. It is one with the car is just the best way to put it. I agree with that.
I always say they start to feel smaller as you keep racing. You start off, you're like, oh, when you're hitting rocks, you're missing your target stuff. Next thing you know, it starts to feel smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it feels like you're wearing just a nice set of shoes.
Yeah, I like to think of it. You don't get in your car, you put your car on.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, if you're just joining us, we should just have our schedule coming up any moment now, and we'll be able to tell you what's going to be happening today. But today, if it is just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. At 8:30 a.m. we will be started with the car, truck and UTV limited race start, and then at 10:30 a.m. it is the Youth 570s. At 11:30 a.m. it is the Youth 1000s. At 1:30 p.m. we start getting ready for the big guns. It is the unlimited Group 1 qualifying, and at 3 p.m. it is the unlimited Group 2 qualifying, and of course we all want to see those. The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Okay, and welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. It's a beautiful day here out of Prim, down close onto the state line, and look at this, ladies and gentlemen, we are go here at the 2025 Mint 400.
That is Casey Belafonte, our pole in the 16 car as he comes around. And you can see the track is perfect right now. Jim Beaver, as they're going, looking to carry as much speed as they can and not let that sand drag the motor down.
No, and especially he's got that clean air, and he wants to protect that. I mean, he is in the catbird seat for this. He gets to control the pace of the race. It's a great position to be in. He worked through qualifying to get here, and he's going to go out there and he's going to try and stretch his lead as much as he possibly can over second, third place, because he knows they're going to be hunting him really fast.
Exactly. So now he's off and going. He can, but the thing is, am I going fast enough? Are they catching me? Because I always know when I'm driving, I'm thinking everybody's having a perfect drive behind me, and I'm making all these little mistakes. But Bob, as you know, Everyone's making mistakes.
Well, and the voices in your head are wondering, am I going fast? Am I going fast enough? And I used to get that question from my drivers when I was in the right seat. And what I tell them is, hey, listen, if you're keeping it in the spring, you're getting the best you're going to get.
There you go. There you go. You're not in the bump shock. You're not hitting that bottom.
Yep.
Well, and I think that's where, years past, when communications in certain areas of the course and things like that were tough. Now we've got Starstream, we've got, all the, satellite technology, things like that. So there's a lot of information going to the drivers, and they know exactly where they're at in comparison to the competition.
I know what technology is next. Next, we're going to be able to figure out what they're thinking.
All right, so we're watching. Now, you saw the pole sitter gets the advantage. He gets to go off by himself, but everybody thereafter has to go 2 by 2. So here we're watching Brody Atkins and Elliott Watson as they're going back and forth. Now they have to get to dice with each other. So we just have one camera be watching this, but notice how hard. I'm pretty sure that's Elliott Watson as he works his way out. It's kind of hard to see the numbers from here, but I think that was.
Well, and, talking about Elliott Watson, there's that short course thing. But here's another kid kind of grew up through the systems, done some short course racing, done a lot of desert racing, raced with Jamie Campbell in the Honda program for a while in the desert. I mean, he's been all over and driven a lot of different cars.
Well, and he was also a short course buggy champion. So this is just a bigger version of what he did in the desert, Jim.
Just talk to us a little bit about Class 10. What makes a Class 10 car? Because we've got people at home who are texting me up and saying, hey, look, we don't come from the United States. What is a Class 10 car?
It's a race car.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I knew
Rick
I could
Johnson,
rely on you there.
I am out.
Mic drop.
But it's a 4-cylinder. What's great about it versus like a 16 car is a single shock. This has a bypass shock. You have a coil carrier, and it also has the air-cooled. A lot of them are running the Ecotec 4-cylinder or the Toyotas. It's a different brand. Jim Beaver, like I said, it hasn't changed a lot over the years, but what we're going to see Rob Mack in, which is a 12 car, was the old Class 10.
Yeah, in the 10 cars, it's a lighter, less horsepower version of the unlimited Class 1 cars. So, it's still unlimited suspension. These things can eat up the big holes like mad, as we see there. Biggest thing is it's almost like the trophy truck spec, the spec truck of unlimited buggies.
Well, and what I like about this is if you're a motorcycle guy and you used to run a 125 two-stroke, you got to be on the pipe, meaning high in the RPMs, and you race it hard all day long. And we've seen in the Baja 1000 down south, we see them here, they always finish, the top guys finish top. So I'm still sticking to my guns, Bob. It's going to be a Class 10 car that takes a checkered flag.
We will see.
We will see, buddy.
Yeah. We got a split panel here. It's right down the middle.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. No. Now, as we watch these cars coming out onto course right now, I believe this is Aguilar and Ted Baker making their way out onto course. And we're making our way through the Class 10s. If you are just joining us, I'm Jim Marsden. Joining me in the booth, none other than Mr. Bob Bauer, Mr. Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson.
Well, thank you for that, Jim. As we're watching, I think that is Aguilar out in front. He's got a little bit of gap on him. But, one of those things, if you don't get it done right in the beginning, but we got to remember, this is all watered. This is groomed racetrack. As soon as they hit the desert, it goes back to being dusty because we have not seen a lot of rain out here. A little bit, so we might see some down low, but it's going to be a lot of dust today. And those guys are praying for wind.
Yeah, I'm looking at the flags, Ricky, and I don't see any wind.
Waiting for that green flag. Oh, looked like he got the jump there.
Yeah, looks like he was hanging up on the throttle. And we speak about this, we'll see it more with the bigger cars where they will be sitting on the line and they get fouled up, their plugs get fouled up, they go to pull away and they just hit and miss and they need to get on the throttle and let them clear.
And once again, that is Mark Lewis and Neil Drickey as they get out there. I had the pleasure of training Neil Drickey just about a week ago. So watching these guys get out there, that was in a 60 or 6100 truck, but now they're out there in the 10 cars.
Looks like was that our first 12 car there as well? No, it wasn't. Excuse me. My bad. Called it too quick.
once again, as you're watching them as they working their way through, even though some of the guys have done a side lap and they get out there, they have their GPS marking. So Jim, Margin, let's talk about that. Some people are using lead nav where you can put in the cues, tell you left, right, tell you a danger is coming up. Some people have their co-rider that are really comfortable. I know that Gus does not want to go with that route. He wants to have somebody telling him everything that's going out there. As we're watching Price and Kerry as they start their Mint 400. But back to that thought, Jim.
Yeah, well, there's lots and lots of different systems they're going to be using out there on the course. But let's not forget Garmin brought out a new system, the Baja system, a few years ago. And there's also some guys and girls who are just going to be going back to sort of an old-fashioned iPad, that kind of system, and using a mapping app that they're actually going to put the map onto themselves. So lots of different systems, and it all comes back to that one thing we're talking about. Internet, having the availability to have internet in these vehicles is game-changing for navigation.
Absolutely.
We just use an Auto Club map.
Yeah.
That's all we had.
Well, you had the Dead Sea Scrolls. Was that a problem at Race Mile 400 when you had all those papers down by your feet, Bob?
No, when Pythagoras showed us how to read the stars, that was the key.
All righty, watching Jake Woodruff as he takes off.
He's the last Class 10 car, I think.
Yep, 5 Unlimiteds will be next.
Yep. Coming up is Tyler Romero and Jose Ledesma. Ledesma is a good, long-term racing family.
Yeah, I love the Class 5s. There's just something about them that really takes me back to everything that I enjoy about off-road racing.
Yeah.
They still have that fundamental shape of, a production vehicle, and that's why I really love them.
Yeah.
So here we are at the start of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Here out of the Prim Valley, just outside of Las Vegas. And we're getting this race started as right now it's the Class 5s going off the line. And this should be Tyler Romero and Jose Ledesma. I know how to say that name. How did it fail me?
There's not enough Mexicans in Great Britain.
No, there is not.
So one of the things I was looking for Class 12. They start behind the UTVs. So now Sammy Ehrenberg, Rob Mack, and that whole crew with the Wilson boys have to work their way through the side-by-side. So, but this is, as we're watching the 5, you're getting a little swapping back and forth. I love these cars. Honestly, if I just had to, buy my own car and go out and race, I would race Class 5. I just think they're a wider, heavier car. They're beam front end. It's it's more old school, but I just love the old school technology.
And they haul butt.
No, they haul ass. They're a race car for sure. But once again, we want to finish that thought. Sammy Ehrenberg and those guys have to work their way through all of that. But you got Sammy Ehrenberg and also Rob Mack know this desert better than anybody. So it's a long race, Bob Bauer.
It's their backyard.
Yep.
Yeah, just looking right now, we've got over 132 entries. No, I've got that wrong. Over 150 entries running out there today. And we've got some notables, particularly as we look back down towards the stock classes. And let's just talk about Bailey Campbell joining the RTR team. Have you seen that? That's absolutely remarkable. And we'll talk about that more later on as we watch more Class 5 cars leaving the line right now.
Well, and talking about Bailey Campbell, how fast that she's been in the Ultra 4, which I think is one of the gnarliest things to drive. She's lead hammer. She's there. So she definitely looked for her to put in a good effort.
Absolutely.
She's got great racecraft. I mean, obviously learned from one of the best, Shannon Campbell, and grew up in and around race cars her entire life.
And also getting, rolling around with her brother as well. Watching him and them growing up together in that family, immersed with it. Her husband also a racer.
Ryan's great.
Yeah, so she's surrounded by racers if she likes it or not.
And look at the machine she's getting into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the needles are pointing toward this is going to work. I think it is.
Absolutely. Oh, got a little off to the side a little bit. The Class 5 cars. Now, Bob, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
It started out as just Class 5, and this is a Class 5 Unlimited, so more suspension and stuff like that. But it started as a Baja bug with cut-off fenders.
Yeah, just a little bob the back fenders and take off the fronts. You didn't need them. And bebop through the desert. A little 1600 motor. Reliable, lasts forever, gets you everywhere. Hard to get stuck.
But not impossible.
But not impossible. You're
not
right.
Impossible. And so, Jim Marsden, we're going to be talking about more about how the people can watch. They can interact with the map. They can go back and forth. They can see what's going on. So we're going to be explaining some of that to our viewers today. That you have multiple ways to enjoy this race that, Jim Beaver, that you didn't have before. You check on this, you look on what site or this or that, but now you can sit there and you can watch and see what your driver is doing all day.
Oh yeah, I mean you can, they've got these streams, and you can, if you want to sit in the cockpit with one of these drivers that have Star Stream, you can sit there and basically be a virtual co-driver for the entire Mid 400 if you want. Not only that, but we've got this amazing live stream. I mean, we know what it takes behind the scenes to put on this live stream, and how many cameras and drones and helicopters and people in the production truck. I mean, it's a massive undertaking, and then you've got the live timing and scoring and things like that. I mean, it used to be weeks before you got this data. Now we've got it in real time at our fingertips.
Now we got the first UTVs getting ready to go.
Oh, here goes Brock.
So we see them. We got Brock Hager as well as Chase Carr. So now it's going to be interesting to see. I'm going to put my money on Brock just because of his short course experience, but so Chase Carr is going to be running out there as we see that factory but Carr actually got the jump on the outside.
Wow. Oh, look at that, diving all the way to the bottom.
But will momentum carry out? And that Brock moves out a little bit. Yeah, very professional, does not cut across. We got to keep racing here. He's going to go up, run the outside, try to carry a little bit more momentum. Can he get through those whoops faster than Carr? So watching both of these players as they go. Oh, Brock skimming the top and making a bunch of ground. So Brock Hager is now the leader of the Mid 400 when it comes to UTVs.
It took him forever.
Look at him sending that thing. All right, where's the checkered flag? How many times have you been in a race going, God, I wish this was over? Even though you're having the time of your life, you're like, I don't want to break this thing. Please be over now.
Getting into Pahrump was like that.
Yeah, here's this dry lake bed that they go across probably about 15 miles into the course. This is one of the fastest sections, about 2 miles across that dry lake bed.
Well, and we've talked about it, and I've talked to some of the drivers, depending on the condition of it. Now, if it has a little bit of rain or some rain or quite a bit, it changes the dry lake bed quite a bit. Now, we're watching the guys as they're going through those rockers before the jump as they come across. That outside line, it looks like they can double the first two, and that gives them a lot of speed going into that road crossing. These drone shots are unbelievable as we're going to be watching this. Now, this is not just going to be in the short course up front. It's going to be way in the back. So now as we get to look back, we see one of the speed cars up there on the inside.
That'd be Max Gordon.
Max had a burner of a qualifying lap yesterday.
Well, but look who he's starting next to, Caden McCachran. So you got the war of the kids.
No, that is actually Mitch Guthrie Jr. that he's actually starting alongside. Now, Max Gordon yesterday laid down an absolutely unbelievable time and was fastest in the Pro Turbo UTV class. So that's an astonishing run there from Max. But look at this, these two young men absolutely side by side. Mitch Guthrie Jr., of course, doing Dakar duties out in Saudi Arabia.
Well, Mitch Guthrie did not double, and that gave Max Gordon a chance to shoot up the inside. So Max is really fighting hard, and he sends it hard.
Yowza. Love to see that
Scan to the
landing.
right, camera, scan to the right.
Son
All right.
of a bitch. Scoop.
This looks like it is Gonzo Pit. This is out there. So as you see, the guys out there are just waiting. So you're going to see a lot of Starlinks out there and a lot of communications through Mad Media, helping these guys know where their driver's coming in. They're also still out here. What's great when you're out here, we still have cell phone coverage out there. So a lot of going back and forth. So I'm not really looking forward to it. My phone blowing up, telling me all the things that I'm doing wrong and what is happening in the race and why are we not reporting it. So
we got last year's winner out on track now, Ronnie Anderson. Looks like that is a big jump, that road crossing, man. They are full send there, but looked like Ronnie Anderson had the lead there.
Well, let's just hope that Max Gordon was okay, because that was flighting really nose heavy.
He's a Gordon. He'll be fine.
All right, Dustin Battleaxe Jones is out there on the course. Now we're looking at the in card. I think that is Brock Hager.
No, that's Dustin Battleaxe Jones.
Yeah, Dustin, as he's watching, scanning Dustin, don't be doing that.
So
with
this
the
is
steering wheel.
these guys are racing against each other. You're getting views of both cars.
And you can look how rough it is, and we're on the groom part of the race course. There is Dustin. You can't quite see his mullet. He's already wiping a little bit, but that is one heck of a driver, and he said it. It's checkers or wreckers. I'm going for the win, or I'm going to leave everything on the ground.
You know, Ricky, it looked like he had some kick in that steering wheel.
He's fighting it pretty hard right now.
That's not a happy hand.
Now, it's interesting talking to the guys that are running these Can-Ams, and they said there is a lot of kick in those steering wheels. They say they get a lot of feedback through that wheel. They said the car is absolutely phenomenal in the whoops, but once they start picking up, they can actually get a lot of feedback.
Well, right now
you have to be very careful of their thumbs.
Back and watch the start. A couple more Can-Ams. You can see that unique arm in the front, how it comes around. A lot of people are going, oh, what if you get a stick put in there? Trust me, Can-Am did enough testing to know if that's going to be a problem, but they really like the way that works. A lot of the guys, you can tell the short course guys that don't send it over that jump.
Well, and I want to make mention when we see some of those shots outside, watch the pin flags there in the short course section. The wind is starting to pick up here in Prim, which means this first lap, the dust that we thought might be there is now going to be blown off pretty quick. So I'm expecting a pretty fast lap here, lap number 1, if this wind continues to pick up.
Yeah, you know what, Bob, you're absolutely right. Watch Dustin's hands. He's working really hard, and you think about doing that for 8 hours
all day.
It is going to, and that's why he's in such great shape. I mean, he works hard at his craft.
He was worried about his hands getting cold.
Yeah, that Brandon Sims. You're going to have plenty of blood flowing, and also the sun's coming out. So I think we're going to have it's a great day for racing.
We got to have Sarah Price starting here pretty quick.
Yep,
I think she's already out in course.
Yeah, I think so. It's been hard to follow.
It is. There's so much action here as we're with Braden Baker right now. UTV Pro Open. And let's just talk about those classes. So we've got UTV Pro Stock Limited. We've also got UTV Pro Normally Aspirated. Then we've also got UTV Pro Turbo, UTV Pro, and UTV Pro Stock. So lots for us to keep you entertained with as we watch one of our Class 10s.
That's Mark Lewis.
Just trying to catch a number there as we see them going out onto course.
Get them dance through the whoops.
Both drivers taking that right line, getting a good run at it.
Starting to see this difference in variations and styles.
Ooh. Yeah. I don't know what it did to him, but that made me pucker really hard. This looks like the Potts car. This could be Cole. Yes, it is. This is Cole Potts. He is starting for his brother because his brother was in school yesterday. He could not play hooky. Jim, that's a ditching school for you. I don't know what you call ditching school over in England. But anyhow, he didn't play hooky, and so Cole is out there. I think going to run the first 2 laps, and then he'll pass it over to his brother.
Yeah, it's great to see them running out here now. Is that Sierra Romo?
That looks like that is Sierra Romo, correct.
Saw her down in Fremont Street yesterday, signing posters for the fans.
We should have Carson Warnemont, that new Kawasaki ride, coming up next.
Once again, Cole Potts, as he's running around, look, clean air. Oh, big swap. You can see how big those bumps are. And as you said, that is like an unlimited buggy with a smaller motor, and you can see how rough it is already. This is the first lap, guys, and it's already kicking these guys really hard.
And there is that Kawasaki Carson Warnemont's there.
Yep.
Now, talk to us about that. Would you be happy with this starting position? Are they?
No.
No, they had some issues yesterday in qualifying.
I heard the broken axle.
Yeah, so they definitely not happy. They're expecting to go and put it to Can-Am and Polaris out here, and he's going to have his work cut out for him, starting 15, 20 cars deep. But I think he's got what it takes.
But I don't think there's a steadier mind in the desert than Russ Warnemont. They got a tough starting.
Well, but when it comes to this, Bob and Jim, there's testing, and this is their proving ground. Now, I've heard they had 4 days in the car. That's not a lot of time in the car.
No.
So you're going to have bugs, and things are going to break, and things are going to learn. But just let's keep an eye on the long run. He's going to find out, well, that setup was wrong. This is breaking. Here's the weak link. But you can't make a tank that's not going to break, because how much lighter could it be? So when it comes to developing a car, there is going to be woes, and there's going to be high. You see in F1, Ferrari comes out with a new car. It doesn't work for a year. McLaren comes out with, it doesn't work for a year. Everybody, it takes a while for the car to learn, even though it was the best on the drawing board ever.
Well, and Ricky, obviously you know both parties, but I'm like, you put Kawasaki corporate and you put Russ Warnemont together, both like to win, and they do not take second place. You know firsthand with both those parties, so you know this program's going to be fast.
Well, I was talking to Bruce Sternstrom, who's the racing team manager for Kawasaki, and Derek Navig yesterday, and they're excited about it. They love it. Now you got guys like Steve Austin coming out here wanting to race Kawasaki. You got Jeremy McGrath, who is the spokesman for them and does the behind the scenes with Supercross. So they are committed to this side by side, and I love it. I would just wish Honda would step their program up, and I wish Yamaha would come back hard as well, because we see speed. Robbie's putting a lot of effort out there with Max and the other guys, and also Polaris and Can-Am is doing a great job, but I want to see more manufacturer support for these guys out there. So it's awesome to see Kawasaki step up with guys like Steve Austin and also definitely Carson Warnemont.
Yeah, well, Jeremy McGrath, I think he won at King of the Hammers,
yes,
right?
He did.
The GOAT now all of a sudden is finding his footing in side-by-side racing. That's it's going to be...
The McGrath knows Supercross, and McGrath knows rocks too. But what I love about him, he's an enthusiast. I'm down pre-running for the Baja 1000. Next thing I know, I'm going out to Ojos Negros. Who do I see? He's getting gas. Jeremy McGrath. He's been down there for a week with Carl Scanlon, Scott Bell, having a good time. So he's immersed in this community. He's not just I'm a Supercross guy and I'll just go play around. Because Bob, to be good at this, you got to be in it all the time.
You have to be a student of your sport, and you have to live it all the time.
Yep.
And in fact, when it's meant for you, you don't have a choice. It's in your head. It's not going anywhere else.
And I also like to say we're drug addicts, and so once the needle's in, we're going to keep going. But Jim Marsden, as we're watching the Class 10 cars as they're working this desert, you can see it is already really rough out there.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm just watching at the moment, just seeing who's pushing their way out ahead.
That's Jordan Souza Price there in the Class 10.
And if you want to stay up with the action, do pop over to the mint400.com. You'll be able to find live scoring, and you will also be able to find all your live tracking out there. Now, this year we've got multiple points in the desert, we've got timing loops, and we'll be able to bring you split times as our cars hit these.
Well, and as the racers, it looks like this is Mark Burnett as he starts to work his way out onto the course. Is that with navigation the way it is, when I did this race, I haven't done it in a long time, but with the multiple laps, I was telling my guy, drop notes, drop a red, drop a yellow, because some of the little silt beds get deeper and deeper. Oh, I saw a big reaction.
That was just a full send by Mark Burnett over the road crossing.
Scared me half to death.
Exactly. I'll be right back. I just had him. Oh, and he did. He sent it too hard, and Mark Burnett up and over and on his side. So that's in a tough spot because it's right on the other side. So the other trucks, they'll probably get him back on his two wheels, but that was a big, big send. So tough break for Mark Burnett.
So, Ricky, what is Mark Burnett saying to himself right now?
Oh, you don't even want to hear it. He's just like, you blink and he blink, and now watch as he comes, he sends it. The front goes, then the back kicks. The back spring kicks him up. Now watch. Misses the wheels and then down on the bumper and over and over. So it was good to see the window net down. They were also pushing the roof off of the vehicle to get out. So everybody is out and everybody is okay. That is a testament to neck support, good safety belts, also like the Sparco, the composite seats holds everybody tight, and look at that cage is not compromised, but that's going to be the end of the day for Mark Burnett.
Yeah, Mark, frustrated guy. He knows how to win races. I mean, he's a Baja veteran. The guy spends a ton of time down in Mexico south of the border. I know he's helped Mark course before and things like that, and just he knows how to get 400 miles in a race, but today was just a tough break for Mark.
Oh.
But it happens to the best of them. Let's not forget we saw Dale Dundell, of course, an absolute legend here, turn his car into a lawn dart just off the start. So it can really bite you hard. And this is what you're saying. You've got to be 100% concentration at all times.
And have enough, mental toughness to hold back that little edge as you leave. Just hold it back.
All right, as we're going to shoot to on course, this is the first car through Thumpers. Now, Jim, you've done this going up and you've done it going down. Which way do you like better?
Well, going down, it's like a freight train ride.
It scares the crap out of me because I start floating, missing them, and I'm like, oh.
Going down, it is definitely fast.
It's fast and it's a little bit scary, but you can see how big in the distance between them. This is a full race car, Class 10, full suspension, basically unlimited suspension. It is limited, but when it comes to what they have is unbelievable. They got a bypass shock, they got a coil carrier, but you can see they can't quite get on top. So if you watch today and tomorrow, you'll see the big trucks get that speed and flump from bump to bump.
So we're at about mile 20 right about here. Give you an idea of where we are.
Are you asking or are you telling?
I'm telling.
All righty. You are absolutely right. Thumpers is in a spectator area 4 race mile. So you just got to have a little more.
Just tell me again how right
authority.
I am. Well, I love that.
I know.
The thing about Thumpers, and we'll watch it play out throughout the day, but the fast line, there's that left line that, and he's on the right line, but you're going to see guys move back and forth, try and find the fast ground, and depending on what class, might be able to make some passes, even the rougher section. So that's an interesting part of the course that we're going to see a lot of passing on later on this weekend.
And now notice, I didn't mean to cut you guys off, but notice that we have a little bit of wind. It's pushing that dust off to the side, and you can see when they're going down, they just keep cheating to the left because the wind is blowing from the left to the right. So we have a little bit of wind right now, and that is going to be great for our racers.
Well, you know who's loving life right now is going to be Brock Hager. He was worried about going through the 5s and the 10s, and he's going to have some of that clean air.
All right, so now now notice that Cole Posh just decided, you know what, I'm not going to the left line, I'm going to jump over to the right line. And you're thinking, wow, why is he going so slow? He's probably going about 50 miles an hour right now, but the bumps there are so big. They're about 4 foot from bottom to top, and they're about 40 feet across.
Now, this is going to be the interesting bit. This is where we're going to see the difference possibly between the Class 10s and the UTVs.
Well, and then that's the thing. With these bumps are so big, these guys are running 35-inch tires and stuff like that, and there's just not enough speed to get on top.
Well, you know what I'm saying is this, he's not flying it. He's not going across stutter bumps. He's keeping the tires on the ground. He's using the suspension, but he's using just the spring. I don't see any bump stop hits at all like that. So the car's happy.
But I see his window net down, and he is missing a rear tire. He's missing a spare tire. So maybe Cole Potts has already had to change a flat. But he's second on course because he's the second car that we've seen come through there. As we see the ambulance down there, we see everybody out there got the car on all 4 wheels. But back to finish the thought about Cole Potts, did he have to change a tire because the co-driver was out and the window net was down?
Whoa. Well, I've been watching on the tracker, which you can catch up with on the mint400.com, and the only car I've seen stationary so far would be Brody Aikens, but you are absolutely right. It does look like he's had a stop, but then I have to question that, because if you're going to have a stop, even in one of these cars, you're looking at an absolute minimum of 2 minutes to change a tyre. And to be that close behind Bellefontaine, I'm not so sure whether we're just seeing a misfunction there with the window net.
Yeah, absolutely. You could be right. As we're watching the other vehicles as they start to come through here, and it's great. I hope we have you spectators here today and tomorrow to watch the difference in the vehicles and how they work and how fast they're going and stuff like that, because this is the limited class. There's a certain size tire, certain size suspension, certain size motor, all of that. You have to keep it within those boundaries. But let me just tell you, when you're in that as a race car, that's not their fastest section, Jim Beaver, so that they don't look the most impressive there.
No, and going back to the spare tire change, and I'd like Ricky's opinion on this, but I've always said it doesn't matter if it takes you 90 seconds to do a spare tire change. A spare tire change on lap 1 takes longer than a spare tire change on lap 4 because it penalizes you more. Everybody's bunched up. There's people are able to get around you quicker. When you got 3-4 minute gaps, you can take that 90 seconds, always make the time back. But when you lose 3 or 4 spots on course, it penalizes you.
That hurts.
Yeah, as the racing continues here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, I can tell you now, as they hit the first timing split, in first position it is Elliot Watson, in second it's Casey Bellefontaine, and in third it's Cole Potts. But we're going to be back live with more action. We're just going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we will see you very shortly here for more of the best racing you will ever see.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. And you're joining us as we continue the racing action as more cars leave the start line. Over 130 starters here today in the limited races.
And Jim, we got to remember, there's 150 cars taking off. We see in the leaders that are up at race mile 20, which Bob was so right when he said that at the Thumpers. As we see the Class 10 cars up there, as we're watching more UTVs as they start to go. But Jim, let's talk about how this race is won. It's not who crosses the line first. It's on adjusted time.
It is indeed. So everybody, as you start, doesn't matter if you start in 100th position, your clock stop. Oh my word, look at this.
We've had another crash in the same exact spot. The guys are sending it a little bit too hard. He went end over end, but this guy landed on his wheels. It blew his spare off. He's getting out to see what's going on, but that's a tough deal because as they're coming across, we've seen a lot of guys taking their time, but just running a little bit too hard. They're out of the car really quick and wanting to get away from it. But so something's leaking. I don't know if that's their fuel or whatever it is, but both drivers, you can see they're like, hey, you okay? I'm okay. And the driver's just disgusted with himself. I've been there. My heart, as Ricky Carmichael says, I hate that for you, but guess what? It just happens. It's part of a racing deal.
He's doing the mad dance.
Oh God! Like I said, it makes me sick to my stomach for him because, as I said, I've been there. You're like we're not even in the desert yet, and I've already crashed the car. So once again, I just feel bad for him. Now look at how deep the ruts are getting already. This is lap one. As we're watching one, it looks like on the in car, one of the cameras, Bob. But already we're seeing deep ruts.
Absolutely.
seeing moisture, too.
Yep, we're seeing some moisture, which is great, but you can see how deep those ruts are, Jim.
Yeah, I think this is Dustin Battleaxe Jones here that we're watching, and he's on absolute tear right now. Now, I'm getting some timings coming through as our lead cars start to hit our timing loop, and at the moment we have got 10 vehicles that are crossing the line. All Class 10s at the moment. We've got Mike Aguila in 10th, Neil Drickey in 9th, Jordan Souza Price in 8th, Ted Baker in 7th, Hector Garcia in 6th, TJ Fisher in 5th, Cole Potts in 4th, Mark Lewis in 3rd, Casey Bellafontaine in 2nd. But right now it's Elliot Watson who has the lead on adjusted time. But I think that's going to change once we see the other vehicles and the other classes starting to make their way through.
Well, I got to say, the UTVs looked faster through the thumpers than the 10 cars.
Oh, did they?
Well,
did they really?
Easy
Come on,
there, big fella.
I'm surprised.
I'm throwing you a little sunshine, but that doesn't mean everything. As we're watching one of the UTVs catch one of the 5 cars. So right now we can see that those guys are deep into that Class 5 field, and they got to work their way through there.
There's a little pass going on there.
Hey, Bob, remember what I said about don't think about the finish too early? And that's
right.
what you're doing. You're getting a little too excited.
Well, you're baiting me. And it's working.
I'm setting you out there.
Okay, so as we're waiting for this vehicle to be recovered, and it's frustrating when you're sitting on the start line, you're sitting there going, what's happening? Why are we not running? Why are there no starters? And then there'll be people wandering over and telling you. And it comes back to that communication thing that we were saying about earlier. Have you got radio comms with your team? Have you also got your internet technology up and running so that you can actually see what's happening? I mean, let's not be... I know there's guys out there who are actually running with the live show running inside their vehicle so they can stay in touch with what's going on. Crazy. But here we go. We're just cutting to some live timing there coming up, and you can see at the moment our fastest car.
It's Elliot Watson leading.
Yeah.
Looks like leader through the quarry now.
Yeah, and I've just actually got some news. As we're watching that updating, I can tell you that I'm watching some of the later information coming through as we watch this on the stage. Cody Bradbury in a UTV has crossed the timing loop in the fastest time so far with an 8:25, and he's just been taken by Brock Hager. So at the moment on adjusted time, it is Brock Hager who is our current race leader.
Well, sounds like a race is breaking out.
It does. Now, Bob, let's not be smug at this point. There's a long way to go.
I was going to say, Bob,
Yeah.
Bob, I'm going to slap that smile off. We're not there yet. But you know what? Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm going to get you that cup of tea. I'll get you and Jim both a cup of tea. How's that?
Maybe I'm just wound up like a 10-day clock. I can't wait to see this race get moving, you know?
Oh, damn. First Bobism, 10-day clock. That means you got to wind it up tight and it goes really fast and then slows down.
I know the slowdown part real well.
Hang on to that energy, buddy. We got a long race to go. But hey, right there, you can't bet against somebody that's won the Dakar Rally, the Baja 1000, King of the Hammers. You got to always count on him.
Well, and Brock Hager and Cody Bradbury starting side by side. Bradbury, maybe not quite as big a name as Brock Hager, but Bradbury been around for a long time, bounced in and out of some factory programs with some support. Won a lot of races. I mean, a lot of races. So Bradbury looks like on a mission today, and I tell you what, he's got that switch he can flip into kill mode.
Yeah, we're going to see lots of changes up the front. At the moment, going into second position on adjusted typo is Michael McFadden. So he's pushing hard, and Caden McCachran is also right up there in fourth position. So right now we've got 4 UTVs leading ahead of the Class 10. So they push their way through at about a third of them. No, not even a third of the way through the first lap.
How many of the UTVs are ahead of the 10s? I lost that number.
I believe that was 4.
4.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
like I said.
That's more than 0.
Keep it up, because when you eat that sandwich at the end of it, it's going to taste really bitter. We were just watching Ronnie Jones as he works his way through the thumpers. And once again, we got to watch him. Once he's pigeonholed like me in motocross. Oh, you're that motocross guy. Well, no, I've been racing trucks for 25 years.
Yeah.
But Ronnie is pigeonholed as a short course racer, but a very, very established. He's won this race. He knows what it takes to get to the finish line.
But we've also got to pay attention to the fact that the UTVs have got to make their way through the Class 5s. They've got to make their way through the Class 10s if they do want to get ahead of them. Now,
but the point that I wanted to make is once we get in lap 2, lap 3, and so on, that those leaders, the Class 10 cars, are going to be stuck inside. Now they're going to be behind a bunch of UTVs or broken other cars. So there's going to be traffic for everybody. But this first lap, the UTVs have to work through the 5s.
We touched on it earlier on today. Now, we saw that Cole Potts, or Curie Potts, as when Tiff was interviewing him, saying that they're probably going to take a splash and dash of fuel on every single lap. Now, we know that some of these UTVs are capable of 2 laps without refueling. So I think we're going to see some pit strategy there, where we're going to see cars being overtaken in the pits for sure.
Well, and the tires aren't, because the UTVs are all-wheel drive, so they get a really good distance on their tires because they're not wearing them out. But the rocks and the cuts and the things like that, so when they come in for a splash, the pit crew is going to go around, look for those bubbles on the side if they've hit a rock or a cut, and they're going to go, we're going to change it now. So the tire changes aren't planned, Jim Beaver, but they're necessary.
No, and you're absolutely right. And side-by-sides, unlike the trucks, they're able to go an entire Mint 400 on the same set of tires. But, when they do pull in, you're definitely looking, because it's a whole lot quicker to change a tire in the pits than it will be, out on track. So it's better to take that extra 20, 30 seconds in the pit, swap it out, make sure they don't have to get out of the car, lose their momentum, lose their mojo, out on course. So if there's any kind of damage whatsoever to the tire, you're going to see them swap it in the pits.
Well, they'll do it in the pits in maybe, 45, 60 seconds tops. And you do it in the desert, you're looking at 3 or 4 times that amount of time you're going to lose.
Well, with technology and stuff like that, and how fast the guys are swapping tires and stuff, it takes more time to put in fuel. Fortunately for these guys, it's not a very big fuel cell. It doesn't take much to fill them up. But but the trick trucks and unlimited trucks, it takes a while to put in 100 and some gallons.
Ricky, how many gallons you guys run with the Dulcilla?
A couple more than 10. We're over 100 gallons.
Over 100.
Yeah. We're running right about 170 miles in San Felipe, and then down in the Bon 1000, we're a little bit slower. We got up to 200 miles. So you got to adjust back and forth. Now this is going to be for the unlimited trucks, a lot of throttle, a lot of gas, because the wheels are in the air and you're jumping from bump to bump. So it's going to be a very heavy throttle. But when I was talking to Ryan Arciero, when he's going across the dry lake bed and he gets up there they're trying to break 160. No one's done it yet. But when they get up there over 140 and stuff, he's actually letting off the gas to let the tire,
a little bit more bite,
or let the tire catch up. Just like if you're getting stuck in the snow. If you've ever done it, you go to hit the gas, it spins, you let off, the tire gets traction and moves forward. Same when you're getting stuck in the sand.
Tire trivia, ready for a question?
Yeah, I'm ready.
At what point does a tire's tread demonstrate its maximum ability for traction? At which moment?
Which moment? Oh, I'm going to say on a decel.
The minute it just takes traction first, the first moment.
So first traction.
The slower you turn that tire, the more traction you're going to get. So when you see guys in a race at the bottom of the hill and they're just burning those tires up, wheel speed's going to keep them at the bottom of the hill.
Same thing's happening with Ryan Arciero going across the dry lake bed at 140.
It's the same thing.
Oh,
another one up and over.
Nice.
Same spot. Everybody's rushing that a little too. That was a hard hit.
That was.
Look at the cages bent on the right side. So, it's completely twisted off to the side, but I can see him. He's like, it's still rolling, so I'm going to, that was a hard hit.
That was a hard hit. This is where, crews need to come into play here and be radioing their drivers.
Okay, as we're watch as he comes at full speed, as he comes in, the back rebounds, boom, starts chasing the front. Next thing you know, hooks the bumper up and over. Man, the drone was in the car with him. 1, 2, that was the hard hit right there that folded the cage off to the right. But it did its job. Parts. And I'll be honest with you, that cage collapsing a little bit probably saved them from a big shock, because the cage took it. It's just like a helmet. It's not designed to take 1,000 hits. It's designed to take one and absorb
dissipate the energy.
And that's exactly what happened. So yeah, you're afraid for the drivers inside, but that definitely helped them out.
Yeah, as we continue with the action here, I'm just getting some watching my tracker. I can see that what was our race leader, Casey Belafontaine, is miles off course at the moment. So I do wonder if he has a problem. I'll keep you honest on that as we continue here with the action. But Bob, I've got some more news for you that you're going to enjoy.
Oh boy!
God, are we going to listen to this crap all day or what?
Right, in 10th position at the moment, and this is all on adjusted time. 10th position and first in class is Dustin Jones. Then in 9th position, first in class is Elliot Watson in the 10 car. In 8th position and 8th in class is Smith Guthrie Jr. In 7th position, 7th in class is Ronnie Anderson. In 6th position, 6th in class, Caden McCachran. In 5th position and 5th in class, Braden Baker. In 4th in position and 4th in class is Carson Wernemont. And 3rd in position and 3rd in class, Cody Bradbury. And the top two still remain the same. 2nd is Michael McFadden, and 1st at the moment is Brock Hager.
Oh, that is awesome.
This is going to develop into a neat deal, guys.
I want to talk about McFadden for a second. This kid, I raced against him 3 or 4 years ago and was running Unlimited, and we had a great battle. I think I ended up 2nd in the championship, and I think he ended up 3rd in the championship. He was only 15 at the time, and fast forward, he's probably about 18. But that kid is a world-class talent, and he's slowly started to pick up some funding and some sponsors and things like that. His dad's really involved. Great family, but I'm telling you, that kid, watch this space. The next 5 years, you're going to hear a lot about him.
Well, and he's in a perfect spot. He's ahead of Brock Hager on time and behind him. So as long as he stays right there all day long, if Brock makes a run at it, he can go run with him. But as you said, he's got knowledge. He's been racing since he was a very young man, even though he still is a very young man. But when you go from 15 to 18, you've matured quite a bit, especially when you're behind the wheel. If he just hangs right there, he shouldn't try to catch him past Brock Hager. He needs to stay right there and run with Brock all day long.
Something's going to happen.
As far
They're going to tear that all apart.
Yeah, that's racing. You pull your brain out, you put your helmet on, and you let it rip.
Yeah.
So here we're seeing both UTVs and the Class 5 cars, and it gives them both different lines. So as you were saying, Jim, a lot of times, preferably is the right lane. It feels like a little bit smaller, a little bit more room to get side to side. But if somebody's in your lane, you definitely got to want to get over to the right lane, like you can see here in the left lane, and then make a pass.
Well, do you know what the story is for me right now? Is I'm just watching the tracker, and I'm watching the way that the UTVs are picking their way through the Class 5s and the Class 10s. Are we going to see a UTV leading this race come lap 2?
You mean overall?
Yes.
It can happen, but when you got kids like Elliot, well, I say kids, young men like Elliot Watson up there, as well as Cole Potts, it's going to be hard for them to catch them and go, because the course, depending on where it's at and how rough it is and how square edged it is, it's going to be interesting. I'm still going to stick to my guns, even though Bob's like a Chester cat here, smiling ear to ear. But like I said, I got faith. I'm gonna throw my money on Elliott and Belafonte at this point. Well, you said Belafonte is off course.
I'm just going to show you this. This is the main race here. This is Belafontaine.
Yeah, something's gone wrong.
Yes.
Because I was going to say, if he was heading back towards the highway, that means he broke his vehicle. He's on a chase road trying to get out of there. But something happened to his tracker, and it's not reading quite right.
Or he's just as lost as last year's Easter egg. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay, number 2, last year's Easter egg.
Here comes that section I was talking about, where you get on that old pavement section. It's about a mile long. Looks like, well, they're getting off of it. Yeah, they shortened it up.
Wow, that is the shortest mile I've ever seen.
Oh.
That looks like that is Ronnie Anderson in the Nas entry. Once again, he's won this race. He knows what it takes, and the Anderson boys know what's going on. Obviously, their fathers taught them well. Their mothers give them great support. So we got to make sure that we don't count him out.
Well, and Ronnie's strategy last year, he just put in a very clean couple of first laps, and then he made his push late in the race and ended up winning. And I think, judging by where he's at right now, he's just racing clean, wants to make sure the car's all there, and then lap 3 and 4, they'll throw the hammer down and really push.
Well, and the race and the other races that the guys have done aren't as rough as this, and why it's so rough here is that hard edge. It breaks away, and then you have those square edges that it's like nothing. That's why it's hard on axles, because when your wheel is spinning, then it grabs that bedrock and it wants to pull pull the axle out of it, or break drive shafts, or tear up rear gears in the 2-wheel drive trucks. So this course is so diverse but so rough all day long.
Well, and the rocks get kicked out, and obviously we have the Mint 400 here, but there's other series that race in this area also. A lot of recreationalists come out here on the weekends and things like that. This course gets a lot of traffic throughout the winter, and man, it just chews it up.
Well, and usually, we see Dustin Jones on the side of the road, helmet off, working on something. So very, very tough day for Dustin Battle Axe Jones. It looks like they're working something. Could be an axle, could be a trailing arm on the left side. We can see his co-driver out. So right at this point, but notice how his wheel is just steering off to the right. So there could have been a leak or a line, something wrong with it when it comes to it, or they were just jacking the vehicle up and it's turning the wheel. So it's complete speculation.
Is that where the clutches are, down there lower left?
Yes. Yeah, the clutches are there.
Because I'm thinking if he's on the pipe and he's pushing it, he said go for broke. I wonder if he overdid the clutch.
Well, but the Can-Ams don't have a belt.
Yeah,
they got the transmission.
The new Can-Ams, he's in a Maverick R, so he's not going to have to worry about this.
So
the old Can-Ams, yes, but the new ones, it wouldn't be a belt issue.
And the other thing to notice with this, he actually has his helmet off. If this was a fast repair, their helmets would still be on. And also the other thing is, look how far he is off the racing line. This is pulling away because they know they've got a serious problem. So real tough break there for Dustin Battle Axe Jones.
Oh no!
So I do not want to count him out, but right now you can see him. He's pulling gloves off. Both helmets are off. They have a serious issue for Dustin Jones.
We're going to be working on this for a while.
Yep. As Ricky Carmichael says, I hate it for him. Yep. We got more cars off to the side. So something's going on with our trackers at this point. So if you are watching and you're going to the mint.com, mint400.com, and you're looking at the tracking map, we do show some things off to the side. I don't know it's where the way the satellites are picking them up or what the problem is, but we have some guys way, way, way off to the left. That's way too far. Of course, you saw Dustin Jones. He's about 50 yards. He's in a safe spot. He did the right thing. Get out of the way. I'm not getting dusted, and if something goes wrong, no one's going to run into me. So he's doing the right thing, but he's working on his car. And if we were looking at the tracker, it's going to be just off the track. So already we've had action here.
Yep.
It's starting up. Bob, take the smile off your face. All the UTVs are kicking.
I'm doing my best. I am doing my best.
I know but you can't wait to just throw it in my face. But right now we have the UTVs out front, but our defending champion is on the side of the road and broken.
And busy.
Yes, very, very busy. Gloves off, helmet off. They're working on something on that left rear. What that is there something with the trailing arm? Did he hit a rock? Did he blow an axle out? I don't know what. We don't know what the situation is. If somebody knows, then they could text us. Would be great. Would be to know what's going on.
Yeah, he's got to have communications with his teams and things like that. I mean, they must know what's going on.
Yeah, a lot, because in here you run a repeater. Remember, we had the weatherman down in Baja. They would go up and run a hot air balloon, and so you can scan out and repeat. So you can get a lot of information. But a lot of these guys have satellite radios, so they can say, I'm down here, this or that. But a chase truck cannot come out and assist him here. This is not like in Mexico where you can get out on the course and help the drivers. Here it's a closed course, and so that another competitor, hypothetical, if he needs an axle, needs something, can bring him apart, but a chase truck cannot come out. As soon as they do that, they're disqualified. So back to more action. Looks like we're in the gravel pit. Jim Beavers, you've been through this many times.
Yeah, that quarry, the funny thing about it is it really looks unassuming for here, but you see all those rocks on the sides, that's underneath as well.
Yes.
And it's very rocky, very jaggy. It's harder. I mean, you want to say hard as a rock, it's a quarry, but very hard ground. It's really easy to slit a tire, cut a tire, slide into one of those berms, and it just hits the sidewall just right. It's really an abusive section.
And again, to get an idea, you look in the background, you can see the highway going back and forth. That is Highway 15 running north and south. We are down in Primm, Nevada, right at the state line, but that's people going back and forth either to Vegas or somewhere else.
Okay, Ricky, we were just looking then and we were thinking to ourselves, are we seeing some vehicles going the wrong way on course here? And what it is we're running two loops today. We're running a 90-mile loop and we're running a 73-mile loop, depending on which class that they're actually in. And so you've got to make sure that you're watching the correct tracker to make sure that you're following your cars on the right loop.
So we don't have a bunch of cars lost in the
No,
desert.
we don't have a bunch of cars lost in the desert.
I thought that maybe there was a party that we didn't get invited to, Marston.
Now, that wouldn't be the first time, Mr. Beaver.
Probably won't be the last either. I love this shot, though, where you've got the helicopter over the car and we're sitting, you know what I mean, following it along. Such a beautiful shot there.
No, and that's the thing. With that, we're going to get a lot of shots from the helicopters, which is going to be awesome for us to watch. But those drones are, I mean, that one car that was flipping, the drone was like right on him. I mean, you could almost smell the oil. He was so close to him. But as we're watching the UTVs as they start to work, now Jim, as the day goes, you can see you got a right lane and a left lane. You know, sometimes that right lane is better, but in some cases that is a graded road and it's off limits. So some people might think, why don't you just move off to the right? Well, they've had a driver's meeting. They let them know you have to stay on course because a lot of times those are the recovery roads.
Well, and as you know, Ricky, I mean, us being drivers, sometimes if you got somebody chasing you, you take the line that's a little rougher if the wind's blowing right, because it blows dust all over the faster line and it prevents a pass.
Another side, that looks like another side-by-side. I can't see who that is. This is off to the side, so in a tough spot. But you notice he's pulled himself over. It looks like he's close to the course, but see where the main course goes as he's rolling through. I think that's the Fox Proving
Grounds.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Yep, Fox Proving Ground. As you can see, the banners as they're blowing through, pulled himself in a safe position. But this part of the course, you can see how big those bumps are: 3, 4, and 5 foot tall. Which people think, no, they're not. When you get into a car, they're pretty unbelievable how deep they are. All right, looks like we're getting over into the sand whoops as they're starting to work through a race mile 50. So this looks like it could be possibly Cole Potts or...
it should be Casey Belafontaine if it is the first place car.
He is moving.
Yeah, he's got a good run going.
Yeah, that is Belafontaine there. Look at the pace.
So that's a great thing, Jim, because remember we saw his tracker way off to the side. Now, did it come back?
I can tell you what happened there. We're running 2 courses today. We're running a 90-mile course and we're running a 73-mile course, depending on your class. What happened is it depends on which tracker you're looking at, and you have to expand the correct tracker.
Okay.
So they are absolutely on course.
So now we're seeing a slight change that they're running. Is the course? I hate to say this because I don't know. Is the course different? Are they cutting them into the desert early?
It looked to me like maybe it was at the road crossing, and they're trying to avoid that. Maybe they're still fixing cars that were rolled earlier or something. You know, towing them. I don't know. Maybe they're bypassing that section.
So we apologize that we don't have that information, but as we're watching more of the UTVs as they start to take off, notice when they come up to the road crossing here where we saw a couple drivers crash earlier, they'll come over this jump and then you're going to see them do a hard left. So as they come up to the jump, they're slowing them down and they're hanging a hard left. So a slight track altercation. Don't know if something...
Oh, they've got, looks like Dave Nearbass there with, safety team, and man, they do a great job. So
yeah, Dave, you don't want to see him, but you're always great when you do see him if you're having a problem. So Dave is one of those guys that tirelessly out there all day, all night.
Yeah, and people who are watching some information on Sarah Price, she's currently running in 34th position and first in class. So we've now got 43 cars that have managed to cross their way across the first timing loop. And right now our race leaders on adjusted time are Brock Hager, Michael McFadden, Cody Braidbury, Carsten Wernemont, Braden Baker, Brandon Sims, Caden McCachran, Ronnie Anderson, Mitch Guthrie Jr., and then it is Elliot Watson, who's the highest placed number 10 car right now.
And we got that Kawasaki right there. That could be Stoll Cone Steve Austin as he starts his run. And as he said, you know, he's a professional athlete, obviously done everything when it comes under the sun when it comes to wrestling and stuff like that. But when you get into that race car, you, as Bob was saying and you were saying, you got to become one with it and trust it and dance with it.
Yeah, and there's he's racing with the GFI guys out of Reno, and they've got a shop up there that specializes in KRXs and Kawasaki's, and they do a great job. And Steve started running under their camp, and they're prepping his cars, and they've got a couple cars running here. But man, great group of guys out there out of Reno.
Yeah, so you can watch the detour, and was pretty amazing that the drivers were being as cordial to each other as they could, but in that area you have to slow down. You see the red flag slowing them down. That means they're changing direction. You got Big Dave's truck up there showing him not to go across there. Oh, this guy went the wrong way, so he's got to turn around and then come back. So what they're doing is that's going to cost him quite a bit of time.
A dozen red flags wasn't a big enough red flag, I guess.
Yeah, we've got to say a massive shout out to Race Ops here for being able to turn this race around so quickly, realise there's an issue, sort the issue, and get the cars back on track and get them back racing.
Yeah, and he's like, which way do I go? You got to go that way. What would be great is if they had some gloves that showed people where to go.
Now, who does such a thing?
I know. Oh, wait a minute. You see me gloves. You can go on and go get those, and then everyone would have a stop and go sign on their hand.
Yeah, it's always a great idea to roost the marshals that are showing you where to go as well.
Yep. Now you're back on track. So, and the thing people need to know, these guys did not get a lap. This is their first time seeing the course.
Yeah.
Yes.
So today you'll see in some of the limited classes, you'll see some of the other trucks put an entry out there so that they can go run and get their practice laps in. More UTVs, unbelievable. Here we're seeing Austin. Oh, you got Stolcone and Steve Austin, which I thought he was in the other Kawasaki, but this could be Stolcone right now. I think he was up. Dustin Jones is back in the vehicle, so that is awesome to see him get back in there. He's gonna lose a lot of time, and he's been passed by a lot of drivers. But I'm never gonna count out Dustin Battle Axe Jones. That guy is such a stud, works hard, and what's great is that he was out helping his mechanic, getting himself going. I got a little text a few minutes ago from my co-driver Victor, and I just stand out and watch Victor. I hand him tools. Hey, Victor, I think you need to fix this, fix that.
I'll be honest with you. I'm my co-driver, my cousin Brian. Same thing. I just assist him.
Yeah. What do you need? Are you hungry? Would you like a snack? Would you like a drink? But yeah, I'm not the most mechanically inclined. I'm not bad, but if I have to, I can. But Victor's my man. So it's great to see, as I said, Dustin Jones back in the vehicle. You can see him getting everything set, getting his neck roll. You can see his co-driver's buckled in, and now he's going to get back on course. He's trying to find his pumper hose, get moving as quick as you can.
Snugging the belts down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult things to do when you're getting back in the car, particularly if you got out of the car fast. You haven't undone your belts properly. You've got to get your belts back over your neck brace. You've got to get your gloves on. So you're looking for your communication so you can plug that back in. You're looking for that hose so you can plug that back in. There's so much going on. Then you've got to remember to do your door net. All of these things going through your mind. And all you can do is feel those seconds bleeding away.
Exactly. You think everybody in front of me and behind me is having a perfect day, and they're killing me. But what I try to tell people that are new to the sport, you see Dustin getting back on track, is you have to have a sequence, and you need to practice. You need to practice getting out of the vehicle, doing your belts, because when you have your helmet on, you can't see. You got to do it by feel. And so the sequence that I like, if I get a flat tire, first thing I do is apologize to my co-driver Victor. I'm sorry. I'll try not to do it again. But when he gets in, first thing he does is put his window net up. And then he puts his lap belt on, and then I start rolling, and I start rolling slow, so I'm moving and making sure that I'm clear, that nobody behind me. And then he tells me when he has his radio on and he's buckled in, then it's time to go. So I love some of the new technology where they have the cam locks, and you can clip them in one at a time.
Now I've got some news for you. I'm just watching as we watch Caro Potts there being driven by Cole Potts.
Yep.
I can tell you now, he is a hunted man, because there is Brock Hager only has, I'm just looking on my tracker here, I believe 6 or 7 Class 10 cars in front of him.
Wow. Well, and we knew they were going to be fast, but I honestly, I'm going to stick to my guns that I thought the 10 car through the bumps and stuff would be faster. But the theory goes, the guys are running the same size tires in the side-by-side, and they have all-wheel drive. And some of them, like the Can-Am has got the shifting, it doesn't have the belt, but Can-Am's or Polaris's technology with the belt is so good nowadays. They can run them so much faster. And then they also have the gauges, Jim, you could talk about this, that lets them know when they're getting into the red zone.
Yeah, you definitely have, and I think honestly that the UTVs are going to be a lot faster on lap 1 and 2. I think as the course goes away.
All right, so I'm sorry to jump on you. That is Sammy Ehrenberg, teammate to Rob McCachran, in the Wilson entry. So we need to watch this. This is a single seat. This is an old school 10 car. You can see the beam front end. It's not an A-arm, and it's also got the air-cooled Volkswagen motor. So this is going to be a very fast car with some fast local drivers.
Well, going back to what I was saying, I think the first 2 laps are going to cater more to the side-by-sides. You get into lap 3 and 4 as the course goes away, and you also got to realize the Class 10 cars, multiple shocks, side-by-sides, a lot of them just running single shock. Yep. They're going to heat up quicker. So I think this course is going to cater more to the 10 cars on lap 3 and 4 than it does on 1 and 2.
Well, Bob's not here, so we could talk about him right now. but I have to say, when I was watching the side-by-sides going through the thumpers, they were faster. They looked like they had about probably 5 to 10 mile an hour on the 10 car. So, going to be interesting to see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, our lead cars, they're going to be making their way around to the Gonzo pit very shortly, and they're going to be in some time where around, just quickly look at my tracker, somewhere around about race mile 56 to 57, which is the Gonzo pit. So they're just over around about 2/3 of the way through this first lap now.
Now, if you guys are watching right now and you're just tuning in, if you had a big night last night and you're getting ready to roll, it's 9:30 on West Coast time. You are watching the BF Goodrich Mint 400 2025. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Beaver. Bob Bauer is out running around being Bob Bauer right now, and also Jim Marsden. So, Jim, right now, it is not letting us down. We've had rollovers. We've had Dustin Jones, the defending champion, out working on his car. We see the 10 cars are actually falling victim to the UTV. So there's a lot going on right now.
There is indeed. I've got to pull you up there. Ronnie Anderson was last year's champion, but Dustin Battleaxe Jones has won it, yes. I believe, three times before.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, so I mean, as he said before, he said it's going to be checkers or wreckers. So I'm expecting him to be going very, very hard now that he's had that problem as we watch more action. So these are the Class 12 cars, yes?
Yes, and I take that back. That was the Wilson car right there, and they were going to see Rob McCachran later, as well as Sammy Ehrenberg is doing the start. Now, a lot of these guys are also racing motorcycles tomorrow as well. So you got the guys that are out there. Larry Jobe is running in this car as well. So you have the legends of Las Vegas out there, and both Jobe and Sammy Ehrenberg are going to be running motorcycles tomorrow as well.
And it's going to be a sore day on a dirt bike.
Yeah. Well, but you know what? Here's the good thing about a motorcycle: you can go around the bumps. You know, with the four tires, you're stuck. You can sometimes get two wheels out, but on a motorcycle, you can jump, move to the side, run the edges. There's a lot of different things. So now, as we're watching Brody Atkins as he's working his way through, once again, this is live. This is happening as we speak.
Right, I'm just watching the tracker right now, and I can tell you that I can see Michael McFadden is actually stopped on course at the moment. So I'll be keeping you up to date on that. And Casey Bellafontaine has tripped our second timing loop as crossing the line in a 1 hour and 5 minutes. Now, Casey Bellafontaine, he has clear air at the front of this race right now. So it'll be very interesting to see where the cars behind him are placing.
Well, but Jim, as we're watching Atkins as he's rolling through here, it's not that dusty. We're seeing coming up some of the hills that they're breaking down. It's got that good dark brown dirt at the bottom.
Definitely had some moisture out here. Not seeing quite a bit of dust yet. Obviously, there's places that are dusty. We've got that wind that seems to be blowing it off course. But, with the wind, the moisture that's in the dirt, it's going to dry out quicker also.
Yeah. Right now, it's good. It's great weather. It's cool, so the motors are going to run cool. Clutches are going to run cool. Everything's good. It's not so cold that the drivers. I think Brandon Sims' hands have finally warmed up, so he should be in a good position. But right now, it's a great race course. But once again, we haven't seen a lot of rain here in this winter. So what happens when it rains, the water comes down, it fills the whoops up, and they're not as big. But talking to some of the guys that have been testing, it is very, very rough. So once again, you got to survive the Mint 400 as well as racing.
Well, that's it. And I think, you're going to see guys push here on lap 1, but they're going to settle into a pace, and they really don't want to have any issues. And we're going to see, towards the end of lap 3, that start of lap 4, that's when the push is really going to start happening. A guy like Dustin Battleaxe Jones, who's had that downtime, he's going to have to settle in and make sure he has no more problems throughout the day and just slowly make up ground as he goes along.
I'm gonna go on the flip side. I'm just gonna say he's gonna go screw it. If I don't go now, I'm never going to make the time up. But you also have to remember, the car gets worse and worse and worse. The suspension just gets, you have worked those shocks, the rate that you're pushing oil through, there's no oil that it's black when it comes out. Rubbing the oil off the side, rubbing the aluminum off the sides and all that. So I'm going to say we're going to see either big moves from him right now, or because I don't think he's going to have a chance to make it up later.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. And we continue here with the racing of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. The action has already been fantastic as we watch the limited classes racing today. Over 150 vehicles out on track. There's so many famous parts on course, including the Fox Proving Grounds. Just check out this short piece telling us all about Fox and their suspension.
The 89 Mint 400 is what started my career in suspension. It's a pretty big race for the 1600 class. There was 88 cars. We were doing fairly well. On last lap, we actually got into leading the race, but I was just so beat up. Couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't sure the car could take it anymore. We actually barely finished. The suspension was so trashed. But after that race, I just decided I'm just gonna learn to work on shocks because I couldn't take a beating like that again. That was basically the start of it. I'm not an engineer. I'm not trained as an engineer, but always been a hands-on guy. I'm out there racing, I'm seeing a need. We started learning about how to really tweak a shock for off-road. Flow rates are much higher, the hose size need to be much larger. Everything just got bigger and bigger, and things got faster, last longer, and much smoother now than in the early days. My favorite thing about the Mint 400 is it's just a brutally rough course. So for us at Fox, it's a definite proving ground and bragging rights. That's what it is for us. We can go survive the Mint 400 with no problems. It's a good thing for a shock company to do, definitely.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg. Race tested, raced proven. Sylvania Off-Road. Built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. It's the largest off-road race in America. And action from this limited race that we're seeing here today with over 150 entries as we watch the Class 10 cars passing through the desert. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Jim Beaver. Now, Jim, what a day of action we've had so far.
Man, it has definitely been eventful, and we're only about 2/3 of the way through the first lap. We still got over 3 laps to go, but a little bit of drama building, few rollovers right off the start. We've had some of the heavy hitters like Dustin Battleaxe Jones struggle with some issues. We've got that ongoing argument amongst the booth on 10 cars versus the UTVs. Man, lots playing out here, and like I said, we're not even a quarter of the way through the day.
Exactly, and in this race, for the racers, they're just starting to settle in. They're starting to go, okay, this is what the course is. This is what I'm going to be dealing with all day long.
Well, and I think traditionally at the Mint, correct me if I'm wrong, but generally lap 2 is the fastest lap. Drivers have seen the course, they've settled in. Course hasn't fully gone away yet that you get in lap 3 and 4, and I think we're going to see some really burner lap 2s.
I agree with you. That's the part where you're in between. You know where you're going, but it hasn't been beat up quite so bad. But as we're watching them as they work their way through the sand whoops, really, you can see it's already really rough, and it's just going to get worse and worse after every car.
Well, that section there, it's interesting because it's downhill whoops, and you can get going so fast, and then you got to get on the binders at the end to make that corner, and if you don't watch it, you can go in way too hot and blow right through that corner in the fence.
Well, this gives you an idea how fast they're rolling. That's at race mile 50 as they roll through, and it is only a little over an hour. So the pace right now is running really strong.
Yeah, we're watching them now. We've got multiple timing loops out there on the course as I keep looking at them. We'll bring up a graphic a little bit later, but I can tell you in fourth position right now it's Mike Aguila with a 109. In second, it's Karen Potts being driven by Cole Potts with a 107. In second, it's Elliot Watson with a 106. But the man who's flying at the moment is the man who's got clear air, and that's KC Bellafontaine with a 105. But let's not forget, we've got all of those UTVs and those astonishing drivers coming up behind them. Where can they place?
Well, right now they're winning this race, but there's a lot going on as we see here. Once again, they've done a slight track change. You are going to see some of the guys that are running the unlimited race tomorrow going to go out and they paid for an entry, and they're going to go run to check the course out so that they can see what's going on. We see one of the 10 cars that is off. He's in a spot. The co-driver's up trying to let people know I'm out here. We're in a bad spot. You can see he broke his left wheel off, so he can't drive it out of there. So in a very compromising spot, both of those guys want to get up and get out of the way in case somebody comes around that corner, multiple cars in the dust, and they can't see them.
Yeah, I wonder if that is the 1044 of Mark Lewis, that's the 10.58, is it? But I'm also showing stationary on course Mark Lewis, which is the 10.44. So just trying to see that number there. Yeah, 10.58.
Well, and this is in that quarry that I told you guys. It's rough. You get off line. There's a lot of big boulders, things like that. You come in a little too hot, slide it. There can be a boulder on the outside of the corner, clip the tire, and there you go. Just a really, it's not a long section, but it's a very technical and dangerous section. Dangerous being that you can do a lot of damage to your car if you're not paying attention.
Like rip a left rear wheel off.
Well, it looks like they're going hunting for the wheel, or are they just standing over the back out of the way? Oh, no, they found it.
They found the wheel. They're going to bring it back. So, I doubt that the wheel studs fell off. They might have broken off. It's speculation at best right now. But as you can see, they're rolling the wheel back through. They did find the wheel, so hopefully they can get that vehicle back going. So he's
looks like one of it was that the co-driver, the driver going down course to flag people down, let them know.
That's right. The very, very smart move. So they're both not working on the car and put themselves right around the corner, and it's off camber, so it's going to pull. If someone tries to go to the inside, it's going to pull them down to the outside. So good move. They got to jack the vehicle up, which that makes it tough with it on the ground already. So you got to find a spot to lift the vehicle and then get that wheel back on. But it doesn't look like he's working too hard to get it back on. So
catching his breath after rolling the tire.
That's obviously you can see it's TJ Fisher in class 1058. So once again, the Mint 400 it's you're dancing with a very brutal girl that can take you out fast, and we've seen problems already.
Yeah, he's catching his breath, going to get some tools. They're going to be there for a bit.
Looks like he's getting on his cell phone.
Yeah, he's getting the phone out. Well, that's what the interesting part is used to be we had to have satellite phones.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now with all these cars have those Starlink minis in there, they can talk immediately, run off Wi-Fi, talk to the pits, let them know what's going on.
All right, back to the action as we're watching some of the cars as they work their way through. Once again, the dust not that bad. So really not a factor, not as big a factor as I thought. Now, passing sometimes can be a factor. We'll see a little bump and run sometimes, but the dust is not that bad. It's actually a great racetrack out there. A great racetrack for racing. So right now, as we're watching them, as they work in their way through Gonzo Pit, so that is race mile. So they'll start picking up as they roll through Gonzo Pit. After the sand whoops, that's at about race mile 57. So as they come through, there's a speed zone. You cannot roll too fast. You have to make sure that you're safe. Also, the guys will go slow. The pit crew will come out and look around to see if there's any wheels wobbling, or if anything looks like, or a bubble on the side of the tire. Which, Bob, we want to welcome you back to the booth. Bob Bauer.
Hola.
Was now when you worked with BFGoodrich for so many years, and obviously the awesome sponsor of the Mint 400 this year and multiple years in the past. When you see a guy go by, you see that bubble on the side, you're not going to chance it. You're going to pull him in, correct?
Absolutely. What that bubble is there's been a penetration of small amount of, like a bruise. We call it a pinch shock. And it lets the air from the inside of the tire blow out to the skin on the outside of the tire. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we're getting some fantastic in-car shots
Look
here.
at this.
Got to say a massive thank you to Mad Media. Now, has he got a pair of your gloves on here, Ricky?
He does not have my gloves on, but he does have gloves. But what I like is that this guy must be Italian, because he's talking with his hands. Slow down, right turn, right turn. But the one thing that I have done in the past, I lost communication with Luke. He would give me a 1, 2, and a 3. 1 is green, 2 is yellow, 3 is red.
That's exactly what they're doing.
So what they're doing, he doesn't tell him. So he's telling him 45, 90, turn left, turn right. So he's able to see that. Now, I built the gloves. Those are Fast House motocross gloves, but I built them to where, see, it's got black palms. I have orange on the bottom, so you can signal and give 2 different messages. But very, very good for him to be able for that driver to see. He sees pointing left, pointing to the right, back and forth.
I'll tell you what, after 380 miles, that's begun to become very tiring.
Oh, yes, it is. But your adrenaline is going so high. And you want to do your best. You want to let the guy know. And besides, you're scared to death over there that he's going to just go flying off the course. So you're going to do everything you can to keep him on track. And once again, I had to have my son Luke tell me that when we lost communications, Bob.
But, watching this hand and these guys and they're driving, what you do know is these two people are in sync. They are dialed in. They're probably not even conscious of the passing of time.
We're not sure who is actually the co-driver, but this is Michael Mack as he's walking. But he's got a different idea, like a 1 to the right, 2. We're going straight, and then he's going to tell him a little bit. He's going to say that's like slalom, left, right. We're going to be working back and forth and back and forth. The reason you want to tell the driver that is so that he's not trying to open it up too much. So he's telling him there's a 3, 2, 1, turn left. So they got great communication going on. So the fact that these guys took the time to have this communication, or he's making it up on the fly, and he's doing an awesome job with it.
These guys probably have a lot of miles together so far. I mean, to be able to sink in like that. You've been with a lot of different right seats, Ricky.
Yeah.
What makes a right seat good in a situation like this?
They know the personality of the driver. I work with Victor right now with Villadosla Racing, and we work really well together. We joke a lot. I'm peeing all the time, so I'm telling him, hey, Victor, I'm peeing. He's like, shut up, I can't. And going back and forth. But also, he's like, come on, man, get in the game. You know what? There's days that I've had bad days getting flashed, and he's either being my cheerleader or my counselor going, it's okay, let's get back at it. Or I'm having a bad day. He's like, you got to push hard. You're not giving it what you need. So having that co-driver know your personality, know who you are, knows what sets you off, and knows what keeps you in the game is very important. I think the right seat is just as important as the left.
What about getting the right seat to talk to you about what you did well, what you did right, good saves?
Well, yeah, he doesn't compliment me enough, I don't think. No, I'm kidding. But there's times he's like, whoa, that was awesome. You greased that turn, or that jump was cool, or like, woohoo. We'll cheer back and forth. But that's the thing. You're the guy or the girl in the driver's seat are just a kid trying to do the best that they can, and so you need to be there to either kick them in the ass to pick them up, or dust them off when they make a mistake. Because I think a lot of drivers, when they make a mistake, they get a flat or they crash or they do something, it's just like, I'm so sorry, I've screwed everything up. So they have to do a lot of things. But these two guys, the way they're working together, because obviously look at the pace that he is running, it has not slowed him down a bit. So they got it going on.
Kind of reminds me of the times I was with Robbie, working with him. I never really told him to do a thing, but I did ask a question or so.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, Robbie, you think the truck can do this all day long?
Right, I've got some news. We've got more timing loops out in that desert, and I can give you an update on our top 10. In 10th position, in 4th in Class 10, it's Ted Baker. In 9th position, in 3rd in Class 10, it is Cole Potts driving for Carib. In 8th overall and 6th in class, it's Michael McFadden in the Pro Open UTV. In 7th overall and 2nd in Class 10 is Elliot Watson. In 6th overall and 5th in class it's Caden McCachran. And 5th overall and 4th in class is Brandon Sims, a previous winner of course. And 4th overall and 3rd in class is Myth Guthrie Jr. And our highest place, Class 10, right now in 3rd overall is KC Belafontaine. In 2nd is Chase Carr, who's on a charge. But 1st place right now is none other than Brock Hager.
Well, I got some information. I got a text from Shannon Schultz that it's Garrick Lastra is the co-driver. So I want to really compliment Garrick for doing a great job and making it work out. You know, he's not just giving up and sitting there going, well, we lost our communications. He's staying in the game. So thank you, Shannon, for that little bit of information to let us know and also give the guys credit that they deserve. Now we're seeing some of the trucks out on the course, and you're wondering what are trucks doing out there. So a lot of the guys will run what they call a sportsman class, so they can get out and get some track time before tomorrow. So some guys will do 1 lap just to set the GPS and then get out of the way. Some guys will do 2 laps, but it depends on what the driver wants to do. So we've seen everybody from Jason Coleman tech another truck, Harley Lettner tech another truck. So guys are going to be out there all day long.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I stepped out for a second, went outside. 2 things.
All right.
1, it is very cold out there.
Yes.
And 2, the wind is not stopping. So I don't know how that's going to affect the race, but man, I tell you what, conditions are very cold.
Your hands are cold. Your feet are cold.
Well, you look down below, 46 degrees with the wind increasing. So it's going to get, typically it does that. Starts off not so windy in the morning, gets worse and worse. But a little bit of temperature. It is very beautiful out here in the Nevada desert. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Beavers, Bob Bowers, and Jim Marsden as we're watching another one of the Class 5 cars work their way through the sand whoops. So that is at race mile 50 as they start to work their way around. We've seen a lot of drama, not drama, but typical things that happen here at the Mint 400. We've seen Dustin Badlack Jones, a multiple-time winner, have some downtime. We've also seen a couple flips from veterans like Mark Burnett and a couple other drivers. So definitely it is providing what it does. It is the Mint 400, Jim Beaver.
Well, the Mint 400 definitely never disappoints anybody. And I mean, we got 4 laps today, 4 laps tomorrow, so we're not even 1/8 of the way through, and it's already been an extremely eventful Mint 400 so far. I'm really excited to see. I mean, we still got cars going off the start line, and I'm excited to see how today, plays out as we've got the Class 11s, everybody's favorite class. Have you ever raced a Class 11, Ricky?
No, and I want to. I want to so bad. Now, do I want to run the Mint 400?
Well, I don't know about that.
I might cruise it down to the hamburger shop or something like that, or cruise Fremont Street, but you got to give it to these guys because they have to work constantly. They don't have bead locks. They have steel wheels, so they have to really think about saving that vehicle all day long and keep it moving forward. Well, but they drive the heck out of them.
I will say, the technology in Class 11s has actually come a long way in the last couple of years. They're really pushing the limits of what these cars can do, and obviously they've been racing these things for 40, 50 years at this point. But I know even in Nitrocross days, they put in launch control in Class 11s. I was like, what in the world's going on here?
Well, as we look back and look back at the start, look at the flags. The flags are going, and watch the flames. Woo! It's off to the side. So we have a lot of wind, which, as you said, Jim, that is going to dry the track out. But it's going to be a racer's best friend, Bob Bauer, when you're chasing somebody down.
Well, it also could go very, very badly for the race. I don't remember which year it was 80s. In the mid-80s, we had a Mint 400 that had to be shut down.
Really?
Because of the wind, absolutely. They closed Beer Bottle Pass, and kept everybody on that side. On that side, we weren't even allowed to come back to the I-15 side. Safety.
Craziness. So now we're watching as the guys are going through thumpers, trying to get their way through. Obviously, these guys not running as hard as the factory Polarises and the factory Can-Ams as we were watching those guys go a little bit earlier. But nonetheless, look at that suspension work, the balance of that vehicle. They've done a great job setting that up.
That was Carson Ornament there.
Was it? No. That's not.
Wasn't it? I thought it was 927.
Yeah, I can tell you now that Carson Warner was actually
19
stopped.
class.
Oh,
yeah. But Carson Warner was actually stopped on course earlier on, so I've just been keeping an eye on that.
Oh no.
And there we go. That's Blake Wilkie. We can see there making his way onto course. Now, here is a man who has brought Class 11 to the fore, and you can see him already starting to make moves on people.
They don't call him Shreddy for nothing. What's great is that he comes across, as we're looking at Gonzo Pit, comes across as Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. But my son points out, no, Dad, you got to understand, he's an unbelievable businessman, fabricator, car builder, and he's one heck of a driver. So Blake Wilkie kind of does it all. And, I'm kind of a one-trick pony. If I don't have a steering wheel in my hand, I'm not much good.
But I love Wilkie because he's a true wheelman. He'll drive anything.
He don't care.
Side-by-sides, Class 11s, bugs, trucks, he's in it.
And he builds these little aluminum boats that he jumps across islands and stuff, so he does everything.
Yeah, and we're watching Tevin Muraturan there. This is one of our Class 5 cars. So this is when you take your Class 11 and then you put it on steroids.
Well, the problem for me is that I'm long torso, so I just don't fit in them. My head hits the roof.
This sounds like excuses to me.
It is. But I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to use it. I love the old school paint job, the root beer brown.
Yeah.
It's really cool, but it sucks that they got the spare tire off. They're looking in. Probably looks like they got something around the valve train, or could have blown a spark plug, but
they're all looking. Nobody's listening.
Now, I've got to just catch you up on this. So I'm re-looking at my split times again as we continue to watch the action here in the Gonzo Pit. And I can tell you that Max Eddy Jr. has moved into the top 10 with Caden Zane Minder just in front of him. And moving up into 8th position is Ryan Piplick. So all change at the top. Those Class 10s starting to be pushed away by those UTVs.
Easy, Bob. Easy, Bob.
I would tell you Ryan Piplick, he's a Las Vegas local, but not a guy that cares about the big social media following, stuff like that. He's a racer's racer, but that guy, I think he took a podium last year at the Mint, but there was a point a couple years ago he won 2 championships in the same year and 2 different desert racing sanctioning bodies. Whoa. Piplick's a driver, so don't count him out.
As well as Max Eddy Jr. Now let's give him credit. He was the navigator for Brock Hager for Dakar, and I told him, I said, so I was doing a little coaching with him. We're working on some corner speed. Max, obviously a great motorcycle guy, but where you look, ride a motorcycle versus a car, a different deal. So hopefully we can keep him rolling forward. But I said, you got to be careful when you become so valuable as a co-rider that they take away your driving rights.
Hey, here we go. We've got some military guys coming across here now. So it's great to see these every year. Now, I know these guys are already heroes, but they really are heroes for wanting to take on this course in these vehicles. Absolutely astonishing stuff.
Well, and they got a couple different ones. They have the original Flyer, and then I had the opportunity to coach the engineers from Rivian. So that vehicle, some people are like not so hip when it comes to electric vehicles. But let me tell you, this thing is a bullet, 0 to 60 in just over 2 seconds. What? And the suspension is great. Now, it's going to be tough on when we're running the Mint 400. But as far as a sound vehicle, a great vehicle, comfortable, but also hauls ass, you got to look at that Rivian. I'm telling you, I had a blast training them. As we go back to watching some of the military vehicles, so this looks like the Polaris Dagger, I think that is. And then we also have the original Flyer GMV 1.1. coming out. So a couple different vehicles. If I'm mispronouncing, some of these are different brands.
Some of these vehicles are actually still in active service, aren't they?
These ones the style of vehicle,
the style of vehicle,
the style of vehicle, yes, it is still out there. We're going to see a Hummer out there that looks like a camper wagon. We got a bunch of different stuff. Bob?
These are fielded by an organization called Warfighter Made.
Yep.
And they work with vets, PTSD vets, And it's amazing. I've done some work with them, and they put the vets in race cars and let them go. And it's amazing the transformation and how it helps these people. It opens up their minds.
Well,
it's beautiful.
I've had the blessing of training special forces from a lot of different allied forces as well as the American, and I've become great friends with them. And what I've learned is that this is good adrenaline. This is the adrenaline when we were a kid. Go, how fast can I ride my bicycle down the hill? I chose to put myself in this adrenaline, not an explosion, not gunfire. That's a different kind of adrenaline. So that it's like when you almost get into a car accident, it scares you so bad. Imagine that 100 times a day and what it does to your nervous system. And so when you introduce good adrenaline back to men and women, that alpha males and alpha females, it really does miraculous things for them and helps them get back into the world that we love.
And it's just astounding to see the change in some of these folks. So but what's going on inside those Hummers and Flyers and things like that? Laughs, giggles, and all kinds of fun.
Exactly. Now, Jim, talk about that course. What are we seeing there? Like 2 chocolate cake runs.
Two chocolate cake runs. That's what you want to see.
Exactly.
I mean, you love that cake dirt. You know, I wonder how long it's going to hold. But right now, I mean, beautiful conditions. This wind. I mean, drivers, you know, unless it gets to be crazy wind, they love a little bit of wind, blows the dust off. But yeah, I mean, look at that. The visibility is just perfection today.
So now he's.
And you know what else? The sun isn't intense. There's not a lot of shadows. It makes it a lot easier to read what's going on, and who knows what he's doing.
Well, what happened was he's got a problem. He's looked at his GPS, and he's just trying to get back to a main chase road. He's way off course. He's not doing anything wrong. Now, he's obviously out of the race, so he's trying to find his way. As we go back to looking at this, this looks like this could be Mitch Guthrie Jr., I think, because it's a Red Bull, 2 Red Bull drivers. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure who that is, but it was definitely a Red Bull driver running up front. As we can see, this Class 5 not having a good day, just trying to get it back to the trailer. So tough break for them.
This 16 car?
Yep. So give us the lowdown. Why do they call it? I know, but why do they call it a 16 car?
Well, 16 car. I mean, this is one of the you talk about the OG classes of off-road.
Yeah.
16 car has been around a long time, and I mean it's 1600 cc air-cooled Volkswagen engine. You know, we talked about the Class 12 cars. We're going to see Rob Mack and those boys in later, but this is very limited suspension. You know, really the fast guys are guys with good racecraft that can keep the momentum going, know how to keep the speed through the corners. This is, you look at the McMillans, you look at some of the best drivers in history of off-road. I mean, Cameron Steele got his start in 16 cars. I mean, it really teaches you to be a driver.
Well, and I've noticed that when you get somebody that grew up in buggies, as this driver works so as they're off course running backwards, but they're off course, so now they're getting back to this Gonzo pit. They're going to turn left here, go across, and as they could go straight. So now you're looking west. They could take that dirt road. That'll take them all the way out to main pit. What he's going to do is cut back over, probably go to the backside of his Gonzo pit. But as you said, he can't have somebody come out and help him. You have to go under your own power or have a competitor bring you apart to fix it. So we don't know what's going on with that Class 5 car, but he's working his way down Gonzo pit to figure something out.
Well, I'm just looking now at my tracker, and I can tell you that I think we're going to see cars back into town in around about the next 15 minutes.
Wow.
That is a strong pace. As once again, I've talked to some of the drivers that have been out here testing, said the course is already extremely rough. So the pace that they're running is really good. We're seeing Dustin Jones, as you can tell by that look on his eye, he's not real happy. He's got his glove off. They're figuring something out. But no, he's not going slow. He's going through Gonzo pit.
So he's on the speed limit now. This is going to be interesting. He's going to go visor down and back up. Oh, he's got thumbs up. This is good.
Oh, that's good for Dustin Jones, and you know, Ricky said he's going to be on kill mode, so you know, we'll see. That's good for him. Thumbs up. He's rolling.
I'm curious if somebody knows, someone with the Can-Am guys can let me know what Dustin had to fix on the car. We'd love to tell our audience, and right on the gas. As soon as he gets that exit back to race speed, he is right back at race speed. So see that dark brown dirt? That is exactly what he wants to see, because he can just reel guys in. Yep,
that's cake.
And you'll see it'll be dark brown, and then you'll see it get lighter. And when you see those lighter spots in the dark brown, that means there's an elevation change. So you can definitely drive off there, because when there's an elevation change, it means the car's tires got off the ground.
Exactly. That's how they're rolling.
That would be an elevation change. Oh, who's that?
So I got a message for Bob, Tim Cecil. Wanted to tell you hello. He wished he could be here. He wants me to give you a hug. So I'll do that when you're buying my tea at the end of the day. I'm gonna stay optimistic. Come on, 10 cars. Don't let me down.
Yeah, it's getting big now.
That's
so
right.
we were just watching Justin Jones there. I can tell you he is currently running in 33rd position on track and 8th in class.
Well, that's not his plan.
That's not his plan, Bob, but we're not even quarter way through this race yet. There's a lot of action to go, and he is a very fast driver.
Hey, how many times have we seen people dominating this race, lap 1 and lap 2, and then just something happen? I mean, there's so much movement, so much bouncing, so much going on that anything can happen, and Dustin is one of those guys that's not going to give up.
Yeah.
You know.
And I guess if you're going to have a problem, it's better to have it early, and then you've got all those laps to battle back, rather than having it on the 4th lap.
I'm just curious to what stopped him, because it's not slowing him down. I mean, he's back at full race pace. You said he's in 8th.
He's in 8th in class, 33 overall.
But still, that's still.
When you've had your helmet off and you've been diving deep into your vehicle, it's astonishing. But look at the pace, because this isn't speeded up. This is real live race pace. This is astonishing. This is more the pace we expect to see from the unlimited trucks.
But now notice. Remember, Bob was talking about his hands were real jerky before. Not now. Something smooth. So maybe he was there. I don't know. I'm taking a guess. Something with his steering was wrong, and now he's got it fixed, because he's not moving his hands as much.
Yeah, but don't forget, he was in the short course. There was already some ruts on the ground, and that's when these little cars, they kick like hell.
But Jim, you had him in 33rd overall, right?
Yes.
He started 30th, so he's not that far down from where he started.
No, this is very true.
It's just not all that bad.
But what I also find amazing is he's not catching anyone right now.
They've all gone.
We're back to the action. That looks like Thumpers.
Yep, as we're rolling up Thumpers, you got the 2 lines. You got them on the right and on the left, which this driver looks like, obviously.
I think he calls them rollers rather than thumpers.
Yeah.
Well, and keep in mind, a lot of these side-by-sides from the Pro Open all the way down to the stock and sportsman class look the same on the outside. Vastly different technology and speed. So you see a car like this going through, and you're going, man, he's off pace. Well, it might be the best that car can do, but, there's such a swing in technology between the two.
Well, he's just kind of moseying along. You know what's cool about this, Jim, Bob, and Jim 1 and 2, is that the people that are listening. I just got a text from Amanda von Ferrick, who's in Colorado.
I got one too. She must be going across.
That's right. Well, she's running. Actually, she sent it to my wife, Steph. But the people she's in Colorado. They could be in Wisconsin. They could be anywhere. And Jim, you got guys all over the pond that are listening as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting texts from people in Holland. Hello, Simon. And from people in Belgium and all sorts of other places, and the UK, who are sitting up late and watching this race.
And Bob, as I said, we've talked about Dusty Times and all that. Did you ever think there was going to be a time when someone could see in a car watching an off-road race? I mean, it was a dream. But now, but it's a reality.
In real time.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's crystal clear.
Hey, I'm not being funny. It's not that many years ago we were watching Star Trek and thinking that sliding doors were cool.
100%.
I'm just getting a text from a friend of mine. Been running a lot this year, Scott Dunlap, but he just sent in Braden Baker, who was a top 10 guy in qualifying in the side-by-sides. He is out. Put an axle through the transmission.
Oh. Ouch.
So tough break. Braden Baker, kid is really quick, young kid, and tough break for him. He's had some really fast runs last year.
Yeah, he was right up there. So that's a real tough break.
That's quite a trick to put an axle through your training. Wait.
Oh, hey, easy, Bob. Your dad jokes are getting dirty. Stop it. Stop it right now. As we see one of the Red Bull cars, this could be Mitch Guthrie Jr.
That is Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Mitch Guthrie
see there?
Yeah, I think that was Mitch. It looked like the factory Red Bull car.
Yeah, Mitch is currently running, or was running, in a 4th position overall and 3rd in class, but he is on an absolute charge right now. So great run there from Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Some onboard action for some of the limited cars. Here we see looking up the right side.
Is that Bailey? That's definitely a Bronco. Is that Nate Williams? So this is 2 of the Broncos here. I think that's Nate Williams we see in the background.
It's convertible.
Now, I've got a feeling that this might be Bailey or Vaughan who are driving the car that we're in.
Now, this does not look like one of the newer Broncos. Well, I'm going to say it's a limited car. Yeah, that is not a newer Bronco.
Yeah, it says Funhaver on the door.
Yeah,
it says Funhaver. It's one of them.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the Broncos, and that's a Bronco behind as well.
Oh,
Yes, Bailey
right.
Campbell. Get back in your box, Johnson.
Damn it, I'm not doing good. Can I get a tea from Marsden, please?
No, awesome opportunity for Bailey. So stoked on her. Just one of the nicest humans you'll meet in off-road. She's put in the time to get this program with Funhaver and the opportunity to go racing with Vaughn and Lauren and and what Ford stepped up into her program doing. It's really cool for Bailey.
Well, and it's deserved. It's not, she's a girl, she's getting a ride. She wheels.
No, she's a driver.
Look at her hands. See how they are just so smooth, and look at the position. 10 and 2, thumbs up. She's doing it right.
Yep.
Well, and as Ricky knows, and you, Bob, and you, Jim, I mean, when you've got a car that works really well, and you're comfortable in the car, you don't need that death grip on the steering wheel. You can have that very light feel to it. Looks like Bailey, she's at one with the car right now.
Yep. Nice and smooth. But she's got a good pace. The thing that I feel she has going for her is that she's here for the long haul. When I talked to the guys at Rivian, one of the problems that they had when they ran one of the earlier races was shocks topping out and not having limit straps and stuff like that. So in some of these limited vehicles, you got to watch. You want to keep them on the ground as much as possible. You want to use that suspension, but try not to jump and top them out, and then bam, they start hitting back and forth.
So this is cool. This is the front shot and the rear shot inside that Bronco.
She's keeping a pretty steady interval, too.
Well, these are limited class Broncos. They're not going to go and just skip across the whoops.
Well, we're rolling through Thumpers right now, and you see the side-by-side trying to get back by her on the far right lane. It's at our left. So, but the vehicle behind her, like in Dust to Glory, remember, he's just going to go back to his cozy spot right behind that vehicle. Yeah. So, both of them just mosey along. She's now we're watching Brad Level as he's rolling through, keeping it once again with Ford Performance, does a lot of great things. But Brad, short course champion, desert champion, King of the Hammers champion. I mean, this guy
off-road Hall of Famer.
Hall of
Famer. This guy is a stud, and our friendship have been great. We've raced against each other. He raced against my son Luke. They had great battles and stuff, and just what an awesome human being and what an ambassador for the sport. I mean, he just always first class.
Well, and he does a lot behind the scenes for Ford Performance, not just a driver. I mean, he's a consultant. He's been a big part of their resurgence in off-road racing, and
the Bronco. I mean, he has had so much input on that, and credit Ford for listening.
Yeah.
Because corporate world sometimes doesn't have a set of ears.
No, that's what's great. I've, talking a little bit about the Ford program, I've started working with them last year and a half behind the scenes, doing some stuff, and they are listening. I mean, they're listening to racers. They want opinions. They want to know. I mean, you've got some of the executives that are coming out to events. I mean, guys that in the past, they sit in the glass house, and I'm not saying at Ford, but, at corporate, they're never going to go out. We've got guys getting dirty out in the desert, getting their hands dirty, greasy. They want behind the wheel of Raptors. They want behind the wheel of Broncos, and it's really cool to see that at the highest levels of corporate they're getting involved in off-road.
Well, it's like when you watch that Ford versus Shelby when they got got Mr. Ford in there and gave him a ride. And what you're saying, the new generation is, no, I want to get out, I want to do it, I want to see it, and that's what we're seeing. Like I said, from people from Fox, we train their engineers, we train their marketing teams and stuff, so they know what they're doing here. And what's funny, once they do it, they love the sport.
And they understand.
Yeah.
And right after they understand, they spend.
Go Bob's got it going on. Here we're looking at remote pit. This is the Gonzo pit as they're rolling through. As we saw Dustin Jones, as he rolled through, he had a problem. If you're just joining us, Dustin Jones, who's won this race in the past, Ronnie Jones is the winner from last year. But Dustin got back going and is back up to full speed, 8th in class, about 33rd overall. But the desert is being very friendly to the racers, Jim Beavers, with once the wind and the dust and also the wet dirt underneath.
Yeah, it's beautiful race conditions. Fans might be a little chilly, but the drivers are loving life.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I am loving this. Look at this. Beatlemania, Class 11, sending it.
No, this is Class 5.
That's a 5.
No, that's not a 5, is it?
That's probably a 516
Because
maybe.
they cut the fenders off. That's the only way you know the difference.
That does look, it looks like a 516.
Right.
That's a 51600 car.
Yep, that is.
So that's a cross between 5 Unlimited and Class 11.
I was going to say, that's one that just doesn't know quite what it is yet.
That's actually one of the earliest classical pre-runners. That's how guys used to pre-run. You stuff your sleeping bag in the back, put your stuff in the back.
I bought one, and it broke. It actually pre-running for the Mint. I broke it off. Had to get on the freeway, drive up, weld it, found some stick welder, welded it, went back and finished my pre-run.
Of course.
Funny part is all my buddies in the 80s and 90s that used to own Baja Bugs and Class 11s and Volkswagens, they sold them, and now they're worth so much money.
But now look at the difference between the 5 Unlimited. That thing is a full race car. I love these cars.
Yeah, that's a Sendero of, I believe that's Derek Geiser in that car.
One of the Geiser brothers. They work with them on their 6100 class or trophy truck spec, whatever, or limited. It's a limited truck class here. But as we're going through the shooting range, the Corey pit and stuff, you can see how this is where we saw that one driver off, broke the wheel off. We haven't seen if he got rolling again yet, but as we're seeing some of the vehicles as they're rolling their way through. But Jim Marsden, you were looking at saying that we should see some guys back through the main pit here soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm expecting to see literally cars coming into the start-finish at any moment now.
So they're already through Beer Bottle Pass. I mean, so they have an unbelievable pace going right now.
Wow. Yeah, I'm showing KC Belafontaine. I believe he should be on literally coming into the infield.
And that's where you take a mental note. And Bob, you've done this so many times, like, oof. You either go, oh, I got 3 laps to go, or oh, I got 3 laps to go. You know,
who do I turn this thing over to?
Exactly.
I will tell you, the lap 4 of the Mint, you start counting those mile markers. You know how many mile markers there are left, and every time you go by one, all right, keep going, baby. You start smelling everything on the car, and you're hearing everything, and you're going, just survive it, get there.
Yeah.
There we go.
So Ford out here, they've got the Ford Raptor Ranger, they've got the Broncos, and they also have a Raptor R truck. Ford, full fleet of vehicles out here.
Well, I love this because we also have everybody from Hall Racing is out here with Chevrolet. And then once again, we have Rivian out here. So once again, we're seeing the support.
And Ram.
And Ram.
And Ram as well. So I love this, that we're seeing the manufacturer support coming out here. I know that the pro drivers will be like, well, I'm ready to be a Ford Rough Rider again, or Chevy Thunder, or part of the Ram program.
But what I really like is they're actually using production vehicles. They're not just taking an off-road race car built by an off-road race company and putting a badge on it. These are the cars that you can buy on the street.
Well, but what I'm a little frustrated, or I don't quite understand, is Brad has his shield up, so
so does Adam.
He's just cruising along. They're talking, getting fresh air as they're moving, because as they're rolling up the hill, it looks like they're just past Thumpers. I'm going to say he's probably rolling about 40 miles an hour. Would you say, Jim Beaver?
Yeah, I'd say probably 40, 45, 50.
Yeah, the unlimited trucks, I'm going to say clock there before the turn up and then around 80 miles an hour. Now, you could get over 100 miles an hour on the way down. It is a handful, but you can get over 100 miles an hour.
So Brad Lovell, of course, he's been there, he's seen it, he's done it. Back on the podium once again at King of the Hammers this year in an absolutely astonishing display, but in his Ford Bronco that time. Swapping it out for the Ranger Raptor. Have you driven one of these Ranger Raptors?
I have not had
the
opportunity.
They are absolutely superb. Right, okay, we're back to the action now. Oh, stepping off the course.
Oopsie.
Coming in a little hot there.
This is going to be one of our lead UTVs.
Can't quite see the number. We're squinting. We're trying.
One of the first rules of motorsport, make sure your numbers are really big. Now that is, I want to say that Brandon.
That's
I think that was Mencken, possibly.
Yes, yeah.
So it looks like
Right.
so Jim, you're absolutely right. The leaders are coming into the main pit.
Oh,
no.
contact.
Contact, driver over. Why is his helmet off already?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that the second car might have stopped to help them rather than anything else.
Well,
Stop and check.
both drivers are out.
Yeah, it's a stop check.
They're not fist fighting, so he did crash him. And that looks like maybe his wife is the co-driver.
Definitely.
And she keeps waving her hands. A lot like my wife when we're going down the freeway. Why are you driving so fast? Get away, do this, do that.
Run in a circle, scream and shout.
Absolutely. When when you're out there, one thing you gotta take care of each other. You know, we're, as I said in Dust to Glory, we're a band of brothers. We race against each other. We'll crash each other. We'll do everything we can. But when they're in trouble, you want to make sure everybody is okay. So I gotta commend this. And in some cases, here we are back to the main pit as they're rolling into the pit. So Jim Marsden, who
I got this. Now I think we've got a change in the front of this race. This, I believe, is Elliot Watson, who's coming in, who's going to be crossing the line. So where is Casey Belafontaine? I believe this is Elliot Watson as he comes across the line, and he is going to be the first car to complete lap 1 of this 4-lap race.
Jim, as you talked about, Elliot's been in a lot of different rides.
Now that's saying Casey Belafontaine. That is not Casey Belafontaine.
Yeah, that's the 30 car. That is Elliot Watson on screen there.
As I said, Elliot was a short course champion in the pro buggy, as well as he's raced for the Honda team. He's done a lot of different stuff, so he's going to be in the game all day long.
Yeah, super nice guy too.
Yeah, the whole family, they're racing and they're committed. You know what I mean? The commitment of everybody. Oh, as he slows down. Oh, it's a stop and go.
Sign.
So now he's in the speed zone. So I was talking with Ryan Arciero, and we'll talk about this again tomorrow, but that's the time where Ryan Arciero uses the Hammer Nutrition Goose, and then he drinks what he's called is Heed all day to give him more endurance. But you want to take those little spots. In the pack is 300 calories, and you can burn about 300 calories an hour, over 300 calories an hour. So that's the time. Calm down, peel the cap off, and then go for it. Jim
Yeah,
Wilson?
as we watched Jose Ledesma there, just doing some fixing in the pits, I can tell you that Casey Belafontaine has now crossed the line. So we can only guess. I believe we saw him stop in these pits to take a re-rack. So I think he had a flat tyre, and he is our second car and now out on course. There's around about a 2.5 minute split between Casey Belafontaine and Elliot Watson.
Let's talk about the Ledesma family, Bob, because Ledesma's in Class 5. They've go back as far as I can remember.
Oh, 30 years easy. 30 years.
Oh,
he's got lucky.
That was a send.
Got lucky.
That was Belafontaine.
He's trying to collect it here. He had to. Did he break something?
It's like steering's
No,
not
I
right.
think his dry cleaning for the suit's going to definitely be high. That was a full send. There's Potts. Potts is doing a great job pulling him right in, taking it easy. Belafontaine, that was very, very close. Too close for comfort.
That suggests that in the radio he knows Potts is on his backside.
Now, did Potts stop to let Carib get in?
Well, they were talking. I think Cole was going to do the first two.
Ah, right.
Yeah, I think they were going to split it 2 and 2. So it's going to be Cole still in the car.
Right. The way I understood it is that the driver of record had to start and finish. So I thought he was going to get
or finish.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, because you can't.
I misunderstood. I thought he was going to get in that Carib was going to get in do 2 and 3, and then Cole was going to finish out the 4th. But
well, to me, I think the 2 and 2 is the way to go, because you
get in the zone.
Fix your mistakes and you push where you didn't push as hard the lap before, and you also learn where. Oops, I went too deep in there, Bob.
Here's your luxury ride for the Mint 400, ladies
There you
and
go,
gentlemen.
right there. That was new technology for Bob Bauer.
Yeah, absolutely.
All-wheel drive.
Yeah, we saw the Broncos, the Fun Haver Broncos earlier. Now we're getting a look at vintage Broncos.
And these aren't even vintage. The 60s are the vintage ones. This is the 90s version, and tough trucks though. My goodness. I owned one for 17 years.
So this is Jose Ledesma back out on track.
Jose,
sorry, yes. See, I'm too used to hanging out in Portugal where we pronounce the J.
I know. Hey, I wasn't bagging on you.
No.
Out,
please bag on me.
What is it? What is it in Portuguese?
We pronounce the
Jose.
J, whereas in Spanish and in Mexican,
it's
an
an H. Yeah.
Did you just say in Spanish and in Mexican?
Yeah, well, in Spain and Mexico.
There we go.
That was a nice looking pass.
It was a very clean pass.
But and that's on a 10 car. So this is the perfect place where Bob's side-by-sides can go so much faster than the two-wheel drives as they're squirting corner to corner.
I was trying to keep quiet, but
I know you're trying, so I'm just giving it to you so you don't have to say it. But as we're watching one of the class, just 516 cars.
Bob's making a play to try and get a demo unit here, I think.
So here's the Chevy entry with the Hall family. Chad Hall's out is driver of record, and we saw that vehicle crashed over there on the side. They weren't able to pull it over yet, so that's why it's important when you go through tech inspection. You have to have a triangle to let people know that you're on the side of the road. You also need to have a tow rope to help people get out, and fire extinguishers. Bob?
I know Chad's running this truck, but there's also Chris Wu who's running the other truck. They got two.
And talking about that truck of the Halls, you want to talk about a proven truck. They've won a lot of races in that truck.
Well, they know how to do that.
Well, and because they learned from their father.
Well, that was right now. That's Dustin Jones we've just seen going through there. So Dustin is still on a tear as we cut back to one of our Class 11s.
And another Class 11.
Yeah.
So we got rags out. We got somebody looking underneath as they're rolling through thumpers. All right, I'm thinking next year I want to see Jim Beaver and Bob Bauer announce from the inside of Class 11.
I would do it.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe right now as we see one of the factory Polaris Racers as they work their way through. We don't know who this is, but they are.
That's Hager.
That's Brock Hager. So he is the one leading the race on corrected time, and he's already come through the section so he's starting his second lap. So.
Well, I've got some news for you, ladies and gentlemen. In fourth position and third in class is Casey Belafontaine. In third overall and second in class is Cara Potts. In second in overall and first in class is Elliot Watson. But right now, it is all about Brock Hager, who is currently 5 minutes ahead of the field. What a day of action here so far at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're going to pop out for a short ad break. We will be back right away with some more action.
With the new Camber Kinetic Series race shocks, we want to design this new shock absorber that revolutionizes shocks.
So far, with what we're doing on these shocks, we've been able to make gains in every aspect without sacrificing anything yet. Every gain we make, we find more where we can improve.
It just makes me feel so much more confident going into each race. I know that I can push the truck as hard as I want to win, and I have the best equipment to do that. It's all coming together because of the effort that they're putting in has been wonderful.
It's fulfilling for me to continue to put your mind to work and then to create a solution to a problem and make improvements in the car to get faster and better. It's a real driving force for me.
We want to make made in America true off-road brakes. We just want to make the best products for off-road.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. What a fantastic day of action we've already had as we enjoy the limited races. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, welcome back.
It's good to be here.
Always a blessing to be here, and also always a blessing to have Bob Bauer here. I get to make fun of him on his dad jokes, but right now it's looking like I'm going to be buying him a Coke at the end of this race, because right now Brock Hager is on a tear, and Jim Marsden, you made a slight snafu. You said he was 5 minutes ahead. He is not 5 minutes ahead, but he is leading this race on corrected time.
Yes, he is leading his race on corrected time, and I was actually talking about the difference between him and Elliot Watson in Class 5. It's Class 10.
Yes.
Which, let's just have a quick run through our current top 10 at the moment. In 10th position is Mike Aquila in the Class 10. In 9th in another Class 10 is Ted Baker. In 8th in another Class 10 is Hector Garcia. In 7th in another Class 10 is Casey Belafontaine. But we're going to start seeing that changes as we start to see more of the UTVs crossing. Then in 5th is Caden McCachran. In 4th is Brandon Sims. In 3rd is Chase Carr. In 2nd it's Mitch Guthrie Jr. But right now it is all about Brock Hager, who crossed the line to complete lap 1 in a 1 hour and 47-minute lap.
And so he put 5 minutes on Elliott.
5 minutes over, yes, the fastest Class 10.
That is unbelievable. I'm going to be losing this bet, but that is unreal.
But you're going to get this one. He's almost 2 minutes ahead of Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Right, so he's running. He's being Brock Hager.
Exactly.
That's what he's done all year long, and what he did last year as well. But I want to throw a shout out to Cody Piscatelli. I was talking back and forth with Patty Blaze, and he's out there with hand controls. This is his second race, and that shows you the dedication. My legs aren't working, but I'm going to race a car, and that's great. At Blaze Racing, they put that together for him. Obviously, Chris Blaze, a Dakar racer, also a UTV champion. So to help a young man like Cody Piscatelli, slow down, Rick. To Cody Piscatelli get out here and run his second race here at the Mint 400. It brings a tear to your eye.
It's mind-blowing. We actually have a gentleman called Paul Rowlands, who races back in the UK, who's actually won an off-road championship and races on hand controls.
Well, and I
say that like it's a shock. I mean, the guy is seriously talented.
No, but you think he's working with half the equipment. He doesn't have. And I raced against Evan Evans as well. I had both feet, both hands, and he was out there, and we banged back and forth. It was unbelievable racing back in the day, and so that just goes to show you they've had an injury. But they don't care.
Exactly.
They want to go race, and for him to be out here doing that, thank you, Chris and Patty Blaze, for putting that together, and also for that information. So Cody, keep it going. We want to see you at that finish line.
Yes, we do, and that's what I love about the technology in these vehicles is that we're allowing other people all people to come into the sport and enjoy the sport at the fullest capacity.
Yeah. Well, I want to give a shout out to Cole Johnson also. We were talking about the military vehicles earlier, and when we came back from break, we had that footage of one of the military vehicles. But Cole texted me over some info. So they're built by BC Customs, but we're talking about how many are in service.
Yeah.
So currently BC Customs have over 300 of the SXVs fielded to the U.S. Special Forces. The SXVs XLs, there's 30 fielded to the U.S. Special Forces. Then they got the SRTVs. There's 60 fielded to the Special Forces. So there's a company building those, but they've got almost close to 400 vehicles in service.
That's awesome. Purely awesome.
It is indeed. And joining us in the booth right now is none other than the mastermind behind all of this madness. It's Matt Martelli. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good. I don't know if I'd call myself a mastermind or the master of disaster, but no, it's good, man. That really,
creator of chaos.
Yeah. No, really exciting start. Obviously, we had a few crashes, so looks like everybody's okay. And we got all the other racers off, so super exciting. And it's gonna play into the race. I'm really interested to see as Brock catches lap traffic how he deals with that.
I have a question for Matt Martelli. Part of our discussion here was talking about what it's like sitting in the grid waiting to get your flag. You're tense. You get the flag. It's relief, and then you get a few miles in, and now it's pressure. You've just launched your first group of the Mint 400 for 2025. What's going on in your mind?
It's interesting. It's like a temporary pressure relief. And then you walk away, and then everything else comes into your brain, right? Yeah. And you're like, okay, there's all these different things we need to think about and be on top of. But, we have a great team, so, I'm very lucky that I get to, do my thing, and we've got everybody in the right place doing their job.
Well, I got to ask, Matt, you and I were talking earlier this morning, but what are we, well over 400 entries, right?
Yeah, 456 entries.
Wow. Jeez. That is how does that rank in the mints that you guys have helped and been a part of since come back? That's got to be one of the biggest, right?
It's definitely one of the biggest ones this year. I mean, you saw it yesterday on Fremont Street at the Off-Road Festival. It was absolutely packed.
I'm impressed that you got through the off-road festival in one day with all those cars. I mean, I have memories of us being here till dark 30, in the days of yore. But you and the team found a way to make that thing just move through.
Yeah, I mean, we have a fantastic team and lots of volunteers, people helping. So it was really cool. Looks like we have some of the military vehicles coming through right now.
They're sticking together.
As they do.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a class that's near and dear to our heart because this culture was founded by veterans. The Eakins brothers started the first Peninsula run, and they had come back from World War II and got a little bored. And we have a lot of active duty as well as retired veterans that race with us, chase with us, spectate. It's one of those things about being an American is we can't forget that freedom's not free.
I think, it's just interesting because off-road culture, especially desert racing and the military, almost synonymous with each other. We can talk about Chenoweth and what they've done for the military. I mean, Mastercraft and, the blast testing of seats and what they've done. I mean, DARPA and that whole, off-road racing and military have been hand in hand for a long time.
Yeah, and we love sharing the tech with the military, too. It helps them do their job better.
But you know what I'm saying, because maybe I'm more, human people focused, is that these are veterans, wounded veterans, guys who have come back from PTSD. They are. Warfighter May does a great job.
Absolutely. This is one of our Razor team racers here.
Ooh.
We got Will Drummond, it looks like, 11:55. Not having a good day.
No. The body English there is a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yeah. Actually, it looks like a wife's body English. she stands like that at home when I'm being counseled.
Here's one of our warrior-made vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Warfighter boys. This is Beefy.
Yeah.
And they've got wounded veterans racing that car, which is really cool.
I saw that car on Fremont Street yesterday. I was like, oh, man, that's going to be a tough ride.
It's not a fast ride. Let's just say that.
But you know what? It's a happy ride. You just have to believe they're hollering and screaming and laughing and giggling in there, having a darn good time.
100%.
I'll say it doesn't look too bad through thumpers, though. We've seen some stuff look slower.
Well, you've got to remember those Hummers, they're independent front suspension, independent rear suspension. Literally bomb-proof.
Yeah. No, and the Warfighter Maze, it's a really cool program. Like, they take wounded combat veterans and help them rehab through what they call adrenaline therapy, which is off-road racing.
Let's talk a little bit about this limited race, but let's talk about the side-by-sides, Matt. I know we talked before, and I go, you want to talk about one of the most stacked lineups in history. I mean, we've got Mitch Guthrie, who's won here multiple times. Brandon Sims has won here multiple times. Dustin Jones. We got Ronnie Anderson. Obviously, we know what Brock Hager's being able to accomplish. And, I mean, then you just go down the field of entries, and, I mean, you've got Sierra Romo, McCachran, the factory team. I mean, this is pretty much the who's who of side-by-side racing is here. This is a massive side-by-side event.
Yeah, no, it is. And, I was standing on the start line, shaking everybody's hand, and I'm always like, oh, yeah, that person and that racer and so on. And here's one of our hoopty cars coming through, another not-so-fast car. But, we welcome all comers. If you've had the ability.
He's moving pretty good.
Wow,
look at
he's
that.
Going for it.
These are 2-lap guys, right, Matt?
I think these guys are only going to do 1 lap, but I'm not sure.
That's plenty.
But yeah, to your point with how stacked the UTV field is.
Lost Matt there for a second. As we get a view here of the hoopties.
Again, this is one of the cars I was down in Fremont Street, and if you get a chance, you've got to head down there. It's such a party atmosphere. But all of the vehicles have to pass through Fremont to do their tech and contingency, and you get to see all of these vehicles. You've got the trick trucks lining up next to these hoop tie vehicles and lining up next to the military fighter-made vehicles. Now, I believe this is our leading Class 10. This is Elliot Watson.
Yeah, Elliott putting in a solid first lap. Like Ricky and I talked about, he's raced short course. He's raced side-by-sides with Jamie Campbell under the Honda tent. I mean, he's a world-class racer, and, he's super young, too. I think he's just 22 possibly.
Yeah, he's young.
Yeah, probably started when he was like 8 or 9.
Yeah. Elliott's been around. I mean, he was winning short course championships in Super Buggy, and I think he just had his driver's license.
Yeah, I love seeing the youth come up the ladder system, and continue to have more success.
Well, I'm glad for it because it says there is a tomorrow
100%.
For the sport. That matters to Bob.
That's coming through. There are more professional off-road racers in our UTV classes than possibly we've ever had in 20 years previous to that, combined. That's astonishing.
Gosh.
So I'm going to tell a little story about this car.
All right.
That used to be the Star car.
Oh, yeah.
So that car, Jolene Van Vliet and I raced with Travis Pastrana, Tanner Faust, Antron Brown, Steve Torrance, Dax Shepard. We had a fun time for 2 years in that project with Polaris, but just funny. It's changed hands a few times since I owned it, but that was the Star car.
Yeah, they're on the King Shocks Sandy Whoop section. It's really deceiving because especially this time of the day, the light gets a little flat. Those holes don't look as big as they are, and you'll end up going over.
Now, I think this could be Casey Belafontaine being chased hard here by Cole Potts. This is an actual race for track position.
Oh, look at that. Got out of shape. Kind of shot to the side there.
Oh, did he just blow a tire there?
No,
just kind of caught.
Just caught the dust.
Rear end kicked up a little when it landed, just kind of darted him off the side. But look at Cole just reeling him in.
Yeah, looking super smooth there.
Remember, Cole, we believe, had a flat early on, right?
Yeah, we think he did, yes.
For our viewers at home, what you're seeing is how it really feels out there in the desert. You don't pass guys all the time, go by them. No. It's an inch at a time, an inch at a time. It may take a half hour to get by that car.
Especially in this section because you're literally on the edge of what the car's capable of doing, and you can see them swap and kind of push a little bit beyond that and then reel it back in.
There's a few elements if I can save it in there.
Here. Look at this.
Oh, look at this. Look at him reeling him in now.
Oh, he's
making his move.
And there he goes.
Right before it wires back together.
Just before the join, yeah.
Great.
Well timed.
Great bit of racecraft there by Cole Potts.
Yeah.
Very smart.
It's funny you talk about that, and it's gained inches at a time. My dad, he's trained with Mickey Thompson and go pre-running with him. And Mickey Thompson, when they'd be on bladed roads and things like that. My dad would drive, and Mickey'd always co-drive with my dad and coach him. And Mickey'd say, "Hey, how come you're right here?" And my dad goes, "I'm on the inside." And he goes, "You can be 6 inches closer." And my dad goes, "Well, 6 inches, what's the matter?" And he goes, 6 inches here times 30,000 corners in an off-road race. He goes, that adds up to a lot of 6 inches.
He was right.
And so when we say fighting for inches, and I tell racers that when I'm coaching young kids and things like that, I go, fight for those inches. Every inch matters, even in a desert race, because at the end of the day, they all add up.
Well, Jimmy, that plays to what I've tried to tell people for years, and that is you don't win these races, Mint 400, Baja 1000, you pick it, by going faster. You win them by going less slow in the places where you can, and that's what we're seeing.
Well, I've always said it doesn't matter if you win by 10 seconds or 10 minutes. A win's a win.
It wins a win. They don't remember.
Yeah, this is Justin Battle-Axe Jones, and this is the main pit.
Yeah, so for those just tuning in, Dustin Battle-Axe Jones had some downtime earlier. Both driver and co-driver were out on lap number 1. We're trying to find out what exactly issue they had. They were down for a good 5-6 minutes. So he passed Gonzo Pit, gave the thumbs up, but it looks like they're spending a little more time in Maine, probably making sure everything's okay, what they repaired out on course. But had a rough lap 1 for Dustin.
That's a bummer. He's definitely a gamer and one of the guys that could win this thing overall.
It isn't over, Matt.
This is correct.
Yes.
It's far from over.
Far from over.
In fact, it's just begun.
I know. Ricky's been busting my chops. He's convinced that a Class 10 car is going to win this thing overall.
Well, I mean, that rivalry is there for sure, but, I think, qualifying was very telling. The times for the UTVs were much quicker than the 10 cars. And, although the qualifying course isn't indicative of the entire race course, this course has a lot of loose material, and so it favors UTV, I think. in a lot of that loose material.
I see. I was looking. It looks like they qualified generally about a minute quicker.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an ongoing rivalry between Class 10 and UTVs, but the UTVs just keep getting quicker and quicker.
That's why I took him to bet against Ricky. He's going to buy me a cup of tea tonight. And I'm going to make it sound like crow.
Looks like Dustin's off, but obviously we got limited race going on. I want to prime the pump since we got Matt here, though. What do we expect out of unlimited qualifying later today, Matt? Because obviously that's another big story. We've got this race ongoing throughout the day, but unlimited qualifying, man, we got some heavy hitters showing up for the unlimited race.
Yeah, same as this race, just stacked field, right? So honestly, you want to qualify well at this race and get out, get in front, get some fresh air. Who do we have here? Can we tell who that is?
Yeah, that's the 979.
And they're getting on it. Oh, what a great shot.
That's Brandon Sims.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Sims, another one he's won the Mint before. Really overdue for a big win, and he did well at qualifying. So he's there.
Yeah, Brandon's been married in the last year as well, so he'll be wanting to do well.
I think married in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, he's had some bad luck. Since he switched over to this Pro R platform, he's had a couple of races where it just hasn't delivered as well as he would like it to. And as you say, Matt, he's well overdue a big win. Now we're seeing our race leaders, they're just hitting the first timing loop as they make their way into the desert on this second lap. Right now it's Elliot Watson who is leading with a 2:16 from Cole Potts, 2:17, and Casey Belafontaine with 2:20. And of course we saw Cole Potts putting that pass on Casey Belafontaine. But just as I say that, Breck Hager crosses the line, and he is now at a 2:11. So still, in fact, he's increased his lead over that leading Class 10 car.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, and Matt, let's talk about that. Because obviously you're a race promoter, but I know you, beyond being a race promoter, you're just you just love off-road.
Absolutely.
What Brock Hager is accomplishing, Baja 1000 winner, Dakar winner, King of the Hammers winner. This is unheard of, Matt.
Yeah. I just want to say this. This is Chase Carr who's just making his way through right now.
Yeah.
Chase Carr is absolutely smoking hot right now. Keep an eye on that young man.
Yeah, Chase is a gamer as well. But yeah, Brock Hager's on a run right now, and it just shows you the level of talent. He's driven a lot of short course, a lot of desert, a lot of different things, and since he's been on the Polaris factory team, he's done really well. And like you said, he went and won Dakar. That was a huge test. It's one thing to be fast for one day. It's another thing to hold it together, for
14 days.
Yeah, for 2 weeks, right?
and in the interviews, he always seems so surprised.
Yeah. Well, he's a very calm guy, right? Which I think, when you see his, maniacal driving, it doesn't fit with his attitude. You're like, huh?
Yeah, really.
We're going to take your pulse. But no, he's good. Grew up in Imperial County, just east of San Diego, on dirt bikes and UTVs and, all sorts of different off-road cars. So there's quite a few kids that come out of that area that are really, really good racers.
I just go, man, if he wins the Mint 400, that's pretty much the 4 biggest crown jewels of off-road in the world. I'm like, what's left? Going to Crandon?
What's they do now? Go home?
No, I was having a discussion, with that, with Rob Mack and a few other people, and I'm like, it's never been done before. I don't think in any class.
No.
Let alone, and you can argue back and forth that I think that he's in a class, right, that is arguably one of the most competitive classes in all of off-road racing, with the steepest pool of talent.
Over time, it's been very impressive to me how UTVs have transformed our sport.
Yes.
And are continuing to transform it.
And then, I don't think we've seen the big changes yet.
Yeah.
Well, what I love is I was one of the, I guess the Unlimited Truck guys was an early adopter to UTV, and mainly because I was getting priced out of racing Unlimited.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of people back then, 10 years ago, that were so down and out on UTVs and horrible and making fun of them, and now those people are eating so much crow, and I think it's great.
Well, they used to be a lot slower too. I have a memory of running a Parker race. I was in a 9,000-pound Super Duty, and a little golf cart got sideways and stopped in front of us, and we stink bugged it to a stop just in time.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that. Right from there, I said they don't belong in the same race course on the same day as we are. But things are changed.
Yeah.
Things have definitely changed.
There's no question about it.
So
what a beautiful day in the desert. You know, this is a great racing stuff. The light is just perfect. It's not glaring. It's not doing that stuff. It's easy on your eyes. Low fatigue today. I'm just thinking.
Nice shot of thumpers here.
Yeah.
Great spectating.
I'm seeing a lot of spectators, too. I mean.
Well, for a Friday, I mean, Saturday, tomorrow, it's going to be, it's stacked. But even for a Friday, a lot of local people stuff. They've got work, and we're still seeing a lot of spectators and stuff.
We're sold out of all of our spectating areas, our remote ones, I believe. And, people love coming out to the desert. That's why we do the remote spectating areas, We've noticed a lot of people are buying a remote spectating area and a start-finish ticket. So they can kind of have the best of both worlds.
So they get done with their remote spot, come over and watch the finish.
Yeah, and you can come over here and check out, all the vendors at the Midway, have some food, have some beers, enjoy the beautiful weather. It's a little blustery today, but not bad.
I like that word, blustery.
It turned up. I mean, it's good for racing because, the wind is moving the dust off the course pretty quickly. So that's definitely helping the racers. Look at that.
That's a great shot.
That is a fantastic
That's an off-road shot there.
Makes you want to hang on that shot for about 10 minutes. He's moving them.
Slowly.
Is he gaining? Is he gaining, Jimmy? I can't tell.
Yeah.
He's gaining, but is he going to get the door slammed on him when it wires together? This is a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
He got him so far.
Right there before the wide.
Nice. Racing is passing. I love seeing that.
That's as clean as it comes. You got to love stuff like that. That's just great racing there.
And then that was a competitive pass. That wasn't a cooperative pass.
Yeah.
He didn't pull out of the way.
Well, and that's what's funny about side-by-side racing. I don't want to say funny, but, you look at, like, unlimited trucks. There's a lot of guys that are fast. There's a lot of guys that are slow, and it's different equipment levels. Side-by-side, there's so many evenly matched vehicles that generally passing is very difficult in side-by-sides because, we're talking, within a mile or two of each other. They act so it's hard to make passes. So generally in side-by-side racing, we have the rule, you want the spot, you got to hit us.
Is this Sims again here, Jim?
Yeah, it looked like it was a glimpse of Sims there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of bumping that happens in side-by-side racing that people don't know about.
I'll bet.
Got to go up and give them a kiss if you want the spot. Got those military vehicles now again.
Yeah, great.
It's like coming into the quarry.
Yeah. Yeah, and the quarry's tricky because it's very rocky in there, and when you step off the line, there's a lot of gotchas. So you have to be patient, and pick your way through the quarry, and it's really frustrating when you're racing, and you've got a high pace for a while, and then you come up to this technical section, you've just got to dial it back because the last thing you want to do is step out, hit a piece of concrete or rock and earn a flat.
That's what I said. You get off the race line of the quarry, I mean, just by 6 inches, and you're going to cut a tire, a sidewall. It's very, like you said, it's only 2 or 3 miles long, but it's highly technical.
Yeah, we go in there and we clean it up quite a bit, but it's still treacherous. But that's part of off-road racing.
It is indeed, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here in Sin City, Las Vegas, for the greatest American off-road race. And right now, it's all about Brock Hager, who is leading in the limited classes here as we make our way around the desert. And I'm just looking down here now. Let's just have a quick class overview. So leading at the moment in the Pro UTV Turbos is Brock Hager. In Class 10 is Elliot Watson, who's currently 6th overall. If we come back down, and in UTV Open, 14th overall is PJ Jones, but first in class. Come back down again, and Derek Geiser is leaving our 5 class with the 5:28 and 22nd overall. come down a little bit further, and in 31st position, and in just jumped actually. In first in class 14 is Caleb Provencio. So lots of action out here on classes, and let's not forget, I believe, Jim, we've got 35 classes out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got lots of classes here and lots more action. So as we continue here, we're going to pop out for a short break, but be back very soon as we continue. And do not forget that we have the qualifying for the unlimited classes later on this afternoon. See you in a bit.
In 2022, O'Reilly Auto Parts entered off-road racing via the Mint 400 to support limited class racing. Since then, O'Reilly has offered over $200,000 in prize money across Class 9, Class 12, 5, 1600, half 1600, and 5 Unlimited via the O'Reilly Auto Parts Air-Cooled Challenge. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Air-Cooled Challenge not only adds serious prize money to these classes, but also helps keep classic VW-based off-road racing alive. This focus on Class 9, Class 12, 5, 1600, half 1600, and 5 Unlimited helps keep the spirit of grassroots racing alive and supports the classes that are the backbone of desert racing history and culture.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0 year percent. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. Been a fantastic day of action already as we make our way through this limited race. Over 35 classes racing with over 150 vehicle entries and lots of action. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining us in the booth is none other than Mr. Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Matt Martelli. Good afternoon, gentlemen, or good morning, should I say?
It
feels like tomorrow already.
Yeah, well, it does, but I tell you what, we're one lap deep at the limited race here at the Mint, and it has been a wild first lap. Obviously we've got the battle with the 10 cars as side-by-sides, but we've been talking about Brock Hager all day, but he is on an absolute tear, and I say that, and he's driving so smooth. It's not like he's tearing the car up. He's just that good.
His heartbeat's probably hanging around 65, right?
I mean, it's amazing to watch how smooth. And it's one of those sometimes after the fact, you realize you witnessed history. But I'm like, on the run he's in with 1,000, King of the Hammers, Dakar, now the Mint 400. I mean, these are the biggest crown jewels in off-road, arguably in general motorsports in the world, and he's just making short work of everything.
Well, let's also talk about the vehicle platform, because it is really remarkable that we finally have a factory-backed program, and this is a race car. He is racing a race car that you can buy. Right? So that hasn't, I don't think, ever happened before, let alone in this era. So that's a really cool, huge props to the Polaris team and everything they put into developing these cars, because they clearly work.
Yeah, not many manufacturers go, we're going to develop one of the most advanced race cars in history. Oh, and by the way, we're just going to offer them to the general public too.
Right. Right. It's really cool. I mean, it shows their commitment to not just our sport in off-road racing, but the evolution of technology in off-road.
Yeah. In fact, I'm trying to think of any time ever in history when a mainline manufacturer has actually offered a fully blown race car as a production option, and I can't think of anything. I'm sure somebody on social media will put me right.
Some of the brands have done it in pavement, but not in off-road.
I mean, there's been some Ferraris that they've offered.
Shelby Cobra.
Yeah, some weird stuff, but I mean, not like this. You're right, Jim. It's unheard of.
It is unheard of. I mean, I'll even take you back to the tarmac stuff. They make replicas of race cars. They're not full race cars, whereas these are legitimately full race cars. You can go and be Brock Hager. You can go and be Caden McCachran. That's astonishing.
I could make a case for saying that Ford got this whole trend started when they came up with the Raptor. That Raptor was a result of an awful lot of market research. We did focus groups, and they asked, what do you think? What do you need? What would you like? How, if you had it on the joystick, how would you do it? And the Raptor program got through, at least according to the guy at Ford who talked to me and said, here's how it really happened. He says, we slipped the paper in a stack of signatures, and it got signed off.
Well, Matt, he's got the numbers, but we've talked deep on this, and you can talk about the Raptor program, things like that. But you've talked about how off-road culture and our off-road industry literally kind of shapes a lot of what goes on in the world.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been getting the reports from the Department of the Interior, and outdoor recreation is $1.7 trillion, and we're 60% of that. I mean, it makes off-road recreation bigger than oil and gas for the GDP of America. And that doesn't even measure, the big expenditures like RVs and things that don't happen on federal or state land.
Someone needs to tell Greta that.
Yeah. So, you know what I mean? What we do here affects the entire world. And we need to remember that and celebrate that.
Well, let's look back. So years ago, we used to see Formula One being as a test bed for as many things that we'd see then come into production cars, whether that be traction control, ABS, bits and pieces like this. Now what we're seeing is off-road racing being a platform for manufacturers to produce component parts that are then used in far more specialist applications, let's say military, whether then going back into our own vehicles, etc., etc. It's astonishing. And it's you said it earlier, Bob. This is a pivotal moment in time in what we're seeing right now. And Jim, you nailed it. This is history in the making.
Yeah, we're living it. We're seeing it. Don't sit back 20 years from now and think, oh yeah, that was history. Understand, live it. And celebrate it. We should be. What Brock's doing, what Polaris has done. I mean, what Ford's doing with their platforms. I mean, this should be celebrated. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that we have Ram now as a sponsor, they're out here giving thrill rides in the new Ram RHO, which is, developed from their platform. I mean, it's a really capable off-road vehicle.
It is indeed. Right, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. Now, let's just have a quick look at our current top 10. In 10th position right now, it's KC Belafontaine. In 9th is Ryan Pitblick. In 8th is Kareem Potts with Cole Potts driving. In 7th is Elliot Watson, who is our highest placed Class 10 car. Then in 6th is Max Eddy Jr. In 5th is Caden McCachran. In 4th it's Brandon Sims. In 3rd it's Mitch Guthrie Jr. In 2nd it's Chase Carr. And in first right now, it is Brock Hager as the lead cars make their way round to around about the halfway point in lap 2.
Some awesome shots here. Just beautiful desert out here. And, I'm fortunate that I spent a lot of time out here, especially in these back sections. And, it's always fun to go out there and just enjoy the views.
Yeah.
I mean, you get back Beer Bottle Pass, Joshua Tree Highway. It is beautiful back there.
Jim Mars and I just got a text in from Mike Pascarella to help us on the Dustin problem. It was a rear axle. Rear axle.
What a bummer.
That took him out first lap right away.
I'll give Dustin credit. That was a very fast rear axle change.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't quit. That's one of the many things I like about Dustin is, he can take a punch to the face and keep rolling.
Yeah, it's him hanging out with Cowboy Cerrone so much.
Yeah, well,
well, we sure thank Mike Pascarella for sending that info to us. Keep it up, guys.
Yeah.
But let's also forget, these guys are professional off-road racers, so they will practice axle changes. They will be working on these cars themselves. And we were talking about this yesterday in Fremont Street with Ryan Thomas, who's the team manager for Polaris Factory Racing. We're at a moment in time that is very special because we actually have more professional off-road racers in UTV than perhaps we've ever had in the entire history of off-road racing. These are guys and girls that are being paid a wage to sit in race cars and race. They don't have any other jobs. Their job is to race. That's incredible.
At their age, to boot.
Well, yeah, at any age. It's absolutely remarkable. As we continue with the action here.
One of the factory team members.
They could just dance across that.
Yeah, when you have confidence in your vehicle, this is how you drive it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the score sheet right now, and the top 6 cars are all Polaris R factory cars.
So this is the blue car. Is that Max Eddy?
I think this is Max Eddy, yes.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, talk about a guy who's paid his dues in bikes and racing different vehicles. So I was really stoked when he got selected to be a part of the team because it was kind of an unusual pick. But obviously it panned out not just as a driver, but as a navigator for Dakar, right? So he was in the car with Brock Hager navigating.
See, to me, that's almost a bigger thing than the Brock Hager thing, because normally Dakar navigators take years to get to a stage where they're even close to being able to win. So to have 2 rookies go out there and do so well was just absolutely remarkable. Now, I'm going to cut back on that and go back to the Polaris Factory Racing. Again, at the moment, they're testing for the 4th seat, so they've got an availability for a 4th seat in another car. And so they're testing drivers at the moment. They're giving multiple drivers a chance to come to these races and try out to become team members in this team. I think that's a wonderful thing. It's not a case of if your face fits, it's a case of if you're the right person, if you're talented enough, come and join us.
Yeah,
and show us.
They had Ethan Grom in one of the seats, right?
Yeah.
Young racer, just a stud. You know, his dad, Colby from Method. So Ethan grew up racing in some of the youth classes, and just really, really great kid, and I think he's going to do very well.
But isn't it? It's wonderful that you've now got the situation where kids can, strive to achieve and want to be racing with that. Oh, is this our Rivian?
Yeah. Yes, so here's one of our EVs. These guys are really cool. Like, so this is the only EV to ever make a lap at the Mint 400, which they did last year. And this year they came to us and said, "Hey guys, we want to go for 2." So we said, "All right, let's go for 2, man." So
well, we just saw him stopped in the pits, where he's obviously not stopping for fuel.
No, they were likely just stopping for, just to have a look at the car and go from there.
But again, this comes back to what we were saying about manufacturers. So we've now got Rivian coming out here to test their equipment on the Mint 400.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 EVs racing with us this year. We've got this one, and we've got the Chevy as well. The Silverado EV.
Is that the one Chris Wu was driving?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're since it's their first year, they're going to stick to doing 1 lap, and the Rivian's going to go for the 2.
Matt, isn't the only limitation pretty much the battery life?
Yeah, and for us, like when we're working with new technologies, we try and help them, have success, right?
Right. Well, of course.
We want them to get around a lap, and then the next year do another lap, and grow as the technology grows. So I think it's really cool.
Well, I know Ricky was talking earlier. He did some training with these guys. He said that Rivian rips.
Yeah, I mean, I've driven them before. I think they're great vehicles, and this is a good testament to proving. I mean, look at what they're going through right now. Yeah. This is not a mall crawl,
No.
So they've done both this race and the California 300, and both are difficult, rough, technical races.
I like he's got the bed full of stuff. From this angle, it looks like ice chests.
I'm sure there's a bunch of cold beers in there.
It could happen. Yeah, looks like they're getting back on the course.
I love the fact that they've got somebody sitting in the gunnery position.
Yeah.
He's got the best view in the house.
Yeah. And these guys
and the coldest hands.
It's the truth.
These guys are actual active duty military. So they're racing and testing what they actually take into combat.
Be interesting to learn, Matt, the backstory of how these guys were selected to be the guys.
Right.
You know?
Well, they reach out to us and ask us a lot of questions. And, you know, like in the case of this vehicle, it's a slow-moving vehicle. You could see him watching his back.
Yep.
Making sure that if there are vehicles coming up, he's over and off to the side and clear of them.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to hit that, would you?
Well, not twice.
Now, I'm just watching our lead vehicles. Our lead vehicles have already made their way through shooting range and will be making their way round past lap 40. Now, each lap is around about that sort of 90-mile mark. So they'll be completing 380 miles here at this year's Mint 400. But as we continue with the action, we're going to pop out for a short ad break, but don't go anywhere, as don't forget, we have qualifying later today for the unlimited classes, and of course more action with our limited classes right here at the 2025 Mint 400.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Welcome back here to the 2025 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Jim Beaver here along with Matt Martelli, the kingpin behind this event. Got our other cast and crew. They're stepped out for a second, but they will be back here shortly.
Yeah, we got a really good shot right here of one of the back sections.
Well, that's what I love about. Let's talk about the diversity of this course, Matt, because what makes the Mint. Everybody talks about the rough, but it's really one of the most technical courses. You got things like the quarry that we're seeing here live on camera, but then you've also got Joshua Tree Highway. You've got the washes, you've got the rocks, you got some silt, you got the dry lake beds. I mean, there's a lot that goes into winning here. It's not just one type of driver. It takes a driver that's good in all types of conditions.
Yeah, I mean, look, what I really like about this course is that you can overdrive and break your car anywhere, right? And that's, to me, a true off-road course. Like, you don't want it to be easy. You want it to challenge you, and if it's too easy, then it's really not off-road racing.
Well, and definitely the Mint 400 is not easy, as we've seen from lap 1. We're deep into lap 2 at this point, and Brock Hager, our current leader, just a blistering pace as Jim Marsden is back on the mic with us. But, man, Jim, I mean, what do you think of these first 2 laps so far?
Well, it's been absolutely astonishing. I mean, we all knew that Brock Hager has been on an absolute tear with 4 of the biggest victories that you could possibly ever have. And then just to see his pace and the way he's taking the race to the others is incredible. And that is Casey Belafontaine. And now, been interesting. He seems to drop away from the pace. Other cars have been passing him, but it was great to see him back there and really up to full race speed once again.
Yeah, it looked like he had a few struggles there, but looks like he's back pushing the pace.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about a few of the other cars that we've got running here. So Chase Card. Now, I don't know much about Chase, but Chase is hunting Brock Hager right now. Not often that you say that. And then just behind him is another guy who's won here, Mitch Guthrie Jr., and behind him, Brandon Sims, another winner here at the Mint 400.
Yeah, all just killers. I know quite a bit about Chase Carr. His dad is a well-known UTV car builder. Chase started racing at like 2 years old, so the kid is born and bred badass. To be in that mix also shows his acumen.
Yeah, now that's Brock Hager. So this is our current race leader on adjusted time.
At that. I mean, it really wasn't that long ago where UTVs were not capable of that.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, Matt, I mean, I'm looking at this, and I don't want to say it's unlimited truck pace, but it looks like an unlimited truck going through those whoops. He's not checking up. He's just mobbing through everything.
Yeah, but he's got that flow that we always talk about. It's when you're a man or you're a lady and you're absolutely on that right place, your car's just skipping from tip to tip. It's on the tops of the ground the whole time, and it doesn't look like it's working hard. It just looks in sync, and that's exactly what you're watching here.
I just wish Ricky was here to hear you guys say all this stuff, because he knows he's going to lose this bet.
It was never in doubt, Bob.
Bob's looking forward to his free cup of coffee later.
Later.
Tea.
we do for high stakes around here.
Yeah, very high stakes. We got here, this is a glimpse of the quarry we talked about.
Yeah, it looks like one of our Class 5 cars there. That's one of the things I love about the limited races. You get to see so much variety on the race cars that you see out there on this course.
Oh, he's coming up.
Now that looks like one of our Hoopty cars there.
Yeah. Hoopty, yeah.
Or Hoopty. Oh, I'll have Emmy Hall.
That's
texting
great.
me.
And like what you saw there was great etiquette. He's got his head on a swivel. Saw, that there's a racer coming up on him, pulled right over. That's what we want to see.
Now, Matt,
I got a flat here.
Yeah, that's one of our Class 10s.
That is Neil Drickey.
Now, Neil Drickey, we're going to see him tomorrow racing in 6100 as well. So he's using this for a bit of pre-running. Now, Matt, just talk about the technology out there in the vehicles. Obviously, they've got trackers, etc. I mean, do they have push to pass or anything like that?
Yeah, they do have push to pass. As well as the old Nerf to pass. So
2 taps.
Yeah, exactly.
2 toots, 2 ton. Or 2 toots, 2 taps, 2 ton.
Quite a bit of technology in these cars for safety, navigation, etc. And here's one of our military class vehicles.
So this is our top 15 in the limited. They're doing the 95-mile loops. Remember, today we've got the shorter loop for the limited cars, and then the faster limited cars are running the full 95-mile loop. But Brock Hager currently leading. We mentioned Carr in second, Guthrie. I mean, here's a guy, Matt. We haven't really, we've kind of breezed over talking about Mitch Guthrie Jr. today, but let's talk about him because he's a prodigy of the system. Came up through the side-by-side ranks. He's won pretty much everything you can win in a side-by-side.
Yes.
Got the chance to go to Dakar. Did really well. I mean, now he's graduated up into, one of the top flight rides at Dakar with Red Bull and Ford.
Yes. Yeah, Mitchie's unbelievably fast, and, he's been spending a lot of time in Rally Raid racing over there, which is really cool, but we definitely miss him. We're glad he's here racing with us, and he's definitely one of the guys that could win this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget his career started back in King of the Hammers. His father, Mitch Guthrie Jr. Sr., he's a 6 times winner in the 4900 class over there. So lots of history with Mitch Guthrie Jr. And as you say, Matt, fantastic to see him back here racing.
Yeah.
One of the Monster Energy cars there.
Cowboy?
Is that Cowboy? Yep.
Yeah, this is a cool story. So we invited Cowboy out to race in a celebrity. No, that's Matt Burrows.
Matt Burrows.
Yep. Matt Burrows. So
actually one of the executives there at Monster.
Yeah, actually we have a whole crew of Monster executives out with us. We put them on the start grid and had them wave the green flag. And Matt's wife actually got to wave the green flag for Matt. It was really cool.
That is nice.
It's an experience that all of you out there can have as well. We have a VIP Plus package that we actually take people out on the starting grid to wave the green flag.
That's very cool.
And you can touch the cars and you can feel the cars. You can feel the engines.
Absolutely. You get dirt spray, you get wind.
Yeah,
feel the fire blast off.
It's glorious, I tell you.
It is. It is. All right, somebody's really cooking along here. That might be, is that Cade McCachran?
This is one of the speed vehicles, but I don't think this is one of the factory entries.
No.
Now, if anybody's trying to keep up with Max Gordon, who we saw qualify so well yesterday, unfortunately it looks like he's having some issues out on course.
Oh, no.
So he's a little bit off the pace at the moment. The same with the Custom Wernemont as well. But let's not forget, this is a brutal course. This is the Mint 400. You don't come here because it's easy. You come here because it's the Mint 400.
No, and if there's a problem, it's going to show up here. Yeah. And because of our look at that. There we go. 3 wide through thumpers.
That's what's funny. There's a lot of different off-road desert races. Some smaller, some a little bit larger. And there's a lot of people that'll say, "Yeah, I've won 15 different off-road races."
Right.
But it's not hard to get an off-road win. You can go and find and cherry pick a win somewhere. But to win at the Mint 400, I don't care what class you're in. There's no cherry picking.
No.
You're still surviving the Mint 400.
Yeah. And once you finish the Mint, you stop talking about those little races.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're forever a Mint 400
here we
winner.
go. We got a pass. Look at that. Nice.
Gotta go level up.
Nice.
Now, is that Mitch Guthrie?
It looks like.
Oh, he got him back.
Looks like the line that he was in kind of got shut down there.
Yep.
I think that might be Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah, it looks like a Red Bull car there.
Yep. He took a risk. It paid off, and then it
didn't.
Well, let's talk about that as well, because these guys can't pre-run here, so they can't recheck the lines. So when they see those lines for the first time, that is it. That's it's pure racing.
Yeah, and honestly, on this course, there's not a lot of areas that you can step out safely. There's a lot of boulders and things that have been thrown out of the course, so it's a big risk to step off the main line here unless that's a safe area to pass.
Yeah, and that's Anthony West from Team West.
It's a Toyota, it looks like.
Fortunately, he's got the hood off. Hopefully they can get that fixed and get back on the move.
Yeah, I do love that door slammer class. You see the row of lights there leaning backwards.
Yep.
Would you have the air conditioner on or off, Marston?
Oh, I'd have the heater on. I can't do being cold. Awful.
This might be an air-conditioned truck because I can see it's got windows on the side, windows in the front, and it's dusty on the outside.
Right.
As we continue with this race, it's not going to be long until we see our leaders tripping the next timing loop in the desert.
This doesn't look exactly good because there's only one guy at the truck, and he's probably got a laptop, which tells you there's something.
Yeah,
some sort of bad, nasty gremlin down in there.
Yep. Makes for a long day.
Now, just looking at that truck, and everything looks shiny and new.
Huh?
It's Martin. Yeah. Going through thumpers there.
Putting all of that suspension to work as it makes his way through. Once he comes out through thumpers, he'll be making his way to Genehurst Pit and then onto the Fox Proving Grounds. And back with Team West. You can see there, both the driver and the co-driver got their helmets off, so...
I think it's interesting. I can't tell exactly what they're doing.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Look at that right rear. Did they go over? Because that right rear is
He's not going
tweaked.
the right. Oh, there's a pass about to happen on top of the screen. Yeah, it doesn't look right.
No, that's...
lost the control arm by the looks of it.
Yeah, what a bummer.
Or just lost control.
That was a scary moment because you do lose control there for a while when that happens.
They're taking their stuff off. Looks like he's wearing like a bib or a apron or something.
Yeah, this is the worst feeling. You have a problem. You get out of your car, and immediately you're assessing it, going, okay, can we fix it? What is it? And once you realize it's like beyond your repair, it sucks. Here's Beer Bottle Pass.
Yeah,
I love this.
This is one of our first glimpses of Beer Bottle Pass,
Yes,
I think, on the live stream, but just shows you how technical this is.
Yeah, that's a fantastic view. Fantastic view of Beer Bottle Pass. Really gives you insight as to what these guys are going through.
And the bloodthirsty me wants to see a pass right now.
I wouldn't recommend that in here because that's a sheer cliff on your right.
Oh,
I was going to say, that could get really nasty really quickly, Bob.
You become one of the stories in Beer Bottle Pass if you screw up.
I will say, a couple years ago, we had a limousine make it through Beer Bottle Pass.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a tense moment. Actually, it was a tense 10 minutes, right?
But he did make it through. Jim York, if you're watching, you and Gabs will give you credit. You made it through, buddy.
Yes.
And this is the worst part, when you're catching somebody like this and you just on their rear tail, they pull away and then you get the dust and you have to sit back, hang back and wait for that moment one more time.
Yep.
Oh.
You can taste it. You could taste it. You just want it.
But what I'm really enjoying about this, Matt, is when we look at the desert course and you can see that dark ground, that dark soil, that's perfect racing conditions.
Yeah, they got more water, I think, than we thought. So this area has been really dry all year, which sucks for racing, and dust. But it looks like the water soaked in a bit.
I was going to say, we watched a couple of laps now, or lap and a half, and I kept waiting to see dry areas, but most of it's got that moisture in the dirt underneath. I mean, I can't promise it'll be there tomorrow, but...
Yeah.
I wonder what the humidity is because those clouds have water in them. It's tantalizing, but it's not coming down.
Oh, and there's our broken car. I can't tell who that is. You guys see a number?
No.
They're off the racing line, so they've done the right thing.
Yeah.
Looks like he's on his phone with a crew.
Right. And they're saying, let's do it on the radio.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a video, which will get sent back to his crew, I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the links in the back; those are messed, but it looks like trailing arm might be damaged also.
So it's Jesse Sword there. Now we think, we're just getting our production guys telling us that they think they know where this issue happened. So So with the power and the magic of television, hopefully we'll be able to see that.
There we go.
Nice 3-wide race. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So the way I'm reading this is he was out of the race line making a pass, and when he dove back in, there was that hard left. It side loaded the rear of the car, and it could have been enough on that side load when he hit back in the ruts. He put all that side load on it.
Yeah, I think you've absolutely nailed that, Jim.
What a
I think we can safely call that a racing incident.
Absolutely. Tough break because there's not much you can do there.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? 1 minute you're a hero, next you're a zero.
Yeah, 0-0.
You know, he had to work for that good, clean pass, too. Finally gets it in. It lasted all of about 10 yards.
Back in the quarry. Looks like one of the 16 cars picking
Looks
his
like
way
a
through.
16, yeah.
Yeah, this is really cool. Fox put up a really great prize purse for all the 16 cars in the name of John Marking, which is where John got his start, which led to the birth of Fox Shocks right here at the Mint 400.
And he was, what a genius that guy was.
Absolutely.
You know.
Glad to have known him.
Oh, boy.
You get beat up enough at a race and you start inventing technology.
There's a lot of truth in that.
Yep.
There's a lot. Well, just talking about just even the little things in in off-road, the pumper systems and the Parker pumper and how that came about, and just all these little things that 30, 40 years later we're talking about. But it was just somebody got frustrated and got tired of getting beat up or eating dust or whatever. They slow changes.
Yeah.
Nothing in our industry's ever been fast. It's but you've got 40 years worth of small changes, and all of a sudden we've got all-wheel drive unlimited trucks with sequential gearboxes and things like that,
Looks like Sierra.
Yep.
Sierra Romo coming through thumpers. She's a fantastic racer. She's done really well. Won a championship with us and won multiple races. And, just a good female racer is an example to other female racers.
Oh, very smart, too. Very smart racer. Watched her race for years, and, her racecraft, very highly intelligent.
Okay, so this is looks like one of our Class 11s here.
All right, not this corner, the next corner.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this is in one of the time control zones here. And so doing his housekeeping, as we say. So just cleaning his glasses, making sure everything's good. He's got his iPad there, watching a bit of television, probably watching the live stream if we'll wave.
That's a lead nav on that. Yeah. They're all business. Oh, this is Blake. Awesome. Inside the car, Blake Wilkie. Man, he hustled to get this car done. And
is this his trophy? No,
no. This is the Slug Shark.
That's right.
Yeah, which is also another really cool class that Rugged Radio's put up a prize purse and created the Class 11 shootout. Rugged's a great, longtime sponsor of ours. They've been involved with us since the very beginning, so we really appreciate their support and we appreciate that they support Class 11.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so great to see the revival in Class 11. It was a class that was definitely becoming an enthusiast class and sort of seemingly to die out, and then all of a sudden, boom. It's absolutely exploded, and we're seeing huge fields of vehicles in multiple different races.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I will say that from a entry point, it's a great place to start out and just have a ton of fun with your friends.
Yeah, but I also love the way that we're starting to see companies embracing these Class 11s. These are cars that, some of these vehicles are well over 50 years old, and they're just running out of parts. So, we've now got alloy wheel companies building alloy wheels for Class 11s that look like steel wheels because they can't buy steel wheels anymore that are strong enough. I love that. That's absolutely nuts. Then we've got, companies that are now remanufacturing engines for those vehicles and rebuilding transmissions and doing all kinds of funky stuff.
Brake parts.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And then we've got the big suspension companies, whether it be Fox, etc., who are building suspensions specifically for this Class 11. Yeah, so is it gin and tonic o'clock already? I don't know what's happening here.
Well, it's some people not in a hurry to get back in the race car, so there's got to be some permanent damage there.
They're plotting their next overthrow.
Do you want fish tacos or do you want pork? I don't know. I'll take what you got.
Or they found our geocache.
Oh, we got waves.
Hey, how you doing, dude?
That is the wave of defeat.
Yes, it is.
So as we continue here with the racing, welcome to the 2025 Mint 400. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far here with the limited classes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with more action. BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Fox Shocks, born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. It's a perfect day for racing. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth, none other than Mr. Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course, Matt Martelli. Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you
Hiya,
doing?
Jim. We're glad to be here.
Well, definitely glad to be here. It's the Mint 400. We're sitting here. We're calling the action. Got one of the best seats in the house, I guess, minus being inside of a helicopter. I can't complain.
A race car wouldn't be bad.
Well, I take that back. Third best seat in the house.
There we go. Now we're organized.
I don't know. I mean, we see more from here than any other place. So,
I will say, for the I'll throw the corporate card in here though. The VIP. If you want the best seat in the house, go to the VIP. They got good food, good drinks, and good viewing. So, there you go. We'll sell you some tickets there, Matt.
Now, this is our class 11 and a half, isn't it? It's not quite a class 5, and it's not quite a class 11.
5/1600s.
5/1600 is right. They're round on top for a reason. That's so they land on the wheels.
There's a lot of 5/16s with a lot of Bondo to those.
Oh, yeah.
Those shells there.
Oh, loving this. Got us a big shout out to Mad Media.
Look at that.
And the drone footage that we're getting today is absolutely incredible. Now, see, one of the most spectacular... We see spectacular driving, but some of the spectacular flying we see must not go unnoticed. So don't forget that we have qualifying later today for the unlimited classes.
I mean, look at that car work, you know? Like, you just have to take a second and realize how remarkable these vehicles are.
That everything that's moving, and it's all happy. Nothing stressed.
Well, it's funny as you watch that too. Look at some of the technology. Look at the spare tire and how it's mounted really low in the rear.
Yeah,
right.
You know, there's so much tech in there that you know, if you're not paying attention, you miss it. But it's like that tire's mounted so low and so far back for a reason.
Yes.
So as we continue watching the action here, let's have a quick look at today's schedule. So this morning we started at 8:30 a.m. and then at 10:30 a.m. was the Youth 570 race. Then at 11:30 was the Youth 1000 race. But let's have a look forward, and at 1:30 p.m. it will be the Unlimited Group 1 qualifying, followed at 3 p.m. by the Unlimited Group 2 qualifying. We'll also be bringing our limited race to an end here at the first day of the Mint 400.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to all the people that are watching, not just on YouTube or Facebook, but on Speed Sport 1, our new partner, our new distribution partner. So keep watching. We're gonna have lots of action coming forward, and make sure you share with your friends and help spread the gospel of off-road racing.
Matt, how does the Speed Sport program work, and what is it going to change for me as a viewer?
Well, it allows you to watch this entire stream on your television. So on OTT, so they're on several different of the different channels like Roku and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So people all over the world can tune in.
Okay.
And watch the Mint 400.
Ah.
Oh, got a little kick there.
Didn't feel a thing.
That's in those sand whoops. It downhill. Got another one.
Yeah.
Hate those donkey kicks.
Little frisky.
Like we got a class 5 here going through the quarry. Didn't get a number there.
Yeah, some of these class 5s are doing really well. Those things go really fast.
There's been a bit of resurgence in class 5 with technology and and honestly, I think obviously we got the Grabowskis we'll talk about later who are going to be running in spec class. But they at one point brought that Subaru class 5 out and really kind of started having people take notice of what was going on in class 5 again, and really got people thinking out of the box.
Yeah, the Grabowski, class 5 Subaru, that thing got more attention than people that were winning the races, right? And even though they had some issues racing it, but they finally got it figured out, and then they, went on to racing spec trucks. So super fast racers. It's going to be exciting to see them tomorrow battling it out.
Yeah, I think, didn't they overall the California 300 in a spec truck a couple years ago?
Yeah.
First year? Yeah. This one's a little off pace here.
Yeah, they might be having some problems. Who is that? Do we know?
I can't.
Blue. Looks like, I hope it's not Von Metal. He's, yeah, something's definitely wrong there.
Yeah, well, the thing is a level. Looks like your right rear is not happy.
Yeah, maybe a blown shock or something.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, no, he's got a folded up rear arm, hasn't he?
Well,
no. It's just a load of mud flaps sitting.
It's got a bench shock back there, it looks like. Or is that the arm?
It's a Can-Am, so.
Oh. Huh. And it's not yellow.
That is Tyler Gibbs. Tyler Gibbs.
Okay.
Yeah, something's going on there. That's.
And the color, the dust almost looks like it's filled with smoke too. I see blue haze in that.
Possibly. One of our trucks getting chased down by a class 11 there.
Oh, one of the Broncos. This looks like, is this Brad Lovell here?
Yeah. It's either Brad or John Williams.
It would be John Williams.
This is going to be John Williams?
Well, damn it. What is Brad driving? He and Adam are in something.
I thought they were also in a Bronco.
They're
this
in
is John.
No. Brad Lovell's in the Bronco Raptor.
Yeah, that's John Williams.
That's John Williams. His brother Nate. His brother Nate running too.
Yeah, which is cool. He actually, his group, along with Post Performance, built the one of the other trucks that's racing out here with Ram, and that's owned by musician and actor Luke Grimes.
Oh. That John Williams gets the deals.
He's a hustler. And a great driver, as you can see. He knows how to get a, relatively stock vehicle around, and that's a skill.
Well, my introduction to John was during a pre-run for the Nevada 500, he wanted to join up with us, and so he had a Jeep, and the thing made it to Beatty and completely fell apart. And he realized he messed it all up. Said, I'm never going to let that happen to me again, and that's what got him started on being a prep guy.
I was just going to say, that Bronco we were just watching back then, that was Nate Williams that was driving that car.
Yeah, John's brother.
Yeah.
Now we're getting a glimpse of a few more of the limited classes we got racing out here. And that's what I love, seeing these Rangers and some of these other trucks. So when I got started in off-road in the early 2000s, actually driving late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, this is what it was about. There was no side-by-sides. You wanted to get started, you got a mini truck and started modifying it in your garage, and you went racing.
Yeah, that was James Berman we just saw there.
And I'll tell you, Jimmy, well, never mind.
Were you going to age yourself there, Bob?
No. I'm trying to be good.
It's taking you this long?
I'm trying to avoid it as much as I can.
Oh.
Right, now I'm just looking at my tracker. If you head on over to the mint400.com, you can find live scoring and tracking information there. I'm just looking at my trackers now, and I can see that our race leaders are going to be making their way through and around and coming up towards Beer Bottle Pass, not very far away, which puts them at around about race mile 75.
You got Beer Bottle Pass, and then you go around the backside of that mountain through Joshua Tree Highway, curves around, you catch that wash that's like an e-ticket ride all the way back to Prim. I love that wash when you're running it this direction. When you started us that year, Matt, we had to run up that wash out of town.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah, because you're getting that chop going uphill.
It was brutal on the cars.
Yeah, when you're going uphill and stuff like that, it's just there's no way to find the rhythm. You're just digging.
I just got a text in from a good friend Jason Hutter with Fire Guys Racing, and he wants to confirm that Brad and Adam are in the Ranger Raptor. Brad and Adam Lovell.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Here we're back with Sims.
Just cooking.
He is.
Just cooking.
Jones, excuse me.
Yeah, that's Dustin Jones.
Dustin.
You can see the little M down there on the left. KMC Maxxis.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
But it does not say his name backwards, so little hard to discern.
He's had a tough day. Boston Axel.
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, but like I said before, he's not a quitter.
No.
You know, and we've got a long ways to go. You know, the idea that everybody else is going to run clean isn't a very good bet. You know, although, you know, some of the guys up front are doing very well and not having any issues. That's the interesting thing about this style of racing is, like, you know, you can have a great first lap, a great second lap, great third lap, but if you don't have a great fourth lap, it's a problem.
You've got trouble.
Yeah. You know, it's one of the reasons why I absolutely love this style of racing is, you know.
Oh, look at this. Now, this is Dustin Battle Axe Jones coming up across one of our lap markers. Or back markers, should I say?
Lappers.
Lappers.
Hey,
there he goes.
Great etiquette right there. Again, you know, props to that guy.
I'm impressed with the platform that he's driving. I mean, that thing is just stable as heck.
Yep.
And it looks like his steering wheel isn't giving him the same kind of problems it was earlier. So
yeah, I think that was just in that short course where they've got those little ruts, just like real kickers, where you just absolutely want to flick that wheel out of your hands.
Yeah.
But Dustin Battle Axe Jones, this race is far from over. He's still got at least 2 laps of this race to make up. He was sitting in 8th position in class and 33rd overall. And as I think he crosses the line to complete this second lap, just look at the pace of this vehicle. Absolutely astonishing. But I'll finish my thought. As he comes around to complete lap 2, I think we're going to see him making big jumps. I think we're going to see him pushing up into sort of around that top 20, maybe even top 15.
Yeah, and this is what, you know, Dustin likes to hunt, you know, so I think this is a good position for him. You know, we'll see how far off the pace he is, you know, in terms of time, but there's a long ways to go. He could definitely pull it off.
That's for sure. How many times have we seen adversity? How many times have we seen people leading this race to have problems later on? And the pace of this, just look at this.
Yeah.
And the
he
platform
is
again,
on
I just love how stable that thing is. He's got that car.
Well, I will say I got to test drive these new Can-Ams and with their new suspension package and just the balance of the car, they drive really, really well. So, but that's not taking anything away from Dustin here. So, yeah, I mean, like, we're talking 80 miles an hour plus here, right?
Yeah, easy.
And he's making it look easy, He's making it look easy.
Yeah, super relaxed there. I'm loving his co-driver who's just like, yeah, da 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 da. Mate, it's just watching things, watching that map, making sure he's keeping him honest.
Yeah.
He'll just be saying little things into him, just going, keep it going, man. This is real solid pace. Just keep it easy and keep it easy.
It's really tense because I can tell you, being in a car like this during a race, and you're clenched because you know that you want to hang it out here, but you know that you can hit a rock at any time.
Okay, now this is big news. This is Mr. Brock Hager. This is our current race leader on adjusted time. And if I'm not mistaken, looking at our tracker, he is potentially now leading this race overall. Now, this is round the back of Joshua Highway. So I reckon he's something like around about 10 minutes from coming into town to complete lap 2.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really cool area. He just got out of technical, rocky, et cetera. You saw some of the old fences and everything back there. That's an area that we used to have cattle grazing when we first started this race,
And this is back with Dustin Battleaxe Jones, putting that Can-Am to work. And I love the fact we have so many different manufacturers out here, racing hard.
Now you're live.
So we've got Dustin Battleaxe Jones here. We're going to pop out for a short ad break, but be sure to be back and join us once again at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. See you in a minute.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. If you're just joining us, check out some highlights from what's been happening here during the limited race that we're enjoying here today. We're around about halfway through this as our race leaders are making their way back into complete lap 2. I'm Jim Marsden. Joining me in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer and, of course, Mr. Matt Martelli. Now, Matt, we got a guest in the booth with us. Who have we got with us?
Yeah, yes, we do. I want to introduce actually a longtime friend of mine, a really good friend of mine, Eric Apple from Bet Online. We connected, and this is why you can now bet on off-road racing.
Yeah, you know, it's been a thing for a long time. I've been a fan of the sport. I've been involved a little bit here in the sport. I've ridden in some races before. I drove short course before. I grew up around off-road racing. My grandfather actually helped Mickey Thompson start his company. So, you know, growing up in Southern California, you have an automotive family. Obviously, off-road is a part of your DNA at some level. Always been something I loved. And I've had a lot of freedom these days with Bet Online, bringing us into different niche sports that don't allow betting or don't have anybody offering the bets. So I thought, who better than to call than a Matt? Hey, can I give you some money? How can I support this sport? And how can you make me look good? And that's how we ended up here.
Just so everybody knows, I really like those phone calls. Yeah. So if you want to call me up and give me sponsorship money, my number is 7. No, go ahead.
I mean, the thing is if we really love these sports and you want to, back it up, you need to figure out how to contribute.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I did. Like, hey, how can I contribute? How much can we give you? How can we help you make more money beyond that? How can you help us create this market for off-road? Because we know all these people who are having fun out here, they also have some money to bet. They got to make back some of that debt they spent on building these cars.
Right. Well, and by nature, our culture is a betting culture. We're betting each other. We're going to beat each other, right? That's part of what racing is about, is a polite fist fight, I like to say.
It's a part of the confidence, right? Like, you're confident that you built a badass car that's going to go fast and you're going to do well. I want to put some money on myself to prove it even more.
You know, Eric, it may just be the best thing ever that you showed up. You see, we've got this little bet going between me and Ricky.
Okay. RJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going for the UTVs. he said, "Oh no, overall it's going to be the Class 10s." Well, now all he's been able to pony up is a cup of tea.
A cup of tea. RJ can afford more than that. I promise.
Can you figure a way to help us sort this out and maybe make it bigger, better, better?
We should build a specific side bet for you two on Bet Online, and we can do that. We've been talking about doing that with a lot of these guys who have these trophy trucks. Some of these guys have had, $50, $60, $70, even $100,000 side pots. We want to put those on Bet Online and have some fun with it. I mean, we're able to do things that other, betting sites aren't able to do because of regulations and sanctions. We're able to skip all that stuff and have some really cool fun. We have bets on which tire is going to win limited, what tire is going to win the unlimited. What manufacturer is going to win the UTV class. We can do anything. I mean, we can make up whatever we want.
Eric, I don't remember. Did we close those lines yet, or are they still able to bet on those lines?
Unlimited for tomorrow is still open.
That's
so
right.
People can bet on if an all-wheel drive is going to win the overall, if a two-wheel drive or a spec. Obviously, the spec is the long shot. And because there's so many two-wheel drives, they're favored right now because we have, 5 or 6 all-wheel drives?
Yeah, we have 4, I think.
Okay. So that's open as well. We also have what tire is going to win the unlimited. That's still open, in addition to who's going to win spec and two-wheel drive.
Nice. Well, and the cool thing is, this is just the beginning. We're getting to figure out what the good side bets and the good bet lines are for this. So there's going to be more to come in the future.
Yeah, we're experimenting with it. We're having fun with it. And the most important thing is we're supporting the sport. We're helping him. He's getting people to sign up and use the site, which is helping us. So it's a great symbiotic relationship, and I hope to keep it going for many years to come.
Yeah.
It'll probably take care of itself. It sounds so good. I mean, it would do that.
Well, that's the idea, right? Keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Don't jinx it.
I shouldn't.
But I've heard we've got some pretty exciting stuff out here today.
Yeah.
I've heard we had a couple problems with some of the UTVs off the starting line.
Yeah, a few of them flew inverted. It was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, unfortunately, as one of our good friends, Mark Burnett, decided to send it as well. I mean, he's good at making the highlight reel, let's say.
I know I'm not Ivan Ironman Stewart, but last I checked, ending up upside down is not the goal in this sport, right?
No. especially when you're shedding parts as you go over.
Exactly.
He's spitting all kinds of things.
You don't want to leave a yard sale. So what do we got on camera now, guys?
Well, we got a 516 coming around the turn. He's working his way through the, I don't know where it is, Joshua Tree. That's what. Look at that.
Yeah, I could tell you some stories about that area. First time I went around this course was with Casey Folks, and we camped out in that area, and just beautiful, beautiful area.
It is. Look at the flowers. I mean, all that colorful vegetation.
Yeah, and the Joshua trees, hence the name, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so many people around the rest of the world they think of the desert as being a real bland, one color, one-dimensional thing.
Yeah.
But we have such an up-close and personal relationship with the desert. We really understand the depth and the difference and the variety of the types of desert, the types of dirt, the types of sand, the types of terrain. It is just such a beautiful place, and the more you get to know it, the more you appreciate it.
Well, and there's people that think especially when they fly over it on an airline or something like that, they look down there and say, "Oh, it's all dead down there." And I kind of help them understand that it's not a dead place. At night, everyone comes out to have dinner. The trouble is,
you might be dinner.
Yeah, somebody's dinner is somebody's dinner.
Yeah, you want to stay off. You want to stay off the menu out there.
Yeah.
Looks like we're coming back into the infield here.
We are indeed. Now we're expecting our race leaders to be coming in to complete lap 2 very soon, and we are looking at some changes. We've got some timing loops out there on the course, and we can see that they have been tripped. And I'm just looking down here right now, and currently in 10th position is Ryan Piplick. In 9th is Elliot Watson, who's our second place now in Class 10. So there's been a change. In 8th is Max Eddy Jr. In 1st, it's Cole Potts, driving the Curry Potts car, who is now 1st in Class 10. In 6th, it's Caden McCachran. In 5th, it's Mitch Guthrie Jr., who's dropped back a place. Then in 4th, it's Brandon Sims. In 2nd, it is Chase Carr. But right now, it's all about Brock Hager. And Brock Hager is going to be right up against these leading Class 10 cars and looking to take the overall track position as well as he starts lap 3.
So gentlemen, tell me what it is. I mean, the UTVs are getting so close now to beating the Class 10s, and they are beating the Class 10s in some races. I know last race we had a betting line that was will a Class 10 or a UTV win the limited class. But here's my question for you. Have the UTVs, as far as technically, improved that much in the last 2 or 3 years, or are the drivers just getting better, and are they just setting them up better so that now they've caught up with the Class 10s?
I think it's... Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
I think it's an opinion deal. I have one, you have one, you have one.
Take it away. No, you're right on all levels. So the technology is getting better and better, but we've got to remember that the Class 10 is a very old class. It's a historical class, and it's kind of rooted in time. So yes, they're making small improvements to make the cars better, whereas we're seeing the UTVs making great big leaps forward all the time. We're seeing factory teams coming on board and then taking the program forward even further. But equal to that is that the drivers. So in Class 10, they're owner drivers, they're people who are wrenching on their own cars, they're doing all of this. In UTV, we're seeing guys who are driving every single day, who are being paid to drive, and they are excelling and they are pushing the sport forward every single time they race.
But my opinion is, the machines, to answer your question, it's the technology of the machines has moved a lot faster than a driver development program can develop a driver. The vehicles have moved quicker. But that enhances a good driver.
So going on that,
I think the other thing to consider though too is the amount of youth that have come in, right? And they're comfortable with that platform. So when you have, racers like Brock Hager who started at 6 years old,
right?
Driving trophy cars, driving UTVs, and then here he is in his 20s. He has already got 15 years plus of seat time off-road at a very high level. So I think it's I think it's all those things colluding together to make the change. And then the tech part of it is, continuing to go forward. I mean, we've been watching shots all day of the Polaris factory cars work. I mean, that wasn't UTVs were not capable of that just a few years ago. And as they've developed this platform, I for one will say that like Hager in particular has the ability, or he's known to overdrive. So the fact that those vehicles are surviving underneath them and they're able to do what they can do, it's remarkable.
It is.
Got somebody coming through.
So while we're looking at that, and if you guys want to chime in on this, that's fine. But to continue the conversation, so based on what you guys
there's Hager right there.
Okay. So based on what you guys are talking about, I mean, with the progression of the UTV classes, now basically almost even with say a Class 10, a year or two from now, it should. I mean, the way they're progressing, it shouldn't be even close anymore.
Yeah, well, let's talk about, you say about progression with the vehicles. Let's talk about this, because that's Brock Hager. So Brock Hager this morning started in, I believe it was in something like 21st position behind all the Class 10s and behind all the Class 5s. I believe that he's physically now
he's leading on the road.
Course. Yes.
Which is awesome.
He started 21st.
Which means that he had 10.5 minutes of adjusted time that he's made back.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely astonishing.
Well, there's a lot of guys who can you request a rear start?
Yeah, you can request.
I remember I rode with Cameron Steele in a 16 car in San Felipe, and he requested a rear start. And I was like, why do you want to do that? He's like, because I want to hit and pass every single guy so they know we passed them.
Right.
And we hit everybody. I don't even know why the car is on.
By the way, that's not a very good strategy, but I love Cameron. Big shout out.
Well, this was Cameron Steele of 20 plus years ago. This is not Cameron Steele.
This was fun Cameron Steele.
Yes. I don't even know why that car had a horn, because I'd honk at people in front of us. He hit him anyways.
Fun Cameron Steele. That was Desert Assassins days with dresses on, I believe.
Yeah.
Awesome shot of Class 5 coming through right here.
516. Love these little guys.
Just a super fun, capable platform. Another platform like. You want to go have fun with your friends? Here you go.
That's a good way.
Yeah.
Darn good way.
One thing I noticed yesterday when I was on Fremont, guys, is you think of desert racing or off-road racing as a southwestern United States sport. So I really saw a lot of people from other parts of the country, Montana, North Dakota, and Australians, Kiwis. There's people from all over, more so than ever before, which is really awesome.
Well, it's really cool. There's this race, I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called the Mint 400. It attracts people from all over the world. Right? But yes, you're right. The demographic has changed. And
I'm complimenting your entry list.
I'm busting your balls.
Okay, so this is Brock Hager. He's making his way into the main pit now.
Halfway.
So it looks like we are just about to get to the halfway mark in this race, Bob.
Yeah. I'm getting
what a crazy pace.
So I'm guessing he's going to come in now and he will be taking a refuel, and that will be him. His entire pit strategy
Let's see if he takes tires, because we were talking about tires earlier on these things, and some will go the whole distance, some will change them just because.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. These UTVs, how far can they make it on one fuel?
Because they're four-wheel drive vehicles.
On a fuel?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How far can they make it on one tank of gas? Can they make 2 laps, 3 laps?
With a fuel cell, they're usually splashing every lap because they're about a little north of 100 so miles.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. Tough break for Dustin Jones. He's out of the vehicle.
He's supposed to be sitting in that chair.
And going fast.
Something happened.
Right, okay. Now, we know he had a rear drive shaft problem earlier on, so
Right,
we can only surmise that there might be something still lurking due to that problem earlier.
If we see him, we'll see if he's at the left rear corner, because that's where the axle problem
Now, going back to the fueling thing, we haven't actually... Now, yes, so this is Kerry Potts being driven by Cole Potts now. If this is on what we're expecting Cole to come into the pits to swap out and Carey to get in to continue this race. And they will also be taking on fuel. Now, Bob, you know more about the Class 10s. What sort of fuel cells are these guys carrying? I mean, we haven't seen them stop for fuel, so we're guessing that there's going to be a full tank of fuel and then back out to complete the next 2 laps.
I agree with that. That would be a full tank of fuel because they burned a lot off. And if they can keep it full, they can keep it balanced.
Yeah, and going back to what we were saying earlier about the UTVs, I'm fairly confident they can do 2 laps. These are race-built vehicles, built for this specification and built for doing Baja, etc. We haven't seen them come into pit yet, so that would suggest to me that they're going to be taking a full tank of fuel on this second lap and then going out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so course dependent. I mean, you could really see some variation if the Class 10 can have a bigger fuel cell and doesn't have to stop every lap as opposed to a UTV. Also, if the Class 10 can be set up so it's not eating tires as bad as a UTV, kind of keep those tires fresh and working better.
I think it's the opposite of it. I think that's Cowboy.
That's a right rear.
Yeah, it looks like he broke the rear.
Ow, what a bummer. Donald Cowboy Cerrone getting out.
Yeah, someone I know well.
Yeah, that's right. He's punched you before, right?
Well, we didn't get paid to punch each other, but we punched each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Whole different story, huh?
Yeah.
It's friendly, though.
We both fought in the WEC here in Las Vegas at the same time.
Yeah.
But we never fought each other. But I'm a big fan. I love him. I love his style.
Yeah.
I love he's got his kid out here racing. His kid's a 6-year-old. He's out here racing already.
Yeah.
Cool. He's got his big ranch out there where he can do all the cool stuff, have all the fun.
He's living life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That guy's living life to the fullest.
Yeah, it's a cool story too. We brought Cowboy in as a celebrity racer, and he fell in love with it, hook, line, and sinker. And
what an investment, Matt. That's a smart investment. You got him out here one time, you took care of it, and he's probably paid you back in spades.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we'd like to, resurrect that program and be doing it more. We just need the, need the support to do it. So
I'll see if I can get Goldberg out here.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. No, I mean, whatever we can do to expose it to new eyeballs, we're going to, and whether that's through, people like our Grand Marshal, Stone Cold Steve Austin, who's out here racing with us.
We could have got them both out here together. That would have been quite a thing.
Okay, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is Brock Hager completing lap 2 here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, although apparently that was Eric Apple briefly.
Yeah, there's 2 of me.
Yeah, giving you a lot of credit there.
Listen, don't be surprised if you see me in one of these later this year. I might maybe I'll race with Burnett.
That'd be cool.
That'll be cool.
Seriously.
It'll give him confidence after what happened to him today.
I mean, he can't get any worse.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like he's in good spirits if he sent you a
yeah, he sent me a
video.
picture of himself crashing like an hour ago.
Oh, man.
And I was like, why is he messaging me? Shouldn't it be on the course?
Yeah, well.
Here's one of our pits.
So we've got 3 guys that have now crossed the line to complete lap 2. We've got Elliot Watson, who crossed the line with a 1:51.41. We've got Kerry Potts with a 1:50.29, and Brock Hager with a 1:48.11. Now, the one thing I did notice on that last lap, we were expecting Brock to pick up the pace. It looks like he actually slowed the pace a fraction there.
Well, but he's got, as you pointed out, he's got like a 10-minute gap, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Just looking there at total times. I'll come back to you on that one, Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, at the moment he's got 8 minutes over.
8, okay.
But that is not over Chase Carr. Currently, he is running 3 minutes ahead of Chase Carr as Chase crosses the line with a 1:48.33. So superb run there from Chase, and Chase has actually closed up the distance between him and Brock.
Wow.
So, guys, to continue that conversation about the Class 10 versus UTV classes, how much more progress can be made in a class like Class 10 as we see Dustin Jones coming on screen?
Yeah, so Justin, we'll see if he's going to be getting back into his vehicle. Not yet.
He's still hiding.
But you go back to where can we go? I mean, if we actually look back to UTV 10 years ago to where UTV is right now, we're talking about, spaceships between.
Yeah.
The difference is literally, spaceships versus, guys walking on the ground. It's that big a difference. Where will UTV go? Who knows? Will UTVs be competitive against big unlimited truck?
I mean,
who knows?
It'd be hard to say no at the speed that they're progressing.
Yeah. So I was watching the 10:58 there, and that is this is 10:58. I think that might be Jordan D'Souza Price, but I might be mistaken because I'm showing that as a 10:48.
Doing a little tire change action here.
Now, talk about you guys. Tell me about the course here. Someone who knows the sport a little bit, but maybe not be fully intimate with all these tracks. How does a track out here at State Line in Nevada? How does it compare to, say, like Barstow, which we know is really rough and really rocky? It's not quite as bad out here, right?
Oh, and a great shot, Mitch Guthrie Jr. coming through the start-finish.
Yeah, they're on it.
Yeah, so Mitch Guthrie, he's coming around right now, and he's going to be sitting in 3rd position on adjusted time. In fact, Mitch Guthrie has been on an absolute charge. He moves into 2nd place on adjusted time, pushing down Chase Carr.
Yeah, that
and he's sitting there at the moment 2.5 minutes behind our current physical race leader, or our current race leader on adjusted time, who is Brock Hager.
That car on camera is moving really, really well, and you also notice there's not too many crazy, wheel corrections. So that car is tracking pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchie builds his own vehicles and sets them up and races them, right? So it gives him a huge advantage.
He gives a thumbs up there as he passes through.
Yep.
And this is the speed control zone.
Yep, going over the bridge.
And I can also tell you that that is Caden McCachran there, who's just come through. And this is very close indeed. Caden McCachran now, as he completes his 2nd lap, is on a 3 hours and 39 minutes. Chase Carr on 3 hours 38 minutes.
No.
Mitch Guthrie Jr. on 3 hours 37 minutes. And Brock Hager on 3:35. What a race we've got being set up here.
I just got another text from Mike Pasquarella on what happened to our poor friend Justin Jones. He had contact with a lapper. Somehow they got in touch. Yeah, tore off the right front, and he says the car turned in front of him. So,
that's terrible news. But it's racing, Bob, and these things happen out there on track.
You just can't get away from it.
No, and some days you just can't have a good day.
But thank you, Mike, for giving us the good info in time to do something with it. I appreciate it.
Well, let's hope that Dustin Battle Axe Jones can get that car fixed and get back out on course.
Yeah.
This is one of our Class 10s here coming in here.
Yeah.
They're great-looking vehicles, aren't they?
There's no such thing as an ugly race car.
Now, actually, you say this. I would disagree.
I know.
We say Kevin Sakalis had a car that used to be called Big Ugly, and it was called Big Ugly for a reason.
Yeah.
So look at this. It is an absolute war of attrition out there, Bob.
Yeah, halfway through, and it's showing it.
So that is Andre Valdez in the 932. Next, more of our cars coming through Thumpers. Now, one of my favourite shots of all time from the Mint 400 is when
Yeah.
we saw a Class 11 overtaking a buggy a few years back. It was
Really?
absolutely epic.
On thumpers.
On thumpers.
Wow.
Yeah. If I was the guy in the buggy, I'd have parked it on the side of the track, walked off, thrown the keys to someone else and say, I don't deserve this vehicle. Okay, so
here we are.
Back to Dustin, Battle Axe Jones. And it looks like he's got his rattle gun out.
Yeah, right front corner. Looks like they're taking it apart. Maybe somebody will get him apart. Get him something.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this race, that's for sure. And you know that Dustin is just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
Yeah, he's not quitting.
And joining us back in the booth once again, it's none other than Ricky Johnson. Ricky, how you doing?
Fantastic. It was awesome to see Eric up here. And known him a long time. We're buddies. I'm on. Check, 1, 2. You there?
No.
All right, not working. We try a different headset. Is that working? There we go. Now we got some volume. I'm on Jim Beaver's deal, but it was awesome to see Eric Apple. I've known him for a long time. If you've ever seen the movie Fighter, he is actually in there. So he's been a professional fighter. Now he's doing this. So always good to see him, and he stays really close to all of his guys. But a lot of action out there, a lot of great cars sitting on the sidelines, so the Mint does not disappoint as we see another vehicle on a rolling
Yeah,
around
that's
slow.
Cowboy Cerrone. He's got obviously the rear suspension has collapsed on that vehicle,
and they're just limping along.
Now he'll be out here tomorrow in his 6100 car.
Yeah, so that's awesome to see somebody who's had such a illustrious career in MMA and now following his pursuits in off-road, and this was going to be a good deal for him to get to see the course, and then he's going to have to qualify and then head back out tomorrow. So it's going to be a little bit of a ride back for him to go back on completely collapsed suspension. But
well, that's a problem for him because he's got to qualify here in another couple hours.
Yeah,
if he doesn't get out of the desert, he's in deep doo-doo.
There you go. Doo-doo is a nice way of putting it. We also saw Dustin Jones out as well. So
Dustin Jones, I don't know if you caught up with that information there. He got tagged by a lapper. And big problem there for him.
Tanked by a lapper. Him and a lapper got into each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, got it. So we're back with watching the guys through the quarry. But obviously our man, Brock Hager, is just on a rant. And then I also saw the Mitch Guthrie Jr. And when you watch the in-car camera and you get to see Kellen Walsh over there, so calm. He's got a rag, and he's just, because Kellen's a racer, a motorcycle racer, a car racer. He's worked with Robbie Gordon. He's worked with so many different drivers.
Steady dude.
Steady and calm. As you said, what you want from a co-driver, he is that. I mean, he's just unbelievable. And now we're seeing Mitch Guthrie now in second, moving his way up the thing, and that's going to be very important for Kellen's job, keeping him calm, but also, hey, he's getting the information. He's feeding it to Mitch Guthrie Jr., or Mitchie as they call him, trying to get him moving forward.
So we're still getting loads of action coming here from the pits. And if you are just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. Oh, look at this. Cars being towed off the track, and the attrition is starting to set in. And we were talking about communication earlier,
right.
and how these guys are communicating, and they'll all be communicating with their pits right now, saying, hey, look, I need these spare parts and I need this. One of the biggest communication companies out here is Rugged Radio. So let's find out a little bit about them.
Let's do that.
I've dedicated my life to this business and this industry and this off-road community. I've dedicated to be the best that I can be, the best company that I be, the best product. This is all I do. A lot of people don't know that, shoot, this is my 31st year in the communication business. I've been doing this a long time. I was behind the scenes for a long time, and now Rugged is in the scene now. In 1991, we started a communication business. I start making all this product for everybody in the industry. So the company that we had before was Avcom, and we were the factory building everything, all the private label equipment for everybody. And I dreamed of off-road. So I started making a bunch of off-road equipment. I started doing headsets for NASCAR, IndyCar, for everything. Then I remember when I developed the first intercom, because I wanted to revolutionize. I saw what was out in the off-road business, and I wanted to revolutionize it. And you know, I was dreaming, I'm gonna build racing communications equipment and I'm gonna go race Baja. But you know what, man, that hard work ethic is what I am today. You know, yeah, we're bigger. We've got a lot of people. I have right at 50 people now. We built this big, beautiful complex. The business has grown amazing. We're a force in our industry. But you know what? What most amazing thing to me is I still run it like I did when it started in my garage.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo Helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged Radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more.
BFGoodrich Mint 400. I'm Ricky Johnson, along with Bob Bauer, the man, the legend, the myth, everything. He's all in one. He's here. Jim Marsden is going to step away for a moment as we're watching the beginning of the third lap as the drivers are starting their way. But now, Jim, everything's been going good. Not you, Jim, the other Jim. Bob, Jim is not here. Bob, put your microphone down. I need to talk with you.
Yes, sir, ma'am, sir.
No, put your microphone down so I can hear you.
I can see it.
Yeah, I know.
It's on its way.
Now we're talking. So let's talk about race strategy.
Yeah.
We're in lap 3. We're seeing Cole. This is not Cole Potts. This is his little brother,
Right.
who was so calm, so collected right before. Now he's got to go out there and attack this track that has just been beat to death. What is his mindset? Does he? I mean, I have my way of doing it, but what would be your way? Your brother has put you in a good spot. You're in the top 3, top 2. What are you going to do?
I am going to take the throttle and I'm going to move it up this much. Not much at all. I'm going to take and build seconds, build time a little at a time. I'm not going to go crash Gonzo, short course, hell bent for leather. I'm going to do it a little bit at a time because I still got 2 laps.
Yeah.
And if I can keep the car together and still be pulling, maybe a minute a lap on somebody, I'm good.
But it's one of those things. You feel like you're going backwards, and you're like, I need to be pushing. And then all of a sudden you see someone break, and you're like, thank God I'm not broken, and I'm still moving because the attrition. And Cliff Flannery from Crandon always says the nutrition of these trucks is very low.
Yeah.
So you got to keep your nutrition up so that your attrition doesn't fall. So Jim, I'm going to put you on Jim Marsden's because my microphone took a dive, and I'm on your headset. So, or I'll tell you what, I'm going to break. I'll go down there. You stay right here. Hold on. Bob, take it away. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm supposed to talk entirely while they do all this move. I'm not supposed to say anything important. I'm not supposed to say anything wrong. But I am supposed to keep talking while these guys move from one end of this damn table to the other end of the damn table. Wow, I'm already worn out. So, actually, it's kind of fun to have the whole house to yourself at once.
Is that what you say when your wife goes get groceries?
Yeah, but she's not there, so nobody knows I say it. Well, we got our chairs mixed up and sorted out and everything else, and we're ready to rock and roll and go to work. Ricky, what do you got?
Well, watching the in-cars is great. Look at the co-driver over to the right, still pointing. And as I said, it's hard not to, even though you're talking in helmets and there's communications back and forth, but you can't help but point. It's to the left, it's to the right. Do you see that? And I've got to... I've co-ridden with a few different people, and when you don't get a response as a co-rider, you say it louder, and then louder, and then louder. So, like, for instance, I was racing the biggest arena with my son, Luke, and I'm like, L2, L2. He's like, I know. I'm like, then either let off the gas and hit some brake or acknowledge that you know what's coming.
Yeah.
So it's a tough job to be a navigator because you're looking down, you get surprised by bumps, and you're having to call mentally. It is so taxing to watch that GPS and call out all those different colors.
I think it takes probably 2 or 3 races, full races, for a co-driver to gel, to learn each other.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, you got to know, is this guy getting mad? Do I need to calm him down? Or is he starting to get tired? Do I need to pump him up?
Or are we watching the red mist come up?
Exactly. Is he getting mad? Is he starting? Is he going to start losing it? But Jim Beaver, so much happening out there with we saw Dustin.
Jones.
Dustin have a scrap with a lap driver, and now he's out. We've seen Cowboy Cerrone, he's out, but we are still seeing this guy, Mitch Guthrie Jr., in second. Can he make time on Brock Hager?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Mitch Guthrie Jr., he's won the Mint before. He knows what it takes to win here. And he is one of the smoothest drivers. I mean, you talk about Hager and how smooth he is. You watch Guthrie, and not a lot of big movements, very, calculated, very, very light on the wheel, and he's like a machine. He's one of the few guys I've seen, and there's a lot of guys that win races, but at the end of the race, they look like they're beat up.
Yeah, they look completely spent.
Yeah, and Mitch is one of those guys. He finishes the race, and it's like, hey, what's going on? We do another 3 laps? Like, he's just there's guys like that, and Mitch is definitely one of them.
3 at once here. Look
at
this.
And this is the situation we talked about. This
3 wide.
The second, third, and fourth lap, they're getting into Class 11s, Class 5s. There's a lot of dicing going on for those guys lapping the other drivers, so we can see, as it goes, we got Hager, Guthrie, Carr, then Caden McCachran's up there as well as Max Eddy Jr. So still a lot of strong guys. But the guy out front looking like he's got over a 2-minute lead, and that is Brock Hager over Guthrie Jr.
Well, what I'm seeing from, I stepped away for about 20 minutes and went and grabbed some lunch. But what I'm seeing is less of that caked dirt, a little more dust.
More dust.
But
less wind.
Less wind. It's definitely still bitter cold out there. But the other thing is this course, as we get into lap 3 and 4, it's going to start going away. It's not going to be near as fast. Some of the lines are going to change. You're going to have to, pick your spots better. Yeah. It's going to be a different race.
As we're watching the 16 cars that's going down, you'll see it go to one side or the other. And what you got to realize is that if you can get 2 wheels in the smooth and let the other wheels bounce, it's not as harsh. You think, well, but if it's on the driver's side, no, it's not the 100% of the weight of the car going up and down and hitting everything all at once. It just kind of bounces the side. So if you're driving and you're going down a rough road, if you're out of Ocotillo Wells or out here in the desert, and we got some great racing going. We got buggies and side-by-sides as they're working back and forth. You can get off to one side and lighten up the load a little bit. You got to be careful what's hanging out to the side because rocks and bushes can't
they
bite
live
you.
in those little bushes. Little bush, big rock.
There you go. Well, that's the thing. A lot of the trails are going around rocks. People forget about that. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to cut through the inside. No, you're not.
No, big noise.
Always the scary part about the Mint 400 is there's certain places where you race and, there's a little bit of run out. Mint 400, there's no run out. You make a mistake and there might be a massive boulder behind the size of, that greasewood bush. You just never know. There's not much run out here.
Well, and I was running with a friend of mine, and they were running in the pre-run class. And when we came around, someone knocked like twice the size of a bowling ball in the middle of the track. Oh. And when he hit it, I thought it ripped the front of the car apart, and he was cussing, and I'm sorry. I'm like, I couldn't call it either. It was just going up the riverbed, going the other direction that we're going today. And sometimes somebody hits a rock or that rock just gets unearthed a little bit and it rolls into the track. So these are the things that off-road and we talk about Supercross, different than road racing, is that it changes every lap. It deteriorates. The ruts, the knobby tires, and all the stuff really beat the course up. So it's different every time you're racing, even though you have a general idea of what's out there. Once again, as we watch them, as they're rolling up the back side of the mountain. So if you look to the right side of the screen, that is to your west. This is the working their way back around the mountain on the south side, Prim, and then they'll come back in for the other lap. So this section is, when it comes to the unlimited class tomorrow, Jim, I'm going to say 85, 95, right through there.
Yeah, they get up into Joshua Tree Highway, and it's a beautiful drive, and kind of turns into fire roads. You get out of those washes, and it almost turns into fire roads. It just flows back and forth through the trees. But if you're a good trophy truck driver and or unlimited truck driver, and obviously it's just backing it in. It's awesome section to race on.
Yeah, a lot of fun, and I love having the troops out here. I've been completely blessed to be able to train a lot of the special forces and everything from Polaris side-by-sides to the Flyer to a thing called Super Cat, which is a heavy vehicle, and also cars and on road and bikes and stuff like that. And to get them out here enjoying off-roading, because more than likely when they were kids, this is what they love to do as well.
Yeah. Well, and how awesome it is. Looks like they're going to come in for their lap, getting close to it.
Yep, they're on the way down. So here we're looking as they get up towards the quarry again, and you can see the completely difference as we're watching. Looks like Max Gordon as he rolls through. So good to see him still rolling. Had a great qualifying session. Was number one in his category, and you gotta commend. I mean, big move. Risky move for Robbie Gordon. Oh, let's start a side-by-side company. But he's getting it done.
In the middle of the pandemic.
Exactly. You want to pick a worse time? Well, it's not 1920 and the complete depression. So we're gonna pick something.
I give him credit though. I've been in those cars and they're awful quick. They handle really well. Fit and finish is great on them, and he's working through some bugs. But talk a little bit about Max and these prodigies. I mean, this kid, I've known Max since he was a couple of years old, and he's always been behind the wheel of something. But he's been behind the behind the wheel of stadium super trucks. Unlimited trucks. I mean, obviously side-by-sides. Kid's a great talent, Ricky.
Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. You got Bob Gordon, you got Robbie Gordon. You got Robbie Gordon, you got Max Gordon. And all three of those,
Well, Robbie's sisters aren't bad either.
No, they can drive, and they're but just a great racing family, Bob. Turn your mic on, Bob.
Yeah, sorry. Robbie's grandpa was a racer, too. So Robbie was the third generation. Wow. Max is fourth.
Unbelievable. Well,
and every one of them went faster than the last one.
Ooh, don't tell Robbie that. He'll argue with you. But he did tell me that he was in Mark Post's trophy truck, and Max was driving, and Robbie's going, we got a left, we got a left, we got a left, we got a right. And Max's like, would you be quiet? You're acting like a wuss. You got it. You'll be fine. He's like, no. I know what it feels like to crash, and so I don't want to do that. So as we see some of
the hoopties,
Ricky. That's a deja vu. I pre-ran one of the Fireworks 400 or Fireworks 250, I guess it was, with Bob Gordon and Robbie. Robbie driving, Bob riding in the right seat, and me in the third. And you should have heard. I mean, I was the back seat to an amazing conversation.
Let me unplug this. I don't want to listen to listen to Bob and Rob arguing. See, now that driver had it set. There was Martin. We could see his name on there. It was all nice and clear, so it was a good job. So let's throw a little something out as we're watching the drivers as they're rolling through. Let's shoot forward to about qualifying. We do have Kevin Thompson in an all-wheel drive. We have Ryan Arciero, who this has eluded him. He's never won it. He's been very close. Also, we got
two-wheel drive.
Yeah, in a two-wheel drive, and then so we have quite Adam Householder, defending champion. So who are you going to take on the pole? Because I'm not doing good so far on the Pro 10 versus.
We're not talking race. We're just strictly talking qualifying.
Yes.
I got to take Harley Lettner in that all-wheel drive truck. I think. Harley's an animal in qualifying. Just in general, he's an animal in qualifying.
But is he qualifying or is Kevin?
That I don't know.
We don't know that yet. So Kevin's been qualifying lately, doing a lot better and faster all the time. I love his commitment. He was in asphalt and raced motocross back in the day, which I don't know how they made a motorcycle big enough for him. But he's getting quicker and quicker all the time. That's going to be hard to beat. But we have seen Nick Whetstone blister it and beat everybody, and we also have Dale Dondell in four-wheel drive Big Booty Judy.
Yeah, well, Dale, I think he needs a little redemption from the previous Mint. So I feel like he's going to be on a mission this weekend.
Well, I've seen a bunch of social posts and stuff how fast that truck is. And Dale, and Bob, Dale is an unbelievable driver. He ran a short course, and he was the guy that was the killer when it came to all the qualifying. So
yeah, but he just can't find a finish line.
Yeah, well, if he can complete the start on this one, it'll be good for him. So I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to take Dale Dondell for the pole. Another truck off to the side.
A little attrition there.
Yeah, this is one of Pete Sorensen's.
Looks like or Baja Lights.
Oh, got somebody on.
Oh.
We can see a little love tap here.
Exactly. He got 1450 is pulling up right behind him. Look, but now he's in that spot.
Yep.
Oh,
there we go.
Nice and polite.
So what I think what happened is now we have the Stellas, or the racing tracks
Push to pass,
where you push to pass and you let them know when you get close enough. So as we watch 1450 start to roll his way through the shooting range, we are going to break for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We'll be right back.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Welcome back to the 2025 Mint 400. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Beavers and also Bob Bowers. We are on the third lap of the Baja 400 of the limited classes. So here we're watching some of the UTVs. There's a lot of different classes there. You can go to the mint400.com. You can pull up live tracking. You can see times. You can also go on the tracker map to show you where your favorite driver is, or you can scan throughout the different classes. So far, it has not disappointed. The Mint 400 is as tough as always. Dustin Battle Axe Jones, who is a 3-time winner, had a problem early on, got back under speed, was actually up to 8th place, doing well. He's back out. Cowboy Cerrone, if you're an MMA fan, also broken right rear suspension. He is working his way back because he's going to qualify for tomorrow in the spec truck or the limited trophy truck class. So we got qualifying coming up next, and we're going to see the limited trucks as we watch this class 10 try to work his way through. They do have a push to pass. He's going to try to get off to the side. Very cordial pass there, Jim. So it was working good. But right now, we are on the good side. We're past hump day when it comes to lap 1 and lap 2. They're heading towards the finish.
Heading towards the finish. It's always good to clear that midway point. And then, the race really changes, especially at the Mint. You don't want to have any mess ups on the first lap. Obviously we've seen guys like Brock just threw it down to begin with. But really, you get into lap 3 and 4 and, those, what in UFC terms, the championship rounds, you really start dropping the hammer. You get calculated in what you're doing and the movements you make. You start pushing a little bit more. You're very well aware of the time behind you and in front of you. That's when really the race starts coming into its own.
This is going to be a good pass here. Come on. You can do it.
That looks like Brandon Sims, I believe.
Nice cooperative pass. You can see the pass, push to pass thing is really working well. I mean, it's a great safety device.
Yeah, but a lot of guys, truth be told, a lot of guys don't do it. They come up and hit people because certain drivers, and I don't recommend this at all, but a lot of times we've all been there. You hit somebody, it wakes them up, and they go, "Oh, it's time to go." No,
and then they
jackass. I've been chasing you for 50 miles, and I finally got up to you. Get out of the way, but then they take off. So a lot of times with these buttons, because they're not right on them, when they push the button, like I said, I totally disagree with this. The guys take off. So I know a bunch of the racers that just go, I'm not going to touch it because if I do, he's going to take off before I get close enough to hit him. So they kind of go revert back to old school. But I agree with you. I think this is a safe measure. I think there should be a penalty if you get dinged and you don't pull over when you go to the next road crossing, 20 seconds. And that way then you lose all that time that you thought you gained. But what we want to start talking about is the unlimited qualifying that's coming up. We're going to have some interviews from Tiffany Stone, which is going to be great. She talked to a lot of the different guys, everybody. So looking at the schedule, you can see what's coming up. Group 1 at 1:30, Group 2 at 3 o'clock. So a lot of guys are going to be throwing down. Tiffany already has, I think, she's going to talk to about 20 different drivers, and we're going to get their opinion on what their plan is to try to be up front in this BF Goodrich.
I love that.
400.
I love it because now we're going to have a whole rest of the race to find out, okay, you said you're going to do this. What the heck happened?
Exactly. So right now, let's throw it down to Tiffany with Kyle Jurgensen, one of the guys that we expect to be up on that pole.
Overall from 2024, Kyle Jurgensen. Now, you know what it means to have a great qualifying spot, what it's like to be out front. So close last year. So I know this year you're looking for that spot. You want that clean air. Tell me about the game plan today for qualifying.
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, so we do know the pace and what a top qualifying run should feel like. I do think we're going to be towards the front. I always say that because I don't want to jinx myself, but we are definitely going for the top spot today. We get a 10-minute gap between the Class 1 cars and us if we are the first qualifier. And I really don't want to start side by side with someone. A lot of fast guys here, and nothing worse than having to go full tilt right out of the gate, door to door for a 400-mile race. We want to be able to get settled in. So if we get first, then we start alone. So that's why we want to push hard today.
Right now, you've got a lot of wind. It's a 5-mile course. That's really going to make sure there's no dust. Obviously, during qualifying, you're not really battling anybody out there. It's just you, the co-driver, the truck, the course. When you come to qualifying, especially here at the Mint 400, are you somebody that likes to be chased down? Everybody wants that. But if you don't get that top spot, where do you really like to sit within that pack?
The closer to the front, the better. You kind of get... The further you go back, the more you're with the knuckleheads, and they're all over the place. When you try to pass them, they close the door on you. So top 5 is someone in that top 5 is going to win this race, and hopefully it's us. As for qualifying, gearing super important here in Prim. It's a sandy course, and there's a straightaway, so you have to plan for the sand and plan for the long straightaway. Which one do you want to favor more? That's up to each driver. You know, I like corners, so we went for out of the hole, quick, low tire pressure. And when we get on the straightaway, we will not be the fastest on the straightaway today, but I think we'll make up for it in the corners.
Awesome. Best of luck in qualifying. And like Kyle was saying, he did take that second overall spot last year in the big unlimited race on Saturday. He's gunning for it. He knows where he dominates, and he's actually going to really push to make sure he gets that spot. So he is taking off that start line by himself tomorrow morning.
So, Jim, we can see I'm up here with Jim Beavers right now. Now, you've been in this position. We heard from Kyle Jurgensen. The guy is a driver. I mean, he is going to be he's legendary. I mean, how fast he can go. And as he said, he knows the pace that he wants to run. He wants to get that run up front. And he's been very successful. If it was either in a Camberg or a Brenthel truck, it doesn't matter. As I said about Rob Mack, you could probably put him in a Ford Pinto, and he's going to be in the top 5.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jurgensen, he's the type of guy you can you get him to drive your truck, and it kind of legitimizes what you do. I know there was a period of time where Andy McMillan was jumping in a few different trucks, and he was legitimizing the platforms. And, I mean, at this point, Kyle Jurgensen, he's one of the best in the business. He is highly respected by everybody behind the wheel. And, I think anytime he's behind the wheel, and I don't care what you put the guy in a lawnmower race, he's got a chance at the overall.
He does. And I drove his trucks, and I didn't like his setup. If you're going to go motocross, supercross is a little bit more stiff. It bounces a little bit more, and that's exactly the way Kyle runs it. But he times it so well. You see him in the really rough sections. You never see him blow dirt through the nose or completely case out the chassis and up and over the bars. He's always nice and in control. So. But he's flying fast as we're watching these trucks go through the thumpers. And I'm going to tell you a great story about our EV competition in just a moment. But back to Kyle Jurgensen. He's one of those guys, but he has a lot of great competition from Pierce Herbst as well as Jason Coleman. He's got so much going on that he's not going to be able to walk away. And that's the thing. This isn't two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, big block versus small blocks, spread, wide bore, or whatever. They're all the same vehicles.
Yeah, it's a spec truck, and it's how well you tune things. It's the small things, in spec truck racing. That's why we love it. It really, truly is a driver's class. One thing I, like about Jurgensen, you want to talk about racecraft, things like that, but he's a guy who doesn't abuse the equipment. You don't see him with a lot of flat tires. You don't see him, with broken parts. Yep. He's a very calculated driver, smooth. He doesn't destroy the equipment. And, at a race like the Mint, I think we've seen him traditionally do well here because a driver that's not hard on the equipment, they've got a lot left on lap 3 and 4. You've got one of those guys that's savage behind the wheel, and sometimes by the 3rd or 4th lap, there's not much left of the race car.
But he's also in great shape himself. He's a strong man that is not afraid to put the work in. And that's the thing. You have to. What you don't want to have is somebody that falls out of the seat, that's overweight, that's not training, that's drinking the night before. He's a consummate professional, and he works hard. Same with him and his co-rider. They work well together, and they're both young, strong men, and so they have that opportunity. But let me give you a little bit of insight here. And as we're watching the battle through the thumpers, we were talking about this, how lappers are going to play a factor, and so as those faster cars work through these guys. But in the EV class, I was talking to my friends at Rivian, and they said that they were able to pass the Chevy Silverado going across the dry lake bed at 113 with the Rivian. Right, so they got
amazing.
An electric vehicle going across the dry lake bed at 113 is awesome. They said they did get back by them when they got into the bumps, the thumpers at the other side. So a great race for the electric vehicles. And yes, I get both ends. Oh, I hate electric vehicles, or I love electric vehicles. Once again, we're racing cars, and I think it's awesome that they're taking that technology and they're bringing it out here to these races to put it in the most brutal battleground there is.
Well, and I think, with EVs, the tech behind EVs is just amazing. You start looking at horsepower, torque numbers. The torque is insane, and I've seen them at hill climbs. And, and obviously here at the Mint, we don't have a lot of elevation change like you would see in Vegas to Reno or at Baja, things like that. But, the amount of torque, the amount of horsepower, I mean, these things are for real. The power, I mean, this isn't some battery-operated car. This is for real. There's legitimate, world record capabilities in these things, as we've seen at Pikes Peak and other places.
Well, you go to Pikes Peak, guess what? It doesn't lean out on you when you get up at the high altitude. It just keeps pulling and pulling, and that's the thing that the technology going into these different vehicles is awesome to see. I like to burn gas and I like to haul ass, so I'm all about the big block trophy trucks. But I really was impressed when I got to go drive that electric vehicle and see what it could do. Now, is it going to go through the San Felipe like my Mason? No, but it's not built like that either. But it goes to, and I'm going to be very close here, 2-point-something seconds from 0 to 60. Yeah. So it launches really, really hard. But back on course, we're watching these guys going through. We got Bob Bauer back in the class, and Bob. These guys are on lap 3. You can see the suspension's a little tired. The body's a little tired. How are they feeling? Are they regretting having that 4th beer last night?
I think they probably had that on the first lap because, that's when it really hits you. You realize, oh, I'm not good. But this 3rd lap, this is where the decisions have to be made. Depending on where you are, how you're tracking your competition, do I need to leg it out or do I need to protect? Am I in a protect or attack mode? What's right for the 3rd lap?
Well, and that's the thing. There's pros and cons. You keep somebody in there, they see the track deteriorate, they see the lines open up, they know where the rocks are knocked in, they know where they can make time, and they know where they can lose time. But they're also losing that physical energy. Mm-hmm. We're going to see a lot in the unlimited class tomorrow as we watch the Bilstein truck. It's going to be doing a tire change out there. They're on that short strip of asphalt that you were talking about. It used to be a mile, and now it's
like momentary.
No, it's 1/8 of a mile, but yeah.
Well, I do want to chime in and about Bob, what he was talking about, whether you push, whether you protect. I think when you start talking about the fastest guys, a lot of these cars are meant to work one way. So you might be able to take a little bit off, but when you get into something like thumpers, you can't really take much off because the car doesn't work well. There's other places where you might be able to, just save the brakes, do this, and shave a little bit off that's easier on the car. But, they just don't work as well, Ricky.
Well, and if you start going slower and slower, you're deeper and deeper in the hole because the idea with thumpers is that you thump across the top of them. That's the idea. A lot easier said than done because as a driver, you're sitting up higher, you're looking down in that hole, and it scares you. It's like you're looking over the edge of a cliff, and you don't want to fall in that hole. But But is it better to put somebody out there that's maybe a little bit more tentative? There's say the 3rd lap, which is their first lap, and then, but they're strong and they're enthusiastic and they're not like, I don't want to do this section.
Yeah, why me?
I think it goes back and forth. So. Strategy is everything, when it comes to this race, and when you get to the finish line, you either said, damn, we did everything right, or whoops, we missed it by that much.
For one thing, you got to be glad if you can get to the 3rd lap and you don't have to revise your whole plan, you're doing pretty good. Because, people that have to start over on the 3rd lap are not going to be a winner.
All righty, as we're talking about thumpers, you can see that see the driver running on the far side. He's on the far right-hand side, and so what he's trying to do is keep one side of his wheels out, but you can see everyone's running there, so it's like kind of crab walking to the side. It's trying to fall back into that main ditch. So the fast trucks can't run up there because then it starts to jockey back and forth side to side. So these guys got to try to make sure that they stay on course.
It looks like a good steady run, though, really, Ricky, because, they're just on the ground, staying in the spring.
Yep. Explain I know what you mean by it, but I want you to explain to the people what you mean by staying in the spring.
Well, as you can see, the car goes up and it goes down. The wheels go up, the wheels go down. There's a spring attached to the wheel that keeps it, carries the weight of the car. The idea is if you don't let the spring completely compress and hit the bottom, bang, or completely extend and hit the top, yank, you're staying in the spring where it's meant to be. So it will do that, squeeze and relax all day long if you let it do just that. If you keep it in that spring, you're not going to stress the rest of the machine.
Well, alrighty, so as we were watching that, and I loved your explanation, Bob, as well as you got to remember, if you sag out your shock and everything else, you go to tire. There's no rebound control in that tire. It's just one big ball, one big spring that throw you back in the air. As unfortunately, we're watching the Bilstein truck on the sidelines. What they've changed the tire. We're watching Brock Hager still win. We'll be back with more 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, raced proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. I almost said 500. Mint 400. Thank God for it's not a 500. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden, Jim Beavers, and Bob Bowers. Right now we are on lap 3 of 4 for a lot of the guys out there. As we were talking about qualifying come up, we have the Unlimited Spec Truck is round 1. And first we have Terry Householder. Then we have Stedham. As we're going down, so some of the notables here, we definitely want to keep our eye on Pierce Herbst, Jason Coleman, as well as Travis Williams, Kyle Jurgensen, a lot of fast guys. And then we go into the other qualifying session. You have EJ Herbst. Right, but later on in qualifying 1, we have a lot of great guys. Cameron Steele's in there, so Garrett Gentry, take a look at him. He's always spectacular. Trevor Grabowski, you got Troy Grabowski. The Grabowski family, always exciting, Jim.
Oh, the Grabowski's always exciting. I know they overall the California 300 a couple of years ago in a spec truck. Those kids push, always exciting to watch. Justin Bean Smith, I love this kid. You want to talk about guys came up through the buggies, and he is just crazy quick behind the wheel. Sam Barry, the old wily veteran.
Yep.
You never can count out Sam either.
Well, and that's what I love. Sam Barry was that guy that you always saw him out there with the single-seat buggy. He was there, gritty, always giving it a go, and now he's moved himself back into the Unlimited Spec Truck, and he loves it. This guy always has a smile on his face. He's always excited about racing, and honestly, I've never once heard him bitch about anything. He just, even if he has a problem with the truck,
he's just excited to be racing.
And I love that. And I think he's what we need more of in this sport for sure. So we got Jim Marsden back, as we can see on our 4 shot. A lot going on out there. We've been talking about qualifying. We talked to Kyle Jurgensen. I think it's going to be very exciting for this Unlimited Spec class. It's very, very tight, and that's going to be the first round. So let's start talking about who we think is going to be on the pole.
Well, I can't wait. I think the 6100 class has been really growing over the last few years. The depth and I think it's safe to say it's almost more difficult to win in 6100 than it is to actually win in the trick trucks.
Well,
it's that close.
The sheer numbers and how hard they drive. And I love it because I coach a lot of the different drivers in the 6100 class, the Unlimited Spec class, and you have to do everything right. Your transmission, your gear, your converter, your motor, all the different stuff, because you're trying to get the most out of it. And it is supposed to fall within a certain box. When we go to the unlimited trucks, you can have all-wheel drive, you can have big block, you can have you have all these different things. So this is going to be a very, very tight field with a 5-mile course, Jim Marsden. They can't make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm really intrigued by this because this course is a very fast course. So are we going to see any of these 6100 class cars mixing it up with the Unlimiteds and with the full big trick trucks that we saw? Now, if we look down at some of the names that we've got on this list, and there's some real big hitters. You've already named a few of them, but the one that really stands out for me right now is Carl Jurgensen.
Yes, we just had a talk with him when you were on your break, and he said, I want to be up front because having that first spot, you have an opportunity to start by yourself, use all the course. You're not worried about who's behind you or who's in front of you. You just can take your time, and so he knows the pace that he has to have, and he also knows what he's looking for. So he's one of those guys that is going to be looking searching very hard for that very first spot. So I agree with you. He's somebody that we got to keep our eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. But going back down through the list, obviously we've got EJ Hurst, we've got Pierce Herbst.
Yep.
Both those boys are absolutely charging hard at the moment. But I think it's not going to be qualifying that's important for them. They're going to want to qualify solidly, but I think you're going to see them coming through the race. They're going to start to shine lap 3 coming into 4. That's where I think they're going to come good. Then we look further down, you were talking about Grabowski and also Eisenhower. They're going to be key players in this race, and I have no doubt that we're going to see them in the top 3 if they have the race that they are after.
Keep your eye on Connor McMullen, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. There's the one fast young man.
Well, and I'm going to throw another one in there. He mentioned it earlier, but kid's been working on his racecraft like crazy. Highly professional program. Big sponsorship dollars, Jason Coleman. I think Jason's going to be an animal this weekend.
Well, speaking of Connor McMullen, Tiffany caught up with him earlier today. Let's find out what he had to say.
About racing in many different classes. A person who definitely knows that is Connor McMullen. Now, Connor, yesterday you qualified. This morning you started our limited race. You ran one lap, got out of the car. Now you're in here ready to qualify once again. What have you learned knowing how the course is right now and obviously seeing what's happening to the track, how it's coming together?
It's obviously good to get a good pre-run in. Thankfully for the Aikens guys, they allowed me to take their car around and go for a good lap in it. But it's good to get a good sight see, know what you're going over, know the terrain, and just get as much seat time as you can. So it's a ton of fun. So we got to gear up, be prepared. Unfortunately, we had a couple issues this morning. We got off the start, had some issues with the brakes. We had to pull over, fix that, get everything going, stop at the pit, have them fix it. So we got around, had a clean lap, no flats, and then Brody's going to get and did the last 3. So just got to stay clean, got to stay competitive. But now we're here for the big day now, all geared up. We got a huge group of spec trucks, so we have a lot of people in a big field here, so it's going to be a good competition. There's a lot of fast guys, which usually the good thing with the Mint is it brings all the fast guys, and it's the race that everybody knows about. So race of nutrition is for sure. It's rough out there, so you got to keep everything together and keep everything in one piece and be there at the end of the day.
We did chat with a lot of the limited drivers. They said they're going to have to push 90% the entire time. Do you agree with that?
Yes and no. It's a race of nutrition. Like I said, you got to be smart. You got to push hard, but you got to know where to push hard. You got your sections where you can kind of take your time, go slower, and not getting any flats. It's imperative to not have any flats here because you have a flat, you can gain or lose or maybe the 30 seconds, 45 seconds, but when you're down a couple minutes because of a flat, it almost ruins your day. So these races are down to seconds now, which you can't afford to have any issues. So toning it back a little bit and getting through. If you slow down this much, you're that much faster. So that's always my mojo. So, but you just keep it clean, keep it smart. Keep a good consistent pace with no issues. You'll be right there.
Awesome. Best of luck to you. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but slower is faster, and that's exactly what Connor McMullen's saying. Back up to you guys.
Tiffany Stone. Now, it was so good to hear from Connor McMullen. He sounds incredibly mature in his approach to this racing, Ricky. Now, you've also know about another young man like this.
Well, and also Jason Coleman is one of those guys that you can never count him out, puts a lot of hard work into it, stays focused, and very committed to the craft. He's one of the guys that came from buggies. I worked with him, and he said, you know what? How hard can I drive this thing? I just don't know, because trucks you could drive so much harder than buggies. And I went out, he's like, really? And then sure enough, I'm not going to say it was me, but I was so excited. He went out and won the next race, and he hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, no, I believe that as we're watching the cars now making their way through, getting ready to line up, we've got Jason Coleman down with Tiffany Stone.
with Jason Coleman. Now, Jason, we were just chatting that last year a spec truck was so close to taking that overall. So right now, qualifying, this is where it's super important to get that top spot for tomorrow. What's the game plan for today? 5 miles, a lot of wind. We keep talking about that, but a lot of wind today.
Yeah, a lot of wind obviously starts to affect the aerodynamics as your top speed, but we're definitely here to win, and we want to put it as close to the top of the box, if not on top. Just a top 5 is a good starting spot. Things shake out pretty quick on race day, so yeah, we'll be hunting down the fast guys. Jurgensen obviously laid it down last year, and we want to be right there with him.
Well, going a little bit further, it's always a driver co-driver thing. And we got Brady over here on that right seat joking. We had some chance to talk to him during tech and contingency yesterday, but he's a great co-driver. How well do you guys work together, especially when it's something like qualifying?
Yeah, we talk a lot about how we want to set the truck up for qualifying, and Brady and I have been together for probably about 5 years, and so yeah, we've got a pretty good in-sync gel, and we kind of know what each other wants. It's all head is forward and looking to try to be on top. So.
Awesome. Best of luck to you. I know that you guys are looking for that. And like Jason was just saying, Kyle put it down last year. It's a possible win that a spec truck can get a win. So back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Always good to hear from you. Now, there are so many people. This is such a stacked field, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that you cannot hiccup here. I mean, I have my list, and I go, I'm going to highlight a couple drivers. I highlighted 90% of the field because they've won somewhere in other organizations, or they've won here, and they're always a threat, so anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, another notable that we've got down there on the start line is Stephen Beale, but driving for him is Sean Geiser, and Tiffany Stone caught up with him earlier, so let's see what he had to say.
Geyser. Now, Sean, you were telling me that this is your first time qualifying in a spec truck at the Mint 400. Tell me about those feels that are happening right now.
It's good. I mean, I've got plenty of time out here in UTVs and 1600 cars and other stuff. This is our first time doing the Mint in the spec truck, so we're super excited. There's always those jitters. Everybody gets them. If they say they don't, they're lying. So we're super excited. We have awesome equipment, and hopefully we can get out there and get a top 3 start for tomorrow.
Well, right now we've got 2 different groups. A lot of the spec trucks are in this very first group. With that being said, Kyle Jurgensen, he's up there. He showed everybody last year that spec trucks could possibly take that overall win. He got second last year. For somebody that's being in a spec truck, how does that make you feel? Like, hey, don't necessarily need the big trucks. Spec trucks are just as fast, just as reliable.
Yeah, spec truck, reliability, you hit it right on the head. Trophy trucks have a little bit more top speed, but reliability, we're 90% of us are going to be right there at the finish line. So super excited. Yeah, Kyle killed it last year. Extremely talented driver, and hopefully we can get one up on him today.
Everybody wants to get that one up. We have a stacked field of spec truck drivers out here, and like he was saying, reliability is key. It's all about attrition here at the Mint 400. You want to be able to get that finish, and this is what the spec truck is all about.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Great to see. And that looks like there's Jordan Brenthal there, just pulling his way down through. Now, I do like this. They get a little chance here just to do a few bunny hops before they line up, getting ready for qualifying, just to get the crowd excited. And that is the car of Stephen Beale that we just saw. And that is being driven by Sean Geiser, who was just being interviewed there by Tiffany. Now, Bob, we love qualifying, don't we?
I do indeed.
So as we move on, we can wait for everybody else here to make their way towards the start. Tiffany Stone is back down there, and this time she's with Cowboy Cerrone.
Cowboy, we were just talking 7 years. This is your 7th Mint, my 7th Mint as well. We smile because it's the Mint 400, and each year we keep coming back. Qualifying for you guys is just about to happen, but I really want to know, why do you come back every single year to qualify, to race, to be a part of this?
This is the biggest race. Like, it's the hardest race. So we just got out of the Can-Am to qualify. As soon as they went out, they broke an axle. So I was like, just finishing this race is brutal. So that's why you come back every year, because try to finish the race.
Well, and the Martellis have been giving out every single year, especially in the Unlimited series. We get those medals. respect is earned 1 mile at a time, and it seems like we're doing that over here. So 5 miles, qualifying course. What's the game plan?
Let her eat. The trucks can take it. Qualifying in the car, we back down because you've seen 3 of the cars flip this morning. So in the Can-Ams, they can't jump like these trucks. The trucks, let her have it.
Let it eat. Oh, right. Well, one more thing before you go. 7 years. What does the Mint 400 really mean to you?
Oh man, this is the staple every year. You're like, let's get the cars ready for the Mint. I mean, it's just, to me, it's almost like religion now.
I love it. Well, best of luck to you. Like we've been talking, 7 years, the Mint 400. This is an iconic race for everybody. Cowboy wants to come back. He wants to finish. He wants that top spot. Let's see if he can do it. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Oh, it's good to hear from Cowboy. Now, let's not forget, his last run out in that car was at King of the Hammers. He rolled no fewer than 3 times.
And he said he's going to let her eat. So there you go.
Yeah, eat what?
Yeah, he eats some dirt. But we just saw Sam Berry as he rolls off. And as you said, Bob, you like this. Gives everybody a little bit of a show. I think this is Chad Hall as he's rolling through in his Geyser pickup, in his Geyser truck. So everyone gets to kind of warm everything up and get ready and get into the game.
Yeah, so as we're looking down through our list there, Justin Bean Smith is one of our power players. We'll be watching him for that's for sure. As all these cars make their way down towards the start line and getting ready for this qualifying session to start. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And we look forward to seeing you shortly for some qualifying action.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Sin City, Las Vegas. I'm Jim Marsden. Joining me in the booth is Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course, Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, gentlemen?
We're doing great. That's my opinion.
Life is great. We are here in Prim at the Mint 400. We got day one of racing going on halfway through and getting ready to qualify some unlimited cars. I mean, what could be better?
What's wrong with this picture? Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Here you go.
Good to see you again, Bob. As always, as we can see, qualifying grid order, this is number one. So this is going to be the unlimited spec trucks. They have a limited motor. They all have the similar chassis. Obviously different manufacturers, but they can run underdrive. They have a 3-speed transmission, a turbo 400. And we got some big names in this Group 1. And the guy that everyone is chasing, going off number one, he will be the pole sitter because he'll be the first one out there, is Terry Householder. Go ahead, Bob.
Ricky, this is a cold day. These guys have been parked in the pits. How have they gone about, what do they got to do to get to that start line? Because when the green flag goes, it's maximum everything on the truck. So how do you get ready for something in a cold truck?
You got different personalities out there. Obviously, you got to make sure that your transmission is warm, or your rear gear is warm, and obviously that. You'll get some of that as they're warming up and idling to the starting line. But how the different drivers get ready are different. I like to move around because I came from motocross and supercross. I like to get my heart rate up, kind of get everything going. Kind of get the adrenaline going, so that when it's time to go, I want to be ready to go right now. I don't want to lose that instant. When that green flag drops or that green light goes, I am on it as hard as I can. I'm not going to waste my time. But other guys, you watch Kyle Jurgensen, he just sits there and he talks. And he's like, and so I'm getting ready to qualify, and I'm going to probably go 1,000 miles an hour and jump up 150 feet. And I'm like, dude, would you wake up? But when you watch him drive, he is so dynamic, so fast, he charges so hard. And he's just one of the many guys. And we were talking about him because right now he's the Band-Aid when it comes to going fast in an unlimited spec. But everyone is different. Some guys are just very calm and collected, and that's the way Bryce Menzies was as well. He would just be just as slow as, not slow on the track, but just slow and smooth with how he was talking and was going. I was different. I had to hype up.
Yeah, I feel like some of these guys, you ever watch the old arm wrestling movie Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone, and he was always low-key, he was mellow, but then all of a sudden he switched the hat around backwards.
He stole that from Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I was like, he goes, it's like a switch goes off, and then he gets in the zone.
Yeah, exactly. You got to have whatever it is that takes you from being a person that's driving his child to school to somebody that's putting his life on the line and just driving to the edge of disaster and holding that stick of dynamite in his hand and maintaining it.
Yep. There's so much action going on out there, and it's really interesting what you say about how different drivers do different things, particularly on the start line, that's for sure. But anyway, Tiffany's back down on the pit side again, and this time she's with Justin Bean Smith.
Justin Bean Smith. Now, you were just mentioning this is your second time in the spec truck. You've qualified here many times, you've raced here many times. What's really different about this spec truck, but things you've learned from racing that you've implemented into, piloting this truck this year?
Yeah, the spec truck class is stacked. I mean, you can see the field here. There's a lot of players, and there's 36 or some odd spec trucks here, and everybody's going for it. So it's definitely all hands on deck. You got to be going the whole time, and no holds bar. So it's going to be a rough race. It sounds like it's pretty beat up out there, so it's going to be a little bit of survival, but this class never lets you down. Anytime you think you can save the truck and just baby it, everybody just walks away from you. So we definitely want to be there at the end of the race, but we got to keep the pace up. So hopefully we can get a good qualifying spot and for tomorrow and see how we can start out.
Awesome. Best of luck to you guys. Like he was saying, he needs a good qualifying pace. It is a little beat up, but this wouldn't be the Mint 400 if it wasn't. So back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany, and we're now back. This is the start line, and we're getting ready to go. That is the 224 of Terry Householder. Terry, of course, the father of Adam Householder, who won here last year.
little trivia about Justin Bean Smith. When I first met him, I'm like, you don't look like a Mexican to me. And he goes, it's not because of that, because when he was younger without his beard, he said he looked like Mr. Bean from England. So that's where he got the name Bean from.
Mr. Bean doesn't have a beard.
No. But he didn't when he was a kid.
Right.
Everybody said that he looked like Mr. Bean because that's when that was a popular show. So when you hear the word Bean, it's not a racial slur. It's because he looked like Mr. Bean. So there you go.
When you get to know that guy, I mean, he is one interesting dude.
But what I love about him is he worked his way into the seat. He works for Tracy Graff. He races for him in Mexico. He preps and builds the trucks, a lot like Harley Letner, which, by the way, when we see in the second round, it's Kevin Thompson that's going to be qualifying for that concrete truck entry. So as we go back, let's focus again, Bob or Jim, on the starting line, Terry Household.
Yeah, as we're waiting for this, let's have a chat to Tiffany Stone's going down there at the moment. She's with one of the locals. She's with Pierce Herbst out of the Terrible Herbst team. So let's hear what Pierce has to say.
All right, Pierce, so good to chat with you. Now, we've seen the Herbst team come out with the red team colors again. I love seeing this right now. I almost said right. I feel like it's like a right thing to do, paying, a little bit of history. Walk me through, really what's going on with the team this year.
We're just coming out here, and we got a few new sponsors this year with our Fox Shocks and Baja Design, everybody coming out to help us get out here. Obviously, Monster, as always, and Terrible Herbst Motorsports, 19 Industries, putting these cars together, and this new old red wrap is just back to our classic, kind of the original design that my dad and my uncles raced out here in the 80s and 90s. And, it feels good to be back in red, but still be able to have all of our sponsors and everything. And this is our hometown race. We're just happy to be out here back home and go out there and rip it.
Well, talking about that, you guys know I'm a huge fan of red and black, so I am loving this new livery. This logo down here, it just makes me smile. Now, when we talk about qualifying, it's super important to get that top spot. I always like to ask drivers, everybody, of course, wants clean air, but if you don't necessarily have it, do you want to be somebody that's chased down, or do you like chasing somebody down?
I'm new to qualifying. Me and my brother always split. He sometimes takes more of the qualifying aspect. So I'm hoping for a good top 5, top 10. And I honestly like being the one chasing down. And I like being the hunter instead of the hunted. And it's a little bit more fun that way, knowing where everyone's stacking up. So you're kind of picking up time. Whereas when you're in first, you might have a little bit more clean air. But with a loop race like this, it's going to be dusty no matter what. So it's kind of nice to not have to keep that pace the entire race, but instead to have to catch up and get past some guys.
Awesome. Best of luck. Well, it's always cool to talk to drivers. A lot of them like being the one who hunts down the other drivers because they can see what's happening. The team can talk to them, and this is exactly what's happening for the Herbst team.
Okay, this is RJ Steedman now who's leaving the line. We were due to go live out at 1:30, but race ops have got ahead of the game, and that's no bad thing. So we've got the second car on course now in our 6100 Unlimited spec.
Well, they rolled off a little bit early. They were supposed to drop the green flag in now. And so now the second driver is out on the course. Obviously, Terry Householder, we're going to keep a track. We're going to give you a list of how everyone is going. But right now, the two drivers on the track are Terry Householder and RJ Stidham.
And I think, keep in mind, I think the same qualifying course that the UTVs ran yesterday and the limited class cars, I think the fast cars were breaking right under 5 minutes. So we'll see where things stack up today with these unlimiteds.
Yeah, just checking that out right now. Our fastest qualifier yesterday was a 4:38, and that was Brock Hager, who is currently leading our limited class race.
I think they're going to qualify fast. Faster than
I think it's going to be in the low fours.
Well, faster than they're going to race, way faster. I think the qualifying course is too smooth to really be an indicator of what the race is looking to be like.
Well, but now think about this. The track is in perfect condition right now. It's going to get beat up more and more. So for the unlimited specs, they get the best track.
Yep.
So they can get that horsepower is not going to hurt as bad. But now the unlimited trucks with the big horsepower, they're going to have the track is softer, the berms are more beat up, the braking bumps are bigger. As we're watching Shane Lewis as he starts his qualifying lap, but to finish my thought, the course is better right now for the limited trucks than the unlimited trucks.
Yes.
And Class 1. Let's
we can't forget those.
Can't forget those as well.
Yeah, so this is Shane Lewis now making his way out onto his qualifying loop. Course is around about 5 miles, and it's a fast course. It's going to be much more suited to the big trick trucks that we're going to see later on in Group 2. But it's going to be very interesting to see what these guys can do out here. All limited, of course, to a 6.2, 550 horsepower LS3 engine package. And these cars have evolved so much. When I first started to watch this style of racing, it was all 37-inch tyres. It was, completely different kind of package to what we have now. And these cars are basically trick trucks with limited motors.
Well, if we look at the numbers, there's 33 unlimited specs, there's 5 Class 1s, and 26 unlimited trucks. So
wow.
The unlimited spec is still a very, very strong class, and so a lot of drivers are going to get out there, and that, once again, is going to beat the track up for Class 1 and unlimited.
Well, we should have Terry Householder in just any time. Looks like he's about 4.5 minutes into his lap. Keep in mind, Terry Householder is a previous Mint 400 winner.
Yes. Yeah, definitely not a slouch. The Householders have great equipment. They run those Herbst trucks, and so they run everything of what you're going to see from the Herbst family as well. So it's the same equipment underneath them.
Yeah, Terry won previously, I think, in 2020 in his class. I think Adam obviously won last year. Big win for Adam. So Householder's no strangers to the victory circle here at the Mint.
Well, and Adam doing a lot of work, keeping himself physically fit. It looked like he lost some weight.
He's lost a lot of weight.
And he looks really strong last year, because the year before he was just completely dead as we're walking. So what do we got, Jim?
Well, it looks like Terry Householder has finished his lap, clocking in right at 5:01.445. So just a hair over 5 minutes.
So remember that UTV by Brock Hager yesterday was a 4:38. So basically 20 seconds off that time. So that just shows you how fast these UTVs are today.
And just throw it the other way. These cars here are something in the round of about 6,000 pounds and producing 500 horsepower. Whereas we look back to the UTV, there's something around about 2,000 pounds and producing something close to 300 something horsepower.
With all-wheel drive.
Yeah, with all-wheel drive.
With all-wheel drive. So if you actually look at the statistics, it's not a surprise. Yet we are all surprised.
Well, you got to take a picture for Terry Householder right now. It says he is #1 on the board. I took a picture of Robbie Gordon one time at California Speedway. I said, dude, you're on the pole. But there was nobody underneath him yet. But I've been that guy, and it's the worst place to be, because you just watch your name go down, and it
well, RJ Stidman has just crossed the line with a 4:42 minutes.
Very good. So he has actually beaten Brock Hager's time.
No, he hasn't. He's 4 seconds behind.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4:42. I said 4:32.
That's okay. So next off the line and already flying high is Kirk Harkey.
Notice a lot of guys are hesitating after they saw that crash by Mark Burnett and a couple of other guys. I talked to Mark, and he said that when they groomed the truck, he said yesterday he hit it wide open. So a little change, or maybe just a little more speed, whatever it was a recipe for disaster for him.
Yeah, we saw some big kicks off of there this morning. To be honest, I was amazed we didn't see more accidents. But look at this, fantastic shots. This is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and we are qualifying for the unlimited classes, and this is the unlimited spec right now.
Well, but here's the benefit of going later. A lot of the guys open up the turns a little bit. They cut across a little early. They open them up on the exit, so you're not going through the bushes. And who do we have on the line but Kyle Jurgensen?
Yeah, this is Kyle Jurgensen. So this is last year's winner in the unlimited spec. And let's not forget, he came second overall. Astonishing stuff. He's just come from King of the Hammers, where he won in unlimited spec, and also once again came second overall.
Yeah, he was definitely keeping Christopher Pavardi honest in that all-wheel drive. Christopher was on a tear. I mean, deserved it. Ran hard all day long. Did an awesome job. But Kyle was right there.
Oh, he was.
I'm just looking, getting some updates. Sarah Price just posted to social media. Unfortunately, her car caught fire, but everybody's okay. But Sarah is out of the race. She had a strong run going earlier.
Damn.
Oh, Kyle Jurgensen running hard, skying that second jump harder than anybody, and he looks like he's not lifted off of that road jump either. So Kyle definitely looks like he's on a tear.
Yeah, absolutely. Shane Lewis has just crossed the line and goes into third position with a 5:04. So is that Sean Lewis there just coming off of the line? Or Shane Lewis, sorry.
He qualified with a 5:04 there. So we got Stidham, Householder, and Lewis 1, 2, and 3 so far.
Yeah, but it's all about this young man right now. It's Kyle Jurgensen.
Love this stuff. See how he blew the turn out a little bit? So he just opened that up. He's going to keep the vehicle flowing as much as possible and not try to pinch it down. So that's going to be the benefit of going later on, because you have guys like Kyle Jurgensen. We're going to change the line a little bit. Now you got to paint within the lines. He's within the lines,
New lines,
he's
though.
definitely he's pushing the boundaries out a little bit. Which if you ain't pushing the boundaries, you're taking up too much space. Yeah.
Thank you.
He lives life in that gray area.
Exactly.
Looked like we had Travis Williams on the line out of Arizona getting ready to go live, or getting ready to go green.
So at the moment we have 3 cars on course. We have Lincoln Day, we have Kirk Harkey and Kyle Jurgensen. As we watch here, and this is Travis Williams. He gets the green flag and charges away from the arch. I love this series of jumps.
That's a big jump right there. So for you, Jim, are you going to qualify with both tires, full load of fuel? What's going to be your system of choice?
Generally, both the tires, yes, but the fuel load, definitely not.
See, I go the opposite. So I like to go half fuel, so that way it's low, and take a tire off. All-wheel drive, I'll sometimes go no tires, but I've also gotten flats where I had to change in the middle of the race, in the middle of qualifying, so having one tire. So I like to go lower mid-fuel, so that stays low, and takes that one tire off because it doesn't want to hike me as much in the corner. But everybody, like you said, having those tires gives you more forward traction, so it's a combination.
The one thing I know is there's nobody running 90 gallons of fuel in their truck at this. So,
not one. Well, if you think about the weight, and you come to the corner and try to push that vehicle off the corner, adding that extra weight makes it very difficult.
Fuel is about 7.5, 8 pounds a gallon?
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
So that's Lincoln Day there coming in across the line, and that is in a 5:56. So our current fastest car is RJ Stidman with a 4:42. In second, it's with a 5:01 is Terry Householder. In third is Shane Lewis with a 5:04. And we just saw Lincoln Day there crossing the line with a 5:56. But on course right now, we have Kirk Harkey and Kyle Jurgensen. And this is going to be Kirk Harkey coming on in.
Got Hardin taken off.
In fact, I think this is Harkey Hardin making his way around.
And Cole very fast, as well as his father. Both Eric and Cole very, very quick. You got to keep an eye on them all the time. But see right there, that getting sideways, that's scrubbing speed, and now you have to build that speed back up. So we're going to take another look at the jump off the start, and we'll walk us through kind of what's happening. So as he comes up, he checks up, gasses it to get the nose high a little bit, still nose down, but watch it bottom out. Boom! It hits the back tires, then wide open coming across here. Maybe a little bit of brake to set it up, but still nose comes down, and then back into the desert.
Yeah, so we're just now waiting for Kyle Jurgensen to come across the line, but I can tell you that Kirk Harkey has crossed the line in a 5:06 and moves into fourth position.
So the man of the hour should be finishing any time, Mr. Kyle Jurgensen.
I'm watching the tracker right now, trying to work out where he is.
We're going silent here because we're anxiously awaiting that time.
We can count it. He's at 4:27, 28, 29, 30, 30. Where's he at? Come on, you got to beat that 38. And
Kyle Jurgensen, waiting for it.
4:41, 42, 43.
And Kyle Jurgensen moves into first place, 3 seconds off of Brock Hager's time with a 4:41.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting for that one because out of, no discredit to the other guys, but he was one of our first big ones to watch, and it kind of set the pace for everybody else. But, looking at R.J. Stidham's time, he was only a second off of Kyle Jurgensen. What a run for him.
You got to be proud of that. And now we have Jason Coleman, who's got a good pace running, so he's going to be definitely one that's going to go after Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see Jason Coleman. Now, the fact that Kyle Jurgensen came in with a 4:41 is interesting. Let's say a full 3 seconds behind that 4:38. So who's going to go fastest? What are we expecting the fastest time to be in the 6100s?
I think that's a tough time to beat right there. I mean, just to say that he's on that, how much smoother the course was with the all-wheel drive and the wheel man of Brock Hager, I think that 441 could definitely stand.
Yeah, I will say, depending on the driver, as we saw with Jurgensen, he ran where he'd kind of drift to the outside, make the course a little bit wider. Yep. If you've got a driver that knows how to take advantage of that towards the back, there's a lot more runoff.
Yes, true.
So there is a chance to go faster, but you got to use more of the course. The guys early are almost in a slot car track where you've got to follow the ruts, and then the ruts get a lot wider.
Well, when I qualify with the Legends, we always go at the end, and so the ruts are so deep, but the berms are bigger, so you can lean on them harder. Yeah. So it's give and take. I would rather be like a third of the way in. Let it be broken in a little bit, but not have it so deep, because it's so deep that sometimes it drags the chassis even with 40s.
Okay, as we continue to watch the action here, I just want to quickly touch back to the limited race that's going on. In 10th position, it's Ted Baker. In 9th, it's Hector Garcia. In 8th is Elliott Watson. In 7th is Brandon Sims. In 6th is Ryan Piplick. In 5th, but first in Class 10, is Cole Potts, or Carrot Potts now. Making moves, it's Max Eddy Jr. up into 4th. In 3rd is Caden McCachran. In 2nd is Mitch Guthrie Jr. And 1st is Brock Hager. And if you are just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And right now we have the limited race going on and also the qualifying for the unlimited specs.
While you were going over that, Pierce Herbst was out there, had a good one. Here's EJ starting right behind him. So the two Herbst boys, and we'll see what they can do. I love that new/old red hood. They're going back to what they used to have before. They used to have it reversed, but I'm loving this. EJ taking it a little easy over that second jump, but now he's going to start putting it down once he gets out into the desert. Now, notice that he's just running one rear spare, so he's choosing for the lighter package. Once again, that might cost you a little bit of traction, but I think when it comes to getting that truck moving, being a little bit lighter will be fine.
Big send for Harden.
Sending it. Where does that put him?
Looks like he is going to move into the third spot.
Third spot, yep.
So that was a 4:42. So look at that, though. Our top three drivers were within a second and a half of each other.
It's astonishing, isn't it? When you consider they just raced for 5 miles, just goes to show how competitive this class is.
Well, let me tell you, when you do that, you go, I was a second off. I know all the places that I could have gone faster, but it's always after the fact.
That's a slight hesitation on the start line.
Exactly. And coming to the corner, well, I just hit that corner a little bit hard, and it slowed me down that little bit. So all those guys, it just shows you how hard they are on the gas. This looks like this is Pierce as he's rolling through the desert at a very high speed. This is either Pierce or EJ. I'm not exactly sure.
I think this is Pierce. I don't know if EJ's gone off yet.
EJ,
yeah, they're both on course.
EJ just went off. Boy, that thing's handling down the straightaway, ain't it?
Yeah, this is Pierce.
Yeah, he's
moving.
I could see it. He was over 100 miles an hour. I couldn't quite read the GPS, but I could see the 3 numbers.
You can tell when they get all the way up to speed because you start getting a little hood buffeting.
Yep.
So that's Bill Can now making his way out onto course. Now we like Bill because Bill has a really nice, bright and easily identifiable car.
We love Bill. All righty. Jason Coleman, where does he come in?
He is a 4:43 into the 4th spot, so 2 seconds off pace. I mean, this is These guys are so close to one another.
But the good news is this is a great top group. I mean, these guys aren't going to be holding each other up. It's going to be going. It's going to
be very racy.
Whoever stubs their toe is going to be really bummed.
Yeah, once in a while, depending on qualifying course and drivers, we'll see a guy that maybe qualify well, but he doesn't have a fast race pace, and he ends up blocking a lot of the traffic and causing problems. And I don't see that in this group. So
no, everyone's going to just be charging. But then we're going to get into, once again, lap 3 and 4 into the lap drivers and stuff like that. So it's going to be tough.
So it's going to be let's be honest, it's such a difficult class to actually overtake. You have to plan your overtakes. You haven't got oodles of engine power. You're on the same engine packages, so you have to build for an overtake. You have to create a situation where you can actually make that pass.
Well, and this, how it's different in Mexico, that they have what you call alternate lines, because it's more open desert and you have other options. So here, you basically just have to be faster than the guy, go through the bumps quicker than him, corner faster than him, because it's not because you had, something that could cut off, 10 seconds or 2 seconds or 3 seconds for that matter.
So I got Connor McMullen now.
Now, Connor, we heard him chatting to Tiffany Stone earlier today, and he sounds like he's super pumped for this and really ready to rock and roll.
Tell you what, his mindset going into this race after that interview, I mean, just great mindset.
Yeah, now Pierce Herbst has just crossed the line with a 4:54 and moves into 6th position behind Travis Williams, who's just posted with a 4:49. So right now, our highest placed qualifier in the 6100 spec is Carl Jurgensen with a 4:41, just behind him RJ Stidman with a 4:42. Cole Hardeen with a 4:42.8, so literally 0.02 of a second separating those cars. Then Jason Coleman with a 4:43, Travis Williams with a 4:49, and then Pierce Hurst with a 4:54.
That was Connor McMullen. You could see not hesitating whatsoever. And I've raced against him as well as been a fan. The kid just has so much talent and so much car control. He's definitely going to be someone to watch in the long term in this race.
What's that?
This is Brent Fox, the guy that he's not known for his qualifying, but the finishes, he is fast. He does all of his racing up here in America. Does with some of the other organizations, so do not count him out. Very fast, very strong, and then he is going to be running half of the race, and so is his son. So this is his son that's starting the race for him, going to do the first 2 laps we were talking yesterday.
Aussie?
What?
I believe Brent's an Aussie, isn't he?
No, he's American.
Is he? Oh, okay. I do apologize.
Yeah. But yeah, him and his son are racing together. Once again, I love the fact that that's going to cost him right there. Just getting over that berm and hitting it a little bit hard. That's gonna take probably a second from him right there.
Yeah, a lot of people calling in sick to work today. Looks like we got a packed house out here in Prim.
And E.J. Hurst has come in 8th position with a 5:03. So bragging rights going to Pierce Herbst right now.
Now there's going to be some going back and forth on that. But that's been Bob. That's the way the Herbst boys have been their whole life. I mean, I think they want to beat each other worse than they want to beat everybody else.
More than brothers.
Exactly.
They're cousins.
Exactly. Well, they're all in the family.
Have you met them much? They're really good young men.
We're always parked by them down in Mexico for the 500 and the 1,000 and the 500, 400 and the 1,000. So yeah, they're great kids, very respectful, but they're great shoes.
You got to give a shout out to Riley Herbst. Obviously, he's not racing out here because he's racing NASCAR and doing a great job.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not talking in the lower class. He is in Cup. He's in out there, and he was a player for the win of the Daytona 500. This is Jordan Brenthal as he starts to work his way around. Truck balance, jumping really clean.
Yeah, Brenthal brothers been around for a long time, and both of them, you hear about, all these drivers driving for them and things like that, but both the brothers can wheel too.
Exactly. I like how truck real flat, lands well, didn't rebound, didn't hit the chassis hard. Watch as he comes off here once again, flat again.
Land and stick.
I've got to say that's one of the best looking trucks over that jump we've seen so far.
Yeah, that was nice.
Now, this is interesting because we've already seen this car run, haven't we? No, Stephen Beale. We haven't seen it run yet.
Not yet.
I do apologise.
This is the young geyser. He's out there wheeling for him.
There's a Sendero Class 10 car on course already, with another geyser in there.
So they're probably getting a couple practice laps as well for tomorrow.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and this is the qualifying for the limited specs or unlimited spec class. Our current leader is Carl Jurgensen with a 441, then RJ Stedman with a 442, and Cole Hardeen with a 442.8. And off the line now goes Sean Geiser, driving for Stephen Beale. Nice and tidy as he makes his way out over the big jump.
Well, and I was watching, notice no spares. The ramps are strapped down, so he's running no rear spares. So it's interesting to see what everyone does because Kyle Jurgensen had on both spares. So is that helping him with traction? As we see Sean Geiser kind of fishtailing back and forth, maybe he's not getting the rear drive that he's looking for. All right, we're going to take another look, see how he opened up the corner there as he takes off. Comes off here, gets a great launch, jumps real flat, but then he kind of overcorrects one way, then back the other way. So just need to be a little bit softer on the hands, Sean, and I think you would have been a little bit straighter. But he's definitely, I'm excited about him. He's the third, next generation geyser, and definitely can wheel a truck.
No, we got to talk about this top three because big changes up there with Connor McMullen now taking the top spot over Kyle Jurgensen.
Yeah, we told you that kid is the driver.
Somebody said something.
And I've got to talk about this because not only does he take the top spot, but he also comes in with a 4:35, which means that he is the fastest man round this course so far this weekend.
That is great. I mean, that for him. If it sticks, we still got a lot more.
Yeah, we got some heavy hitters still to come.
Yep.
That's a great run for Connor McMullen.
6 seconds. That's a lot to put on Kyle Jurgensen.
Though, he was about 1/3 of the way through, and you'd said it, Ricky, probably if I wanted to qualify to be about 1/3 of the way through.
Yep.
So there was something to it. Course is a little burned in.
I wish that I could say that's skill. I threw that number out there. Because you can't be wrong with an assumption,
Yeah. Just own it, Ricky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I would have done. No, but that's the thing that we have a whole new generation of drivers. Between, Hager and all the different young drivers that have come from trophy cars and UTVs and stuff. And definitely Connor McMullen is one of those guys that can drive buggies, side by sides, runs everything.
Dominating buggies last year.
Yep.
Saw a bunch of fist bumps from whoever this is.
Well, so now he's got two things. Notice that he has an iPad in his lap as well. So when he did his side lap, what he probably has is some other markings on there. But you can see he's got the iPad. He's calling out the different stuff. Watching 207 Nick Mayes. He navigates his way through the desert. Real high speed. Now this really fast. Now this is Elijah Kiger. They're from Virginia. What's awesome. They come from back there. I had the opportunity to coach him and his brother-in-law. They've won the Baja 1000 with Jason Coleman in the past. So these guys definitely know what it takes. And what's going to be awesome is that they're going to run a little bit next year or this year with their father. So it's a family affair, and it's kind of ironic, right? That everybody's talking about, this is second generation, third generation, the Gordons, the Herps, the list goes on and on, because this is something that you definitely want to introduce to your kids. As we watch Elijah, as he comes off the first jump, drops the nose a little bit, doesn't hit it too hard, comes up to here, checks up a little bit, doesn't set it too hard, lands on the downside, and now he's going to get back to work. But I'm going to say he probably left about 3 seconds on the table right there.
That was a nice nose-up jump there.
Yeah.
You know, Ricky, I wonder, we always say we'd like to qualify first and be out on the first on the line, but I wonder how much that first position really is going to matter in this 400 miles.
I would love it. I mean, because you have to change your mindset when you're going in. Now, here's Cowboy Cerrone, Donald Cerrone. If you're an MMA fan, you know who this guy is. He unfortunately had a mishap. He turned over his side-by-side, and his co-driver broke the rear axle. However it happened, I'm not blaming him. It just happens. But I love to see somebody that's had such a great career in something else get into off-road racing, and that's definitely the case of Cowboy Cerrone.
So as we continue to watch the unlimited spec qualifying here in the first group of the unlimited vehicles, I can tell you we still have a limited race going on our hands. And that we are going to be seeing Brock Hager is going to be coming in to complete his third lap very soon, and we will be keeping you honest on that as that happens. But here are the current standings right now. And in first position is Conor McMullen. In second is Carl Jurgensen. In third is RJ Stidman. In fourth is Cole Hardeen. In fifth is Brent Fox. Wonderful run there from Brent. In sixth is Jason Coleman. In seventh is Stephen Beale. In eighth is Jordan Brentful. In ninth is Travis Williams. In 10th is Pierce Herbst. And on screen right now it is Cowboy Donald Cerrone. I remember the first time he came into the booth, we needed one of those swear buttons.
Dropping a few F-bombs.
Oh,
happens. Yeah. I love this. Across their thing, guess who that is? Dustin Miller, and it says Miller time. Another young driver, 21 years old, out of Salt Lake City, Utah. All right, another driver. Looks like Sean Geiser is working his way in. Or no, I'm sorry.
So right now, if you're watching, is Conor McMullen, sorry, who's leading with a 4:35, a full 3 seconds faster than Brock Hager's incredible run yesterday. So Dustin Miller is making his way into the desert for this 5-mile qualifying course. Super smooth as he went off that massive tabletop jump over the road. Putting this unlimited spec class car to work. Limited to an LS3 6.2 litre, 550 horsepower engine. So here we go. Let's have a replay of that. Look at that. Now, Jim, it just landed silky smooth there. No rebound. Absolutely picture perfect. And back on track one more time. And still we've got finishers crossing the line. But nobody's upsetting our top 5 right now. And we have 10 cars that are below the 5-minute barrier. So very fast indeed.
And you know, Jim, that 4 minutes and 35 seconds for Conor is just blitzing.
It's astonishing.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. It is absolutely astonishing. And this is Neil Dricky going off the line now. Now, we saw Neil out on course earlier in his Class 10. He would have been doing a lap, just as a sighting lap, as so many of these drivers do.
Yes, they do. The race car coming up next is one of my favorites to listen to and watch.
Ah, yes. And the thing that gets me with this car we're going to see next is it's a door slammer.
Yes.
It actually has opening and closing doors. And if you haven't worked out who it is from that, well, you will do once you see the car lining up. I'm not going to spoil it for you. There it is.
Yep.
The one and only Nick Eisenhower.
It's just a beautiful machine.
So here we go. If you are just joining us, this is the current standings in the qualifying. In first position, it is Colin McMullen. In second is Carl Jurgensen. In third is RJ Stidman. In fourth is Cole Hardeen. In fifth is Brent Fox. In sixth is Jason Coleman. In seventh is Stephen Beale. Then in 8th is Jordan Brenthal. In 9th is Travis Williams. And in 10th is Elijah Keeger, who's just crossed the line. So a fantastic run there from Elijah. But whether anyone can bother or hassle Conor McMullen, who is right now our current fastest qualifier here.
I love the voice of this truck.
Now this has got an 8-to-1 header on this.
Yes.
And it just sounds like nothing else on the planet.
You know what I love about these brothers is they wrench on their own stuff, they fabricate, they hustle, they market themselves. You know, they're creating their own videos. These guys, you know, they've figured it out, and they're just living the dream.
So here we go. This is Nick Eisenhower off the start again. As we got a replay from our media team. Just check this out.
Lordy, he went up for. How many feet was that, Jimmy?
A lot.
A lot. Landed well, too.
Such a well-prepared vehicle. Saw them out at King of the Hammers only a few short weeks ago. Oh, yeah, now this is some pace here, gentlemen. Look at this. I love it when they jump sideways like that. It's absolutely fantastic to see.
They're just
This
moving.
is gonna be upsetting the top 5, that's for sure. If you can hold on to this type of pace.
Bean
representing Butch's Speed Shop.
And I can tell you now that Cowboy Cerrone crossed the line with a 5:12 and moves into 17th. So a solid run there from him.
You know, this is the type of course. Bean's got such a short course background back in his days of Pro Light, things like that. You know, this is the type of course where Bean could really rip.
But he's one of those guys that you know he's going to be there or thereabouts on race day. So here we go. This is Justin Bean Smith. Over the tabletop, over the roadway. Oh, look at that. Kissing the ground sideways. And this is a full throttle assault here as he makes his way out into the desert. Just keeping an eye on the scoring at the same time. We've got Neil Drickey out there on course at the moment, along with Nick Eisenhower and Justin Bean Smith. All big hitters, all capable of getting into the top 5. But has anyone got anything for Colin McMullen? With a 4:35, our current pole sitter ahead of Carl Jurgensen by a full 6 seconds. That's astonishing.
It is. That's big.
So here we go.
There's Bean.
Yeah, Bean's still pushing hard here. I'm expecting to see times coming in very shortly.
Eisenhower has another minute before he's done.
So Drickey's going to be crossing the line any moment now. Neil Drickey crosses the line in 17th position with a 5:04.
So we're watching Sam Berry as he takes off. Good launch off of both jumps. Truck is looking good.
Sam got that patented paint job. He's had it on his old single-seaters on these trucks.
I think it was the color of his house, like in the 60s.
Or the color of the carpet.
Exactly. The shag, the yellow, white, and orange shag. Don't tell Sam we said that. I don't want to get my butt kicked by him. Oh, check it out for that hole. A lot of guys were just straightening that out. Take another look as he takes off. Jump nice and clean. Wheel straight. Nose down on the power. Sam Berry getting it done.
Yeah, I think the world was wondering how he chose a co-driver after driving a single-seater for so long.
Exactly, and I don't even know if he was looking at a GPS.
So that is Eisenhower making his way across the line.
442.
Love that. It's got the 180 headers. That thing screams.
I love it.
Yeah, so Nick Eisenhower crosses the line and comes in 10th position with a 449.
Gosh. It's I mean, 449 and 10th, you laugh, but he's only a couple of seconds out of second place, or a few seconds.
I mean, the pace of this race the pace of this qualifying is absolutely insane. But that's why we come here. That's why we're here at the Mint 400. We love this stuff.
Here's Chad Hall taking his start.
Take it easy off the first jump. Let's see if he checks up for the second jump. Yep, landing right down the bottom side. Now he's going to do what the Halls are known for. Get out in the desert and start laying it down.
That's the thing, Chad, he's quick. He's a very smart racer. He's not one of those guys you expect in the top 3 in qualifying, but he's always going to be there at the end of the race.
But that was a good line. He went to the inside, and he's staying away from that deep sand. So the first 2 turns, he's on it. Let's see right there where the other driver, so coming over here, he checks up a little bit. So he's probably going to leave about 2 to 3 seconds on this first straightaway, but he's not like Mark Burnett and upside down and broken. So every time you cycle the suspension, you put stress on the truck. And so you have to have a truck to finish.
Now, where did Justin Bean Smith come in?
Well, Garrett Gentry has been quite spectacular in the past. When they had that first jump, the big jump a couple years back, he launched that thing and landed completely flat. And how it didn't break the truck in half, or him for that matter, it's unreal.
Wow, look at that, just skipping through.
Yeah, that is Justin Bean Smith. I was just wondering where he was, and he has just crossed the line, and he moves into 9th position.
So I think we've had a couple of heavy hitters now, they're in the now pushed back to 11th, and Eisenhower being in the 9th. I think the course might start and be going away a little bit.
Well, when I stepped away, look at that. Fox is in 5th. I told you that guy's much stronger when it comes to the race, so we got to keep our eye on them tomorrow. He's one of those guys, now with his son, is going to be a strong team.
Yeah, so Justin Bean Smith coming in with a 444. And between 3rd and 11th just trying to check that out. Between 9th and 3rd position, there is 3 seconds.
Wow, that's tight.
That is very tight indeed. Then we've got a little bit, between 2nd and 9th position, there is 3 seconds. That's incredible. And then, but it's Conor McMullen at the moment with a 4:35, a full 5.5 seconds ahead of second place, Carl Jurgensen.
So now, Jim, give us a little bit more background on Conor McMullen. I know that I've been watching him in the legacy races and a lot of the other stuff. He's just so dominant in Class 1. But has that been his thing?
Well, I mean, obviously, the McMullen family been around racing for years. Kid grew up in the sport, and and really kind of burst on the scene a couple of years ago, running a lot of unlimited class buggies and dominated. I mean, he had a dominating effort at Parker last year. Had some really good runs all last year. Runs in multiple different series, and obviously now we're seeing him spec truck. So,
well, right now we got Troy Gabowski. Now, a lot of people look at that body and go, what the heck is going on between that back wing? They spend a lot of time. And what they're working on is pressure on the nose. You see how it's got the higher fenders that's helped give you keep the nose low, but also that back wing. That's doing multiple things. I'm assuming what it can do for you when it steps out. It's just like a sprint car wing. It wants to pull the truck back, so it gives them probably more traction as the wind comes over, pushing on the back, as well as side traction when they throw it sideways to catch them as well. So nobody else has caught on to it. I mean, we've watched the Grabowskis go so fast, but no one's copying it. We saw one of the guys have a big wing down in Mexico, but nobody's really trying to emulate what they got going on there.
Well, and these Grabowski brothers, I mean, you watch this space, because here in about 4 minutes we may see a new guy on top, or they're at least going to be in the top 5.
Well, and I just saw Dustin Grabowski out in the desert testing one of the trucks, and all three brothers are going to be in spec trucks. So it's going to be pretty remarkable. They race together now, but you give them 3 trucks. I'm like, who's going to work on all that stuff? And could you imagine being their father and their mother? To see right there, working the line, using it back very well. So he's on a tear. Troy's running a good line right now, so I think he's going to be one of the guys to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so Troy Grabowski hitting off onto this 5-mile qualifying course here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And that is the 2:42 there of Alex Pratt. Waiting to get going.
Well, the great story about Alex Pratt is I guess he rented a truck and said, I'm buying a truck, and now I'm racing a truck. So I love that, the commitment, how quick he jumps in. He's got that good boy vodka livery on there, so let's see how he does.
And when you look down through this field of vehicles, it's absolutely stacked.
Well, and that's the thing with the different racing series and stuff like that, but everybody wants to win the Mint 400. That's one of those things. When you ask people, well, would you rather win the championship and get second in all the races, or win just the Mint 400? Most people would say, I want the Mint 400.
400, give me that.
And Chad Hall comes across the line and goes into 17th position with a 5:03. So on track right now, we have 3 cars. We have Garrett Gentry, we have Troy Grabowski, and Alex Pratt. We've got around about 7 more cars to go in this group.
But as you guys can see how much the course is getting ripped up. And it's just like if you're out in the sand dunes and how you get that crust on top and it's much harder. But now see how soft the berms are getting. And when you don't get your exit right, it just feels like it takes an eternity to get the vehicle moving. So the course is definitely not getting better. So if Troy Grabowski pulls this off, he's done a good job because the track is quite a bit more beat up. Evidently, you guys don't believe in what I'm saying, or you're not supporting it.
We're anxiously awaiting.
Feel like a jackass. I'm like, yeah, sure, Rick. Here, I'm gonna go in third person, so I have someone to talk to. I really appreciate you guys.
It becomes the Rick and Ricky show.
I know, but damn, tough crowd here.
You left us speechless, Ricky.
Well, that, or it's like that dumb son.
I have to be honest, I was actually switching back to have a look at the limited race to see what was going on there, and I can confirm that Brock Hager still has the lead, but it does look like there's a change behind him. It does look like, for whatever reason, Mitch Guthrie Jr. has dropped back, and Caden McCachran is moving into the 2nd position.
Well, there you can see it. You might be thinking, are those guys going to run into each other? They're going side by side, one starting and one taking off. So they make sure that after you catch the checkered flag, you shut it down before you get going out.
So we're about 30 seconds out from seeing where Troy Grabowski is going to stack up here. So here in about 30 seconds, we'll see what Ricky's prediction was.
Yep. Yeah, taking a look at this could be quite confusing. You see 2 trucks coming in, you're like, oh crap, they're going to run into each other. But the one on the left just took the checkered flag. The one on the right are actually running to the checkered flag, and one taking off on the start. So we got to utilize as much space as we can, and also make a great show for the spectators.
And we're doing that right now, and it's Connor McMullen who is in first place with a 4:35. Just behind him is Carl Jurgensen, and then in third is RJ Stidman with 4th, Cole Hardeen, and in 5th, Brent Fox.
Grabowski, wow, down to 12th.
Really? Wow.
Now that just goes to show you the pace of the cars out there. And also you were saying, Ricky, about the course could be going away.
Yeah, but you know what, though? You come through as tight as these guys are. You come through, you hit a berm like 10 pounds harder than you meant to hit it, and it pushes you over and it drags you down. So there's going to be a lot of racing going on tomorrow, and it would be great is if we could get a little bit of rain. Can you order that up? I mean, you were friends with Moses, right, Bob? So you can't usually call him on the cell phone and say, Moses, we'd like a little rain right here, right now?
I'll get a man right on.
You want to learn to push that button before you talk?
Let me get a man right on it.
Ricky, don't worry, mate. It's not many days before my rain cloud catches up with me.
There we go. Yeah, it's been chasing you across the Atlantic. It's going through Philadelphia right now.
Seriously, Kyle Jurgensen, 441 in second. You go down to Troy Grabowski in 12th at a 450. So 9 seconds separating second through 12th.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing stuff there. And we keep saying it just goes to show the quality of this field.
Well, and the trucks too. You got Geysers, you got Brenthels, you got Cambers, you got Masons, you got Jimco's, you got all these different brands. And the stuff has come so far. Bob, back when you were there was the Cheneth buggy, there was the Raceco buggy, there's the Funco, there was a couple different things. But now everybody's, and I want to give Geyser the credit. When it came to trucks, they really jumped to the top because they had guys like Rob Mack and those other guys.
They were absolutely the first.
But now you just can't take it away from Mason. I mean, Neil Mason and those guys have done such a great job on building those new trucks. But like in this spec class, there's a lot of great trucks that are very close. And what I love about it, you could go buy a truck that's 10 years old. If it's prepped right, it's built tuned right, you can win. You can win with that. So, yeah, especially if you hire Kyle Jurgensen.
Yeah. Or in this case, you want Connor McMullen. Now, This is going to be the final car in this class. This is going to be Philip Carlson going off the line. And he's going to be rounding out the 33 unlimited spec cars that we have here qualifying this afternoon.
Well, we have a side-by-side outside with no exhaust on it.
Angry
open headers.
So here we go. This is Philip Carlson, and he will be the last car on this qualifying group. Can he make his way up into the top 10? So we've got on course right now. We've got Alex Pratt, we've got Nate Martino, and Jacob Fry, and now also Philip Carlson.
See, it ain't so cool when no one responds, huh, Jim?
It's called hanging you out to dry.
Exactly. Yeah. How's that working for you? Thanks, bro.
I'm here all day.
So, Bob, how exciting is it? I mean, you've watched over decades. This is an old man joke. This is for real. Okay. You've watched over decades how tires have evolved, how chassis have evolved, how all the different ones. So the last one's out on the way. Same thing. Tires have evolved, and you've been with BFGoodrich your whole career. It's got to be exciting to see how far they've come.
Well, it's amazing what they started with. When they started, it was the first time any company in the world had ever brought a radial to the desert to make it work, and that was the big challenge. I wasn't with BFGoodrich for only like 17, 18 years, and the rest of the time I've been on my own, but they've always been a friend of the family, and they've taken really good care of me a lot.
Yep.
The tires are different. The tires that we see
still
here.
Round.
Well, that's just the beginning, man. I just visited in the Tuscaloosa tire plant, which is where they make a large number of the TA products. There's a plant within the plant, we call it STS, and that's where they build the race tires, like our Skunk Works. They have people who build those tires one at a time, no quotas, no time limits, no nothing. It's all precision craftsmanship. Yep. They all by hand. Every tire made by hand.
Bob, just going to cut you in there. That was Nate Martino crossing the line there in 17th position with a 5:01. So we've still got some cars sitting out there on course right now. And so looking down, we've got Alex Pratt still on course, we've got Jacob Fry still on course, and we've got Philip Carlson still on course at the moment. So we'll be waiting for those guys to come on in. But can they challenge the top 10? Unlikely, if I'm honest. It's a stacked field. When you're looking at Nick Eisenhower and Troy Grabowski, who is sitting there in 12th and 13th, that's a very, very fast top 10.
That's a very fast top 10. But when we go into the unlimited trucks, we have a lot more horsepower, and now that with that traction in the deep sand, that's pulling horsepower out of the vehicle. So Jim Beaver, especially when you get all-wheel drive like Kevin Thompson in that big block, I mean, if he just keeps it in the track and he just works on exiting every corner, he's going to be a very hard guy to beat.
Well, I think with this short, 5-mile qualifier, and especially what we saw there, that all-wheel drive big block, you just want to keep it in the ruts and let it eat.
Exactly.
Just let it eat for 5 miles.
But the last guy to qualify is going to be Big Booty Judy, Dale Dondell, who's known for qualifying. He loves to go fast, and he loves to push really hard. So we got to keep our eyes. So no matter how hard that we were running, all these different guys, we got to hold our breath, because it's going to be awesome if he can pull it off. He's had problems in the past couple of years, but let's look for Dale Dondale to try to pull this off.
Whether he pulls it off or not, it's going to be really worth watching.
Exciting.
Well, and let's talk a little bit about, obviously we got the Herbst entry. We've got Ryan Arciero kind of running on the same program, but they just had 2 spec trucks qualify. They got a lot of data and a lot of info there that they can go and, trust me, they're going to be looking at that.
100%. That's definitely going to they can watch film. They can look at the ruts. They can do all the different things, because I know when I qualify, I go out for my parade lap, and I'm like, boom, I got an iPad in my lap, and I'm watching it lap after lap after lap to try to memorize those things. Jim?
Yeah, so as we continue here at the moment, we're just looking at our top 5. It's Conor McMullen, Carl Jurgensen, RJ Stidman, Cole Hardeen, and Brent Fox. We're going to pop for a quick commercial. We'll see you in 2.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase a rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're out here in Sin City, Las Vegas, in Primm, Nevada, for the best racing in the world. And right now it's all about the qualifying. Ricky, Jim.
I am so impressed. Connor McMullen, who is known as a buggy guy, but he drives everything. I've watched him drive the four-wheel drive Brenthel in the Nevada 2000 or the Nevada 500. Do very, very well. So he is our man on top with a 4:35. Right behind him is Kyle Jurgensen, down quite a bit at a 4:41. So 6 seconds. Jim, that is a huge gap on somebody like for Connor to make on Kyle.
Well, you see Connor with 6 second gap over Kyle, and you see, 9 seconds that separate the next 10 guys?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just insane how much of a burner lap that was. I mean, McMullen, that was a statement run there.
Well, and that's the thing. I think he just cleaned everything, focused on his exits, made it through, didn't push a wheel over, and actually drove the sand exactly the way it wanted to be driven. So great job for him. And also, you got to compliment his crew, his motor guy, his transmission, because you can, if you get it done right and you have the thing tuned with your converter and everything, you can make sure that you get off of that corner. As we go back out into the course, Jim Marsden, we have still a lot of racing going on, and the man of the hour, the man of the past 2 years, Brock Hager, is still out in front.
Yeah, he is indeed, and he's given an absolute masterclass right now. Let's not forget, he started in 21st position physically on track this morning behind all of the Class 5s and behind all of the Class 10s. Now, I'm going to pull you on this. You said that today was going to be all about those Class 10s, and it's not over yet by a long, long way. But right now, we do also have some, we've got the UTVs have actually broken ahead, which means they've gone past all of those Class 10s physically on track. Well, that's so impressive.
Well, when you're wrong, and I misread it, and I honestly thought with guys like Cole Potts and Elliott Watson out there, I thought that they would. I thought that the side by sides wouldn't be able to run with them. But that's technology. Whenever you have four wheels pulling, it's working that much better. And then you look at the technology with a 35-inch tire and the suspension that they have on everything from the Can-Ams to the factory Polarises. The side by sides are much faster.
Well, I'm just going to look at this. I'm looking at my tracker right now, and I'm just going to go through this just to give you some updates on this. Currently sitting there, and I'm waiting for more UTVs to cross that timing loop. But in sixth position, I've got our highest place 10 car, which is Cole Potts or Carrot Potts driving right now. Let's call him at best a semi-professional racer, okay? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but ahead of him we've got Max Eddy Jr., professional racer. Brandon Sims, semi-professional racer. Ahead of him, in third position, Mitch Guthrie Jr., professional racer. In second position, Caden McCachran, professional racer. And in first, of course, Brock Hager, professional racer. And I think this is what we were saying earlier about the growth of UTV.
Yeah.
The fact that we have professional race car drivers out there. I mean, you remember from your days in Supercross. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the hobbyist guys couldn't compete with the professional guys because they're out there all the time.
But the funny thing is, where are they going to go? There's no factory rides in trucks. There's no factory rides in Class 1 buggies. So the thing is, it's going to be tough. You're a hired gun. You go out there and you drive for you're making a living and traveling the world. But when you see somebody like Hager, you know that the factory Red Bull team or the factory, European teams are going to keep an eye on him as well.
I can tell you where it's going to go, because if we actually look at history and where that goes, and we look at Dakar, okay, most of the the most successful races in Dakar history are, should we say, people of a certain generation, okay? Yeah. They're usually over the age of 30, particularly in their 40s or even older than that. And the reason being is they've had seat time. They understand the ground. They understand what they're looking at. What's happening now is we're seeing a revolution. We're seeing young people coming through the ranks right now, whether it be male or female, who are in their early 20s, in their 30s, that already have 15, 20 years of experience. Yeah. And we're going to see these guys and girls being swallowed up into that trophy raid and rally raid environment. And I think in the next few years you're going to see them filling the seats of people like Nasser Al-Attiyah, Stefan Peter Hansel. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and then that's the thing with like Stefan Peter Hansel, and that it was the motorcycle racers that graduated into it. Unless you're, Carlos Sainz, who comes from a world rally background and a lot of that, but a lot of the motorcycle guys were transferring over. Now you're having UTVs working into the other class and then moving forward. So you're going to see a lot of Red Bull and Monster pulling these guys up from the younger deal.
We're already starting to see that right now. When we have to look at Seth Quintero, Mitch Guthrie Jr., who's racing with us today, and it excites me more than I can possibly put into words the future of off-road motorsport.
I think for me, being an American who's been a fan of off-road racing here in the Southwest forever, for the longest time we've all argued, hey, we've got world-class talent, and Europe wanted to ignore it. Yep. And now all of a sudden our world-class talent is getting a chance to show themselves on the world stage, and I think that's what's really cool is finally, America's able to play our hand and say, hey, we do have world-class talent, we can compete at Dakar.
Well, and now if you look at the talent there, they don't care where you're from.
No.
Well, let's talk about talent, and the talent doesn't come much better than this, because at 3 p.m. we have the next group of qualifiers. It's Group 2 in the unlimited class, and it's going to be the big guns. We've got the Class 1s and we've got the trick trucks out there. Let's talk about some of those runners and riders that we're going to see this afternoon.
Well, we have Kyle McMullen is one of the standouts when it comes to Class 1. We also have Brad Wilson. You can never count him out. And then also Jack Grabowski running in Class 1 as well. But then once we step into the unlimited class, we have a completely stacked field, starting off with last year's champion, Adam Householder, along with Eric Harden. And I could be confused on which one won last year. But both of those guys are somebody you got to keep an eye
Householder.
on.
Eric Hardin was 3 years ago.
That's right. It was a few years back. I get lost. I'm 60 years old. I get that.
Hey,
but then
there's a lot of history to remember.
But we've been here, and the time gets flying. But then you have Tim Herbst as well as Ryan Arciero, who's come so close to winning this race but hasn't done it quite yet. And then as we go down the line, we also have Dave Mason Jr., we got James Scully, we got Michael Marson. So, and that's just on page 1. Yeah. Then we get into the next page. Nick Whetstone, who from Australia,
fastest qualifier last year.
Fastest qualifier. Just shocked everybody in the speed that he had, so keep an eye on him. As well as, I love that new Honda entry. We got Ethan Ebert out there, that new Tisco trophy. It's a trophy truck-ish, trophy UTV, whatever you want to call it. But we have a lot of great trucks out there going for that pole position.
Yeah, no, the one we've said it before, Dale Dondell, Big Booty Judy. Yep. I can't wait. Now, this car was built as an all-wheel drive truck killer. So it's going to be so interesting to see how he gets on out there. Now, I know he had some problems during practice earlier this week. They destroyed a rear axle casing, but they've got it back in the shop. They've got that all fixed back up again, so fingers crossed we can see some fireworks from him.
Well, and I just from my knowledge of racing all-wheel drive trucks, I don't know if you want that much traction in the back, because you want to make sure that you get pressure on the front. But whatever Dale does, he makes it very fast. And then also, you cannot take out Kevin Thompson. Kevin Thompson is going to be fast. I talked with Harley Lettner, and he let me know that Kevin is going to do the first 2 laps, and Harley's going to bring in the end. So keep an eye on Kevin Thompson for qualifying.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Kevin Thompson. We got some time here. This is a guy I respect the heck out of right now, because he came in, he had this truck, and for the longest time everybody's like, oh, Harley's in and it's fast, and then Thompson's going to get in and it's going to be slower. He has picked the pace up. His racecraft has improved drastically, and tell you what, he is very fast.
No, unbelievably fast. And, he does need to work on his qualifying a little bit. I think that's he's in his head a little bit, because I watched him down in Mexico, and it just seemed a little tentative and guessing a little bit. But when it comes to racing, nobody puts in more work and nobody throttles it harder than Kevin Thompson.
Well, I mean, when you've got as a wingman sitting there next to you at oh blimey, his name's just gone completely out of my head.
Harley Lettner.
Harley Lettner, thank you. Do you know what? I can see him in my head. I can see the moustache. I can see the crazy hair. Yeah, anyway. But when you've got a wheelman like Harley sitting in the wing, ready to rock and roll, it's hard not just to say to him, give him the nod and just say, go, go, go on qualifying.
Yeah.
And yet we've seen it time and time again where Kevin gets in the car and the times don't dip.
No.
He holds his own out there on the course.
And that's the thing is, these guys are out there. They work hard. They've done all the different stuff, and to get there, they want to experience the whole thing. They don't just want to be a guy that, I sponsor the truck and then I roll in later. So when you got a guy like Kevin Thompson who's putting in the work, he's going to go out there and qualify and show the world that he's got it. All right, as we're watching one of the Class 5 1600s, we are going to take a break here. Not a break, but we're going to take a step to the right, and we're going to learn about a man named John Marking, a guy that was a racer. He was in charge of Fox off-road trucks. Now, Fox Technology, the Fox Shock Company, started with Bob Fox with motorcycles, and then through John Marking, they became one of the dominant forces in off-road truck and buggy and side-by-side racing. So please take a look and learn a little bit about a legend, John Marking.
The 89 Mint 400 is what started my career in suspension. It's a pretty big race for the 1600 class. There was 88 cars. We were doing fairly well. On last lap, we actually got into leading the race, but I was just so beat up. Couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't sure the car could take it anymore. We actually barely finished. The suspension was so trashed. But after that race, I just decided I'm just gonna learn to work on shocks because I couldn't take a beating like that again. That was basically the start of it. I'm not an engineer. I'm not trained as an engineer, but always been a hands-on guy. I'm out there racing, I'm seeing a need. We started learning about how to really tweak a shock for off-road. Flow rates are much higher, the hose size need to be much larger. Everything just got bigger and bigger, and things got faster, last longer, and much smoother now than in the early days. My favorite thing about the Mint 400 is it's just a brutally rough course. So for us at Fox, it's a definite proving ground and bragging rights. That's what it is for us. We can go survive the Mint 400 with no problems. It's a good thing for a shock company to do, definitely.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo Helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged Radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here just outside of Las Vegas, and what an epic day of racing it has been so far. We are here for the limited races and, of course, for the unlimited qualifying session. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Mr. Jim Beaver and, of course, the legend that is Ricky Johnson.
Well, right now we got some hot information about what is happening on the track, but we also have some great information from Tiffany Stone down there. So we're going to go to her and hear a little bit about one of the other Herbs, and that's Thor Herbst. Take it away, Tiffany.
Down here with Thor Herbst. Now, Thor, we've been talking about this livery. It's a phenomenal one out there. It's really bringing back that new old, like Ricky Johnson was talking about. Qualifying right now, 5 miles. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's going to be my second race qualifying in the 19, so I'm really excited. Goal is to get the car to my dad tomorrow, so keep it clean.
And getting that car to your dad, has your dad said anything to you about how important qualifying is, where he's looking for that? You know, we talk to different Herps all the time. Some like to chase down, some like to be chased. What's your thoughts?
I don't know if any of us get chased, but no. I think we'll be all right. I think we just need to keep a fast pace. There's a lot of good trucks out here, so I think if we just keep it in line, we'll be just fine.
Awesome. Nice job. Best of luck. Like Thor was saying, he's really just wanting that top spot, keeping that truck together so his dad can get it tomorrow. Back up to you guys.
Well, once again, the father-son thing, this goes on, and that just shows you how much people love this sport, that they're willing to put their son in it and their nephew in it and all the different stuff. I know that I love watching Luke run short course. I love watching him race for cops, being a teammate. I really enjoyed it. But now if we look at a lot of the different unlimited trucks, it's a very, very deep field. We talk about Kevin Thompson. We've talked about Jonathan Brenthal. We've talked about Michael Scafuto. And this is the four-wheel drive class. So all of these Todd Wiley and everybody is in four-wheel drive. Everybody else is in two-wheel drive. But when you're qualifying, the fastest guy starts up front.
Yes, that is absolutely right, as we've been watching some fantastic qualifying here in the limited classes. But I'm just watching a story that might be breaking right now that I just want to quickly touch on. We're just coming to the end of our limited truck race. We're in the fourth lap right now, and it's been Brock Hager since lap 1. But I can tell you now that our current race leader is Mitch Guthrie Jr., and just behind him is Cole Potts. Now, I'll keep you honest as more news comes in.
Wait a minute. There's a Class 10 in second place?
Yes, but that's because the other ones haven't gone through yet. Don't get too excited.
No, I needed a little breath of fresh air when it came to
We're going to
that.
own this one while we can. But, you know, the other thing to make note of there, though, is not just that, but second place for a while was Caden McCachran. So now, obviously, Caden McCachran's had some kind of issues to fall back to.
And no, Caden was running a bit further behind, so I'm expecting him to ping a little bit further on. So I'll keep you honest on that as I have more information coming through. But let's talk about the unlimited qualifying session that we have coming up at 3 o'clock.
Definitely something that we want to watch. And another guy that Tiffany was able to catch up with, and that is Ryan Arciero. As he said, this race has eluded him multiple years. He's been out in front, been dominating, and then have something go wrong. So Tiffany, take it away with Ryan Arciero.
Down here with Ryan Arciero. Now, Ryan, unfortunately, last year was not the race that you wanted. You had some alternator problems. Year later, though, obviously everything's fixed. We're ready to go. How are you feeling right now for the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400?
Every year I come here, I'm excited, and I'm ready to win this race. Obviously, this race hasn't been kind to me for whatever reason, but we're going to change the cards this year. You know, obviously, 2025, the slate is clean. Time to get after it. The truck feels really good. We made some changes to the alternator system in both the 32 and all the Terraburst Motorsports trucks. We're excited. We're excited to get qualifying done. Qualifying is going to set the stage for tomorrow. And a qualifying is important. You know, if we don't have any win tomorrow, dusk is going to play a big role in that. So where you qualify could be the determining factor to how you finish this race.
Well, we're also looking at numbers. A lot of the numbers last year, they were the low fours. You know, even Kyle today, he's setting a really good pace. With that being said, how important is it to have those low numbers? Is it? We all want that front air. We always talk about that. Some drivers want the top 5, some want the top 10. What does Ryan Arciero want?
No, for sure. With this race, you know, the top 5 is important. You know, you need to be in that fast group, and then that group that knows how to race and carry their speed here. Obviously, when you get into that first lap, the first half of this race is you got to have a little bit of patience. This race, you know, has attrition to it, and it has its way of rearing its head and you finding problems. Obviously, we're an example of that. You know, right when things go well and right when you think you're running a good pace, you know, the Mint 400 kicks you in the ass, and so, you know, it is important. I think the top 5 is important for Trophy Truck. And I said, I think we have the package to do it. And now we just got to execute.
Best of luck to you, Ryan Arciero. Like you said, he's got a clean slate for this year, looking for that win.
Okay, thank you very much. Always great to see that. Now, just quick news on the Brock Hager thing. I'm looking on my tracker, and I can see that Brock Hager is still showing ahead of the other guys. So it might just be that he didn't trip the timing loop, okay, which is secondary device out in the desert. So it does look like Brock Hager is still our current race leader. Now, Ricky, Ryan Arciero, could this be his year?
Absolutely. I mean, he's there every year. He works hard. He's very diligent. He trains on his bicycle. He works on his nutrition. I talked to him about everything. They've been out here testing because the shop is, you know, in California, but also the Herps are based here in Nevada. So he knows the desert. He knows everything. He's done everything right in the past. Just one thing has bit him, Jim.
Well, I think this is a comparable. I mean, could this be his year? This is the equivalent of Dale Earnhardt at Daytona, where Dale had won everything in his career, and Daytona eluded him. And I feel like that's Ryan Arciero. He's won everything you could possibly win, and he just hasn't been able to seal the deal with the Mint. And once he does get it, it's probably going to be 3 straight.
Yeah, but another man who's been a nearly man here, along with Harley Letner, is none other than Kevin Thompson. And Tiffany Stone was chatting to him earlier.
Thanks, guys. Whenever we talk about Kevin Thompson and Harley Letner, we never know who's qualifying, but I've got Kevin down here right now. Kevin, what was the game plan to have you qualify? Because sometimes it kind of goes back and forth. We never know what we're going to get.
Yeah, no, Harley and I share qualifying, and this is my turn this time, so we both love qualifying, so I'd love to qualify as much as possible. So, yeah, we just go back and forth. So he did last race. My turn this race.
Well, and right now, the sun's come out, the wind is up a little bit. You're not battling anybody except you. You got your co-driver here. Both of you are battling that race course to get a fast time. We've seen under 4 minutes last year. We've seen top guys get those spots. We've seen top qualifiers. What do you think it's going to take for you to get that top qualifying spot?
Man, it's going to be tough. There's so many fast guys here, but this truck is incredible. Team's amazing, so this concrete team. So just got to put down a good smooth lap with this Gibbs motor and Mason truck. Just a smooth lap, and I think we should be solid.
Best of luck to you guys. Like we were talking about, we never know if it's going to be Kevin Thompson or Harley Letner. We can see that it's Kevin today. He says that both of us definitely know how to get that top spot, and that's what they're gunning for. Back up to you guys.
Well, I think he said it best. If he stays on track, we talked about with that all-wheel drive, with that big block, I mean, that thing runs hard. And Kevin is a wheelman. I mean, he's done stock cars. He's done all this different stuff. And that's the greatest thing. Harley Letner, I'm going to say, is probably one of the most dynamic drivers we've ever seen. And when you're compared to, like, who's in the truck? Is it Kevin or Harley? That is a huge compliment to Kevin Thompson.
It is indeed. And let's not forget, Harley's another one of that elite group who should have won this race on multiple occasions. We've seen him win it for nearly over 3 different occasions, but there we are. Anyway, this is looking down across Buffalo Bills. This is us. If we all wave, you should be able to see us.
There you are, right there. I see you holding a cup of tea over there in that tent. All right, but hey, let's talk about the man that surprised everybody last year, surprised everybody but him, and that is Nick Whetstone, who laid it down last year in that Geyser Gen 6 two-wheel drive and put in a burner of a lap. Tiffany got to meet him. Let's meet Nick Whetstone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our top qualifier from last year's Unlimited race, Nick Whetstone. So, Nick, looking at some numbers. 3 minutes, 57 seconds, .240. That was your qualifying time right now. Or, I'm sorry, last year. What are predictions for this year?
Yeah, I think, we've been doing pretty well in the qualifying, and this year it looks like the course has changed up a little bit. It's pretty flat, pretty fast, but, look, there's a lot of fast guys here, and, we just got to go out there and keep it, keep the rubber side down and go have some fun.
Well, throughout the last few races, especially through the Unlimited series, we've been seeing you just get faster and faster, taking those top qualifying spots. What have you really learned or implemented throughout the last year that's been getting you those dominating times?
That's a good question. I think it's a little bit of my motocross background. I like the intensity of the qualifying, and so I just think that if you ain't first, you're last in the qualifying, and so. We're just going to go out there and see what we can do, push hard.
We'll definitely push hard. I'm looking at your co-driver over here. As soon as you said that, that was just a little nod, like, if you ain't first, you're last. Well, nice job, best of luck. Let's see if Nick Whetstone can get that top spot again this year. Back to you guys.
Well, I'm telling you, he shocked the world, as I said, everybody but himself. I've had the blessing to coach him a little bit and drive with him, and it was awesome because when you get with a person that just applies, all it takes is a little nudge in one direction or the other when it comes to riding the berms and not too much, not too loose, and not too passive, but just really, really working his way in. And he's basically come from unknown. I mean, he didn't grow up. Wasn't in El Centro growing up racing side by sides and doing all that. He jumped right into the trophy truck class, and to see him time and time again, last year leading the Vegas to Reno, and then also qualifying faster than Ryan Arciero for Vegas to Reno. So he's for real. He's not just a flash in the pan.
And I mean, he was winning this race last year and was looking dominant. And then, of course, he had technical issues that took him down. And it was really sad to see, because we were like, well, are we seeing a transition into another new period of this style of racing? And that's what I love. I mean, these guys, you have to think of the level of commitment that they make to come all the way from Australia to race here.
Correct. No, and as I said, the financial side, the physical side, and the commitment to qualify first in this kind of race, you are blasting stuff, and you're trusting every rise, and you have 100% confidence in your truck, and that's definitely what Nick Whetstone has. So coming up next, who does Tiff have for us, Jim?
I believe that next is one of the Brenthal brothers. We just saw Jordan qualifying in the 6100 Unlimited Specs, but now it's all about his brother, and Tiffany is speaking with him. Well, as we wait for that to come in, we continue here, and we can see that this is one of the Class 1 racers getting lined up and ready to rock and roll. I believe that is Joseph Jempson.
God, you got to watch saying that a couple times. Now, is the P in Joseph is son, the P in Jepson is not, so that's messing my whole English all together. But yes, once again, Joseph Jepson in Class 1 as he's getting ready to go. We are going to have some more interviews with Tiffany Stone as she gets down there, but we are getting ready. It is getting close. It is 2:51. They started a little bit early when it came to Trophy Truck Spec or Unlimited Truck Spec, and it looks like we are getting ready to go green right now, and we are 8 minutes early.
And we are green flag racing. This is Joseph Jepson in Class 1. Going to be leading the field, as Ricky said. He's going to be on the pole for a minute.
Exactly. No, were you a pole sitter? Yes. How long? It doesn't matter. I was on the pole. Take a picture, like I did for Robbie Gordon. I took a picture of him number 1 at California Speedway. There was nobody below him, but guess what? He was number 1.
Well, and the funny thing is a lot of these, Class 1 racers have moved on to spec racing or unlimited truck racing. But let's talk a little bit about these cars, because these things work great for this course out here at Primm, the Mint 400. I mean, Class 1 car, we can see them push and factor into things.
Well, and what I love is families like the Wilsons have stayed true to running in the buggy class. And it's a completely different way of driving, and I like coaching the guys that come from the buggies, because with that open rear diff, if you come in and you drive too hard through the middle, it lifts that inside wheel, it spins, and you're not going anywhere. So it teaches you how to be patient through the middle of the corner and also carry a lot more speed. But they're a handful. When you get into the big bumps, that having that fuel cell where it's at, and the way that the independent rear suspension. You watch Harley Letner when he was in his trophy truck killer. It was quite amazing.
I don't know if you guys remember, and we're going to go back probably 15, 20 years, but Jesse Jones, he actually stepped away from trucks, went and did a year in Class 1 buggies just because he wanted the experience of driving them, because he thought it would lend itself to his, making him a better driver.
And obviously it did. He's been a score champion. He's won multiple races. I mean, Jesse's definitely done it. As we watch, the next one is Alex Pena, or Pena. I don't know how he pronounces it, so I apologize on that, but I'm going to pronounce it phonetically as Pena, out of Rancho Cucamonga down in Southern California, as he takes off in the Class 1 entry. But I think driving everything makes you a complete driver. If you took an Ivan Stewart, if you took a Rob McCachran, as we talked about Rob, he races everything. It didn't matter if it was a 16 car, 10 car, whatever it is. When you're a driver, and that's what we're seeing from Connor McMullen. He's taken all the best features of everything he's driven and he's putting it down.
Yeah, I think we've actually missed one there. I think we've got Carl McMullen is actually on course at the moment as well. As I think we've got Joseph Jepson, Alex Penner, and Carl McMullen on course right now. So this should be Brad Wilson.
No,
this is Carl McMullen.
This is Jack Grabowski. This is 172, Jack Grabowski.
Yeah,
we're off. We're off a little bit, so maybe something happened to Alex Pena. But as we're looking at on the car, that is actually Jack Grabowski.
Yep, you're absolutely correct there. We're just watching the clock. I'm running at the moment, so it does look like I've got 3 cars out there on course. It looks like I've got Joseph Jepson, Alex Pena, and Carl McMullen. So it looks like Brad Wilson is missing from the lineup.
Thing definitely handles down the straightaway. You see, it damn near did a wheelie off the start.
Well, look how nice it jumps too. I mean,
well, and that's the Grabowski family. They were so dominant in Class 5. So once again, a driver's a driver. You know, you can take somebody and you put them in a car, in a buggy, in a 16, in a Class 1, and the Grabowskis definitely know how to get around these off-road courses.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here for the qualifying in the unlimited classes, and this is our first finisher.
The 5'11". 5'11" for Joseph Jepson.
So as he crosses the line there, solid run. Now let's not forget that we saw earlier on Colin McMullen laying down a 3:35. So come on, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, what are these big cars going to hit?
I'm gonna say Thompson with a 328.
Ooh, that's big.
Knowing with,
no, I mean a 428, not a 320. So
buggy down.
That is not the spot you want to be on.
No.
So they might bring Adam Householder back because they do not want him racing that tied into there, and that's actually going to.
May see some red flags here and flag it off.
Yeah.
He ain't slowing down yet. So what I like what he's doing is he's not killing the berms too hard. As we watch him come off, he definitely doesn't hesitate off the first jump. A little overcorrection, sends it off the second jump, but not too hard. Lands on the downside. Oh, kind of right in the hole. But then off of here, sends it. No hesitation whatsoever. And this is, somebody that we got to watch. But he's up and over berm. That's what I was talking about. You just approach it a little bit loose, and that's going to mess it up. So if he's lucky, they're going to red flag this and give him another shot. All right. So you're watching. You can see how active he is on the hands. Now, when you're in all-wheel drive, your front wheels are pulling, so you're not as active with the hands, making those bigger corrections because the front wheels are pulling. So you can see how the front's lifting and it's really light. It takes a little bit more steering input. Now so he's shifting. I was going to say that doesn't look like a cut and brake there.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens as he gets further around the course.
Speed going. I wish I could see his GPS because it looks like it's like 107, 109, somewhere in that neighborhood. He's
very light hand movements. I mean, truck is working great.
Look like just trying to work out as he's
working
changing
the berms,
gears,
correcting. And I like the way when he corrects and he goes over, he doesn't pre-grip the wheel, he just drops the bottom hand, gets that extra bit of steering that he needs, and then right back to straight, because that's the thing. You can see the little, from the MPI, the Max Pappas wheel, it has that orange deal, but you have the forks at 9 and 3 that tell you where straight is. So if you notice, he has one or the other. He's always making sure that he knows where straight is with his hands, either focusing on his right hand at 3 or his left hand at 9. Man, that thing boogies down the straightaway.
Yeah, this is running the big Joe Gibbs motor in here. He's also got a passive traction control on the rear axle.
Really?
Yeah.
So explain that a little bit more.
Well, the idea being is that you don't get any wheel spin. The idea being is that they're trying to keep
gotta
traction.
Give some. So I imagine the word
that's the whole point.
The word passive is it only lets it slide so much.
I have no idea. You're going to have to speak to Adam about that. Yeah, I mean, he could, of course, just be pulling my chain entirely.
No, because if you deal with the right traction control, you have to have some wheel slip, because otherwise it's gonna especially in two-wheel drive, it's gonna shut off on you the whole time. But if it only goes so much, maybe it's 10% slip or 20% slip, because as fast as these are going, if you match the front wheels to the rear wheels are going quite a bit faster. That's why you see a giant roost, because it's shooting forward.
Okay, now I have had a second time suddenly pop up there of Carl McMullen of a 6:09, which seems phenomenally off the pace.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's, I think we're going to see some re-racks here. And that is Adam Householder absolutely hauling the mile as he makes his way through. And I've got another name just popped up, Jack Grabowski. Goes into a 5:04, but I think there is some kind of hold here.
They do have a hold going, because and this is going to be awesome for Adam Householder. He just got another practice lap at speed.
Yes.
So if he comes in, he's going to be re-racked.
Well, don't forget, they're not allowed to practice this, so this is he is the only person that's got a free run.
And it worked out for me in qualifying for the Baja 1000. Ryan Arciero got stuck, and I got to do an extra lap, so a lot of people weren't happy about it, but I was.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm just looking ahead here. So who was it that rolled? Was it Carl McMullen or was it Jack Grabowski? Looking at Jack's time, I would say that it was Carl McMullen. So we'll just have to hang on to that and see where we go. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. We have got the limited race going on right now, which is currently being led by none other than Brock Hager in his Polaris Factory UTV. And we are here right now for the unlimited qualifying, and this is why we've got the delay right now. This is a vehicle that's flipped on course. This is one of our Class 1 buggies.
Get them back over and get this qualifying back underway.
And there's Eric Hardeen just waiting there on the start line patiently.
Winner of the Mint 400 a couple years back.
He was, yeah. Ran a very solid pace that year. Didn't have quite a good run in the last couple of years, but that's okay, because we all start afresh this year.
This is what you hate as a driver. You're ready to go. You're counting down the cars. Car in front of you goes. You're up there. You're ready to go. Then they tell you to pause, and you've got to regroup. And as a driver, you hate that sit. You want to just go. You don't want to.
Yes, you do. Well, the worst thing is what they do is they say, oh, you've got loads of time, so you sort of downwind, you get everything done. You've already gone through all the basics. You've sat there, you've checked all your switches, you've made sure your radiators are switched on, you've made sure everything's working, pumpers are on, etc. And then they say, hold on, just stand down. Then you have to go through that whole procedure again, bring yourself back up and ready for the start line. And then they go, come on, man, hurry up. And you're like, whoa. You just got to take your time, make sure everything's switched on, make sure everything's ready for battle one more time. So we're back to the limited race right now. Now, this is a race that really is coming into its climax, and we will be joining it later. I can tell you now, just looking at
it looks like we've got
my
Brandon Sims now slotting into that second spot behind Mitch Guthrie. So a couple previous Mint 400 winners there in the 1 and 2 spot.
Well, I'm just looking on my tracker because I'm still showing on my actual tracker that Brock Hager is ahead of the pack. So I think what's happened is that now on the previous lap, I did see that Brock Hager. Now you see, I'm showing as Caden McCachran and Brock Hager are showing on my tracker, but they're not showing on the scoring. So I've got a feeling and that it might actually be, you might be looking at Brock Hager from Mitch Guthrie Jr. from Caden McCachran.
Well, I got a little information from some different people that Mitch Guthrie changed the right rear axle in the pit. It took him 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so that's what put Mitch out of second place. It also says that Brock Brock Hager and Caden are still 1 and 2. Their transponders didn't click, so I want to thank Fish for shooting that to me. Let me know. So thank you, Fish from Fishistics. That is quite a good help. Also, a cool thing I just heard from the guys at Rivian, they clocked 128 across the lake bed this time.
Oh, that is screaming.
So right now you got the two different drivers that have been in the vehicles, and so they're working hard. I want to see them at the finish line, but that is pretty amazing.
That is very, very fast.
All right, so this is going to be huge for Adam Householder. He just got basically another warm-up, so his adrenaline is still up and ready to go, and now he gets to fix any mistakes that he just made. So your last year champion, Adam Householder, is back out on the course, and let's see what he can do.
Well, and as we saw, Ricky, he made that mistake and blew that one corner, which probably cost him a good 5 seconds. Like, I think this is such a huge advantage for Adam.
Yeah, he's just going to come into that turn. I know it's blown out. Just take my time on the entry, get the exit, and then there you go. 4 to 5 seconds free gift. But hey, sometimes it pays off to go early. Sometimes it pays to go late. You never know, but that's just the name of the game. But right now, this guy definitely knows what's going on, and he just saw the whole course.
Just like butter.
Yep. Nice and clean, using the berms the way he needs. That's where he was way out of line last time. See, notice the cameramen aren't running.
Yeah, it looked like that was John Tuba's truck, I think, there. So it was Tuba that was scrambling.
That's right. It's very smart man. So here we're watching in-car with Adam.
I love these in-car images. You get to see all the different controls and setups for these vehicles.
He's looking much faster this lap.
Cleaner.
Cleaner.
He's staying in the ruts, using that, because why does he want to stay in the ruts? Because they push the soft sand out. They can get down and get more traction. So here we're watching as he goes down the way. I can't quite see close enough on that GPS, but he is running definitely over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, there you go. You see the change up into tie gear. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And this is Eric Hardeen, I believe. Yes, it is. So we've got 2 previous Mint winners on course right now.
Yep. Well, Eric Hardin is you watch. I love how he drives. It's very Harley Letner-ish. He's very loose, very, very aggressive, and very, very hard on the throttle as well. So watching Eric is a treat.
Yeah, he's a great driver. He's always there or thereabouts.
Now taking a look, let's see how hard he charges it. First one, doesn't let off, sends it. Coming into the second one, watch the throttle come down, checks up just a little bit, but he makes it past that hole. Now, a lot of people are landing, if you land in the hole just after it, that's pretty hard. He was getting past it, so that definitely paid off.
Great shot there, the front of Hardin's truck. Just moving.
So now this is one of the Class 1s again. There's multiple vehicles affected by that rollover. So they'll all be getting their chance.
So that was one of the Class 1s that was behind that other Class 1.
Yeah, this is Kyle McMullen.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be Kyle McMullen.
As you said before, now some people are going to be like, God, I don't want to do a second run, I just want to get back out there. But so many other people are going to be like, this is absolutely golden. This is what I wanted.
And I'm going to take a guess that is Connor's younger brother at 26. It could be cousin, could be something, but I'm not exactly sure. But definitely looks like has the speed of a McMullen.
Look how fast he was and carried his momentum through that corner.
Yeah, he just did it. That's the beauty of it. As I said, it worked out for me in the 1,000. I got to take an extra lap right before I went, so I knew don't hit this berm hard. Slow down for that one. So it definitely gives you an advantage to go out there right when you go.
Okay, so this was a Grabowski style lap, a 4:44. So getting back to those times we were expecting.
Exactly. Now this is Thor. He's fresh off a score championship in spec truck. So now he's running with his father, which I think is awesome. He's going to start, qualify, and then hand over the truck to Tim, and then they're going to be going for that overall, because we've seen Tim very, very close here.
Yeah, so this is the famous Herbst Car 19.
Iconic number 19.
Oh, it is, very much so. If this car could tell some stories, that's for sure.
Well, and you want to talk about local knowledge. These Herbst boys, they know every rock, every boulder out here.
Okay, got some news, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Householder has just thrown down a 423.
Awesome. That is unbelievable.
That is absolutely exceptional.
Very fast. That's going to be tough to beat.
Do you know what? This is what I'm loving about Adam Householder and his journey in the last 4 years. He has just got faster and faster. He's gone on to win races. He hasn't sat back and gone, oh, okay, yeah, I've done that. What he's done is he's improved his race programs. He's improved his personal program. Every aspect has been improved upon. You'd never have said he is going to be one of our fastest qualifiers. Yet here he is, race winner and a very fast qualifier now. Congratulations, Adam.
Yeah, at this point, there's a lot of fast guys behind him right now, but that is going to be a hard lap to beat. Once again, he got the blessing of somebody tipping over and him getting that one extra lap. So Bob Bauer, what would you think about that if you had a chance to go out and run a hot lap right before your qualifying run?
I would go after it in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. I'll take it all day long.
Why is that your question? Did you have a question mark at the end of that statement?
I did, but I was setting you up.
First time ever.
That's right. Well, and here we go. Ryan Arciero and the Beneath. Now, those are the absolute, in the world, most comfortable underwear you can ever find.
Yeah.
They're great. That's a company of Kyle Washington. And so here we go. This is going to be the guy that's shooting after Householder, and they're basically in the same truck. They have the same chassis and same motor program.
Okay, Eric Harden has crossed the line with a 427.
Oh!
So a fantastic run there from Eric, putting him in second position, 4 seconds behind Adam Householder.
Both still very, very strong.
Oh, amazing stuff there. You have to consider that our fastest qualifier in the unlimited spec class was a 3:35.
Well, then this is about horsepower. So when you got that horsepower, as I think it was Buddy Baker said, that thing handles down the straightaway. Nothing substitutes cubic inches.
That's a Carol Shelby quote.
She handles down the straightaway?
Cubic inches.
Cubic inches, yeah. Well,
here we go. Now, this is Alex Wacker with Twisted Monkey Racing. And it's going to be very interesting to see how he gets on today. This is a Camberg truck. And he's just been getting better and better each year he's been racing.
Just chips away every year.
Oh, yeah.
You see the times drop. He's more competitive. Putting in the time, putting in the work.
Big family guy. He's got his family out here. He's got his newborn with him as well. So he's actually gone into the car to get some peace and quiet.
But when he comes out, it's gonna be, hey, hold this kid. I've been watching it all day long.
You talk about off-road as a drug, and part of the drug part for me has always been when you put the helmet on and you start the race. I get to shut the world out.
Exactly.
You're not worrying about bills, taxes, nothing. Family. You literally are just concentrating on one thing, and it's the only place in the world where I can just completely black out and just focus.
The fact that you owe somebody a kidney for the motor you've just bought is irrelevant at that moment.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You worry about it at the checker flag.
But it's the beauty of being forced into the present. You have no choice.
Just look at these shots here. Fantastic stuff here from Mad Media.
Ryan Arciero as he's rolling in, and he's going after Adam Householder, as he said. And this is bragging rights. We both have the same truck. If I'm faster than you, there's no excuses. I was talking with Adam this morning, and I said, "So, what's your top speed?" As we watch Thor Herbst as he rolls his way into the finish, he should have a very good run, very clean. Once again, same package as Adam Householder. So, let's see what Thor can put down.
Okay, Thor. So here we go. Just waiting for a time to come out now for Thor Herbst.
Ah, nice.
129.
Third place.
This is a very good lap for Thor.
Tim, you know what? I would love to see the smile on Tim's face right now. The proud papa. That's got to be great.
Truth is, we haven't seen all the qualifiers yet, but that's going to put them in a very good position come race day.
Well, and this is the guy that we know has the ability to qualify up front and also win this race. So Ryan Arciero, as he starts to put together, he's on basically the last half of the lap. So, and obviously running strong and looking good on time.
You want to talk about a guy with a chip on his shoulder? I think he's got a chip on both when it comes to the Mint. He's got some unfinished business here.
He might have got that from his awesome Al, his uncle.
Flipper.
He's quite angry all the time. I love awesome Al, but man, he doesn't hesitate telling you what he's thinking.
And he's always thinking.
Always, and he's always right for sure.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, you got the glory days. You got to race with both Frank and Butch and Albert. So
Yep.
talk about some craziness.
So here comes Ryan Arciero making his way round, and he will be crossing the line. But has he got what it takes to knock Adam Householder off of the top rung? Look at that for a finish.
He's on it.
Ryan Arciero moves into
second. Gee whiz.
0.3 of a second slower. 0.3.
Oh, man.
And you can imagine right now that Adam Householder is walking an inch taller.
An inch, my ass. He's floating right now. It's like, ooh.
He was a cowboy. His spurs would be jingling.
Yeah, buddy.
Just spin,
yeah, buddy.
But you know what? That just, once again, that extra lap, I think, helped him.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
It did.
Just because you know what's around the next corner. And also, if he would have had to go off his first lap, missing that turn would have messed him up completely. But hey, guess what? If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle, right? So it doesn't matter. He got the lap, and he threw it down. He threw it down.
In off-road, when you get thrown a bone, you take it.
You bet your ass.
Oh, sorry, going back to that one
Whatever.
that Ricky just said. I'm putting that in the book of Bob sayings, that one. So this is the unlimited truck qualifying. This is the second qualifying session of the day, and this is the big guns.
And first and second, 0.3 of a second apart. That's just nuts.
It's got to get a whole lot closer yet as we watch Dave Mason Jr. getting ready to head off the line.
So Dave Mason Jr. is known for a buggy guy and known for doing that, but he's definitely stepped up his program. He's done some short course racing. He's done a little bit of everything. So definitely keep your eye on this driver.
Yeah, Dave, he was pretty successful. Ran the whole Midwest Series in the Honda program with Jamie Campbell. Obviously, we, like Ricky said, has been doing a lot of Class 1 racing.
Yep. Also the open buggy in short course as well.
Yeah.
So
super nice guy.
Great guy, great family, and they're so committed. So I definitely see big things out of him.
Okay, just flicking back to the limited race, I can tell you that Brock Hager and Caden McCachran have tripped the next timing ring and are running in first and second on course right now.
Okay.
What's the split?
The split at the moment is crossed in a 6:26, so we are looking around about 6 minutes.
Wow,
that's a lot.
5:29 actually.
So, so they're keeping pace with what they had before.
Yes, very similar. Yeah, so at the moment it's Brock is just laying down a masterclass. But let's check this out. This is the unlimited qualifying session we have going on right now. And our current leader is Adam Householder with a 4:23. Just behind him is Ryan Arciero with a 4:23.696. It's that close. And then just behind them is Eric Harden with a 4:27.
Well, but we got to keep our eye on Kevin Thompson, because I know how hard the all-wheel drive Mason comes off the corner. And he's also running that Gibbs power plant. So he's got everything plus 2 front wheels pulling. So if he, as Jim Beaver said, if he can stay in the track and just hit the accelerator hard on the exits, he's going to be really hard to beat.
I'm going to give you 2 more names as well. I'm going to give you Nick Whetstone and Dale Dondell.
Exactly. We got so we're definitely not done yet, but those 2 guys up front, very, very impressive.
Yeah, and Tracy Poole just goes across the line in 5th position with a 4:37. So a solid run there from Tracy Poole.
Yeah, great run for Tracy.
Great job.
So that is car 65 there we see lining up. That is Dave Mason Jr.
Dave's got what it takes to put in a solid lap here.
Yeah, there is so much talent here, isn't there? I mean, the interesting thing we were saying about Nick Whetstone, you know, and how most people, they build their way up, and Nick's come relatively unknown straight into the top truck scene. And to actually be able to take a top truck and actually make it perform, that to me is remarkable.
Well, but be there week after week after week. Now, it's one thing to go, you know, throw a Hail Mary every now and then and qualify on the pole and this and that. He's not crashing the truck. He's not doing stupid stuff. He's legit. And so once again, you want to be respected by the other drivers. Last year, I think everyone's like, what? Did he cut the track? Did he this? But no, he's backed it up time and time again. So keep your eyes on him for today.
Yeah. And it takes a certain type of driver. I mean, let's not forget, we saw at Formula One ace. Blimey, his name's gone completely. Jenson Button. Thank you very much. How can I forget his name? We saw Jenson Button come out here. You know, thought he could put on a 6100 truck and go out there and do it. And he showed us how difficult it is to drive these vehicles.
Well, what I loved about that, we interviewed him afterward, and he's like, "Oh my God, I'm down there, and Rob McCachran passed me, and Ryan Arciero, and he's a fan of theirs." To listen to an F1 champion, you know, was in awe. Like, I had Rob McCachran hit me. It was so cool.
Yeah, he was impressed. Okay, so we've got another finisher here coming across the line. Okay, so as we continue here with the qualifying for the unlimited classes, in 5th position is Tracy Paul. In 4th is Tim Hurst. In 3rd is Eric Harden. In 2nd it's Ryan Arciero, but our current pole sitter right now is none other than Mr. Adam Householder. We're going to pop out for a short commercial. We'll see you back in 2.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book. It's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track. It's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here for the qualifying for the unlimited classes. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Mr. Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Ricky Johnson.
Right now we're watching last year's pole sitter Nick Whetstone as he pulls out onto the course. Notice that he is running both spare tires, so he's looking for that extra bit of traction. But when you drive with that extra weight, you got to be a little more patient in the corners because that weight will try to pull you through. So if you're a little bit more patient through the middle, you can get that traction to make up for it on the exit. So he definitely knows what he's doing. He's got the setup figured out. Let's see if he can knock Householder off that top spot.
Yeah, and that's Dave Mason Jr. there making his way round towards the tail end of the course. At the moment, our top three, Eric Harden, Ryan Arciera, and our pole sitter is Adam Householder with a 4:23.
Well, and I got a text from people. We were watching Nick Whetstone as he goes around. Adam Householder was up to 127 on this qualifying course. So that is moving out. This is not a dry lake bed, sandy runs and stuff like that, but getting up to 127 is pretty remarkable.
Still a mile an hour behind the Rivian. I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
No, the Rivian hit 128 on the dry lake bed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Holy cats.
And then I also want to thank Keith. He let me know that Kyle McMullen is Connor's older cousin. So thank God for cell phones. We're getting all of our technology that we need.
Oh, on the bike.
On the bicycle. That's Dave Mason Jr. as he's rolling around. He's definitely comfortable up there. Let's see what he can put down.
Love the way these big cars make those whoops look like absolutely nothing as Dave Mason Jr. goes into 5th position with a 4:35.
Very respectable, very, very respectable. And this, I love this, the new Honda entry with Ebert, and this is the Tisco entry. Looking at it, looks like a fun truck to drive.
I love the fact that it does actually look like you could be taking it down the mall tomorrow to go and pick up some milk.
Exactly. You can put your dog in the back. It's all good to go. And I had great. One of the things that people don't realize is how young a company Honda is. And when I was racing for them, it was only 50 years old, and they've dominated every form of racing ever, from Formula One to motocross, supercross, Formula One, you name it. You think about that, and it's only a 50-year history. It's over that now. I think it's like 60 or 70 years old, but pretty amazing what they've done.
Oh, big off there for Ebert.
That was the same spot that Householder on the first pass went.
It's getting better.
He is on it.
Now, is this the running the turbocharged V6 in this one?
Correct. So correct, and then this is also that Tisco truck. So we're going to see a little bit of action from the drone as he comes through, comes in on the gas hard, comes in, bam, roosters up, about takes out the drone. So Ebert definitely on the gas hard.
Yeah, so Ebert's pushing really hard there, and next off the line, I believe this is Paul Kraus. Is car 67, Paul Kraus?
Yeah, so Paul Kraus.
Is this the Paul Kraus though?
No, that's a different Paul Kraus. So this is the Paul Kraus that was in side by sides, sponsored a couple different people, and then has now moved into trophy truck. So he had a strong side by side team. I think he had a young lady from Spain driving for him for a while, and now he decided, you know what, I'm taking the wheel and gonna do my own thing. So good to see him out there giving it a go.
Absolutely. So we get to see Paul going off the line one more time. And you're starting to see the difference in these vehicles, and some of these cars are set up better than others.
Yeah.
Well, some of the guys will. I know that for qualifying, they'll take the bypass. Oh, Whetstone into it, and very, very fast. So he definitely was going for it.
Are you ready for this? We got Adam Householder with a 4:23, and now we have Nick Whetstone with a 4:17.
Holy cow! Awesome job! Congratulations, Nick Whetstone.
So Nick Whetstone is now our fastest qualifier. Oh my word!
2 poles in a row.
That is unbelievable.
Well, with still some of the other people to come.
Oh, man.
That is throwing it down. I mean, that is confidence. And notice all the fenders are still on. Everything goes. So they did a great job on that. And I want to make everybody clear, that is a two-wheel drive Geyser. So that is a Gen 6 Geyser. Nick, congratulations. It's not over yet, but congratulations on a great run nonetheless. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, you are here at the Mint 400 for the unlimited qualifying session, and this is Group 2. This is the big dogs. This is the trick trucks. In 5th position is Tim Hurst. In 4th is Eric Harden. In 3rd is Ryan Arciero. In 2nd is Adam Householder. But right now, our current pole sitter is none other than Australian wheelman Nick Whetstone.
Man, I am so proud of him. That is unbelievable.
I was expecting a top 5 run. I didn't think he would put it on the pole by 6 seconds. Wow.
Well, you and everybody else. I mean, that's the thing. And he did it last year. He did the exact same thing last year. He pulled it out.
When will we learn? Come on.
We're going to if he does it 3 years in a row, it needs to become the Nick Whetstone Pole Award, I guess.
Fair enough. There you have it.
He can do it again next year. We're just.
But you know what he wants to do? He wants to win.
Yes.
This is Olagus here?
Yeah, this is Steve Olagus. This is a great guy. He supports so many different people. His son, Jack Olagus, what a wheel, man. He went from side-by-sides down to trucks, trophy trucks, and unlimited truck specs. So Steve Olagus going out there and giving it a go. Now, him and Jack might be splitting this race. We haven't found that out. We'll find that out for tomorrow. But right now, Steve Olagus, as he goes out on his qualifying run, so far so good.
I believe that they are racing together. I've seen that somewhere.
Yes.
Last I heard, they are racing together. So yeah.
So who's qualified? Is it Steve or Jack?
That I don't know.
All right, somebody can text me that knows this. Who's qualifying, Jack or Steve?
Should I just text Steve, and if he answers, we know it's Jack?
You can just call him. He's like, yeah, Jim, I'm a little busy right now.
Do you know what? We were saying, what's going to be the next technology? What's going to be the next thing we have? Let's be honest, we're going to be talking to these guys as they qualify,
Sure
aren't
we
we?
are.
That's what's going to be happening.
Well, the technology's there. I mean, think about it. If they have a satellite on their phone, why can't you just talk to them?
So funny. True story. There's some old footage on YouTube, some of the old ESPN broadcasts, but there's video of the helicopters used to talk. We've got video of my dad being talked to when in the middle of a race. They used to do that all the time back in the old days.
Somebody was telling me about Marty Reed interviewing me when we were riding with Robbie.
Yeah.
I forgot all about it.
Yeah, they used to do that.
Alrighty, so as we look at this, we see Brock Hager as he's working his way through. You can see that he has just over a 6-minute lead. So the man of the past 2 years in pretty much every off-road race that he's been into is putting together a perfect run at this point.
Yeah, Brock Hager now making his way round. He won in Dakar. He won at the 1000. He won at King of the Hammers. And he's making his way round the Mint 400 course. And what a dominant force in off-road racing he has become. Let's not forget, he started in 21st physical position. A full 10 minutes behind the lead cars this morning.
Oh, got somebody off to the side there, and another one of the class.
And he's still got a few miles to go yet, but if you're a betting man, you wouldn't be betting against Brock Hager right now.
I mean, with this lead, even with the, knock on wood, a flat, he's still got plenty of time to get back out front.
But you don't want to be bitter. You want to admire excellence. I mean, this is like the Ayrton Senna of off-road. When you watch how fast, how calculated, how smooth, he's doing everything right. And so instead of being like, he's done this or he's done that, no, he's doing everything right, and he deserves the accolades that he's getting.
Looks like Sierra Romo there.
Yeah, that is Sierra Romo making her way through. Doing a fantastic job. And I'm just coming back to my trackers now and just having a look to see who's going where.
They're rolling through thumpers. You can see there now the guys and gals are starting to get off to the side a little bit to try to avoid some of the big deep valleys. Now this is, I'm pretty sure, is Sammy Ehrenberg, or this could be Rob Mack in the
Wilson car.
The Wilson car. So yeah, this could be Rob Mack.
Rob was the anchor, right? He was doing the 4th lap, correct?
Yeah.
So in which case that would make him.
Yeah, this could be Larry Jobe or Rob McCachran.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly run through our top 5 at the moment in the limited race. Our top 5: in 5th position is Max Eddy Jr., in 4th is Brandon Sims, in 3rd is Mitch Guthrie Jr., in 2nd is Caden McCachran, and in 1st is Brock Hager. That was at the last timing section that we saw, as we watch another car crossing the line here.
No,
in fact,
big
no, it looks
bicycle,
like he's come
didn't
off course.
He went off course, did a little bicycle. Look at that. I love that. I-beam front end.
Oh, wow. We don't see enough of those.
Oh!
Look at that. Wow.
That was a beauty shot there.
Welcome to the
Look at the guy with the red flag is throwing it at him.
Oh dear. So that was Vince Kloss there, making his way across the line.
He had somebody chasing after him.
Well, he's
Flames
having
on
fun.
the overrun. Love that. And Vince Kloss crosses the line there in 13th position and 10th in class with a 5:11. But if you're just joining us now for the qualifying session here in the unlimited classes, in 5th position is Tim Hurst, in 4th is Eric Harden, in 3rd is Ryan Arciera, in 2nd is Adam Householder, but right now it's all about Nick Whetstone, the Australian whiz kid who's laid down a 4:17.
All righty, I want to throw out there a thank you as we're watching Kevin Thompson as he rolls out. Pam Hall, thank you. She has confirmed, Jack confirmed that it is Steve Olagus qualifying. So we're going to take another look as that I-beam car did a heck of a bicycle and a great save. So we're going to take another look at that as he comes in, gets off to the side, and as it starts to go down, nice little bicycle, looks like BJ Baldwin, but turns into it, saves it, and gets back on course.
We've seen so many guys do the same thing and just lay it on its side.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that is Steve Olagus right there. That's qualifying. So it looks like Steve is going to start do the first two.
You see all that blue haze coming out of it?
That ain't good. That is not good. A little too much oil coming out for that. So they might be working on that truck tonight. But once again, that was Steve Olagus that qualified.
Well, right now we've got that looks like Kevin Thompson out on course.
Now this is an all-wheel drive Mason Trophy trick truck that we're seeing out there.
Yeah, this is an unlimited all-wheel drive Mason with the Gibbs motor as well. I think they're running a Mason-matic, so which is the 5-speed. Then they're not running the extract. A lot of different trucks are running different stuff. This is Jonathan Brenthal as he takes off. Good run. Trucks looks good and balanced. So this is also an all-wheel drive. So we do have 2 classes, but overall champion is what you want. It doesn't matter if you're on a unicycle.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you win, you win.
And just to bring people up to date, Ethan Eberts came in 8th position with a 4:38.
That is awesome.
Even with the off.
Even with the big off, that is massive there. And Steve Olgies there coming in across the line there with a 4:54.
Well, that shows Whetstone. Right now he is our man on the pole.
Yeah, he's looking absolutely fantastic there. So I'm just looking at our top 10. So it's Tommy Phelan there in 10th position. In 9th, but first in class, is Jack Grabowski in Class 1. Then in 8th is Ethan Eberts. In 7th is Tracy Paul. In 6th is Dave Mason Jr. In 5th is Tim Hurst. In 4th is Eric Harden. In 3rd is Ryan Arciera. In 2nd is Adam Householder. And the guy we just saw a moment ago driving off course was Nick Whetstone in 1st place and our pole sitter right now.
And even with an all-wheel drive, Kevin Thompson is going to have to take chances. I mean, to go that fast, you got to be on the edge the whole time, floating your inside wheels through the corners, trusting every blind rise. You're just going to have to give it 100. And I hate to do. There's no such thing as 110%. Yeah, there is. You're driving over the edge. Watch these guys drive, and definitely Nick Whetstone was one of those guys that was pushing hard.
Yes, that's Michael Scafuto there. Going off the line and heading on out.
The Falconetti.
Oh, is that a snapper?
Keep it on track. Michael's one of my students, a great guy. He manages rock shows, does a lot of great stuff, and he's gotten bitten by the off-road bug. Now he's in an all-wheel drive Brenthal, and if you go to this guy's social media, it's pretty amazing. But he's got a great deal with Falcon. I've actually been in that truck, tested in that truck. It's quite impressive. So we're going to take another look where he comes wide. So we'll see where he comes off the road jump, stays a little bit to the right as he jumps. he should be slightly left, and it's like, uh-oh, bounce, now I got to come back, and luckily that could have been very ugly. So that was your warning, Michael. That was your warning right there. So
that's sort of a side hit.
In car, watch. He comes off the jump.
Yep.
Now watch. He's got his speed. Now he fades a little bit to the right.
He yaws.
And it bounces up, and then whoops! Here comes whoa, boom! And he comes back. So that was a great save by Michael Scafuto.
Ricky, that was a pretty hard hit lateral.
Yes.
That may show up later tomorrow.
Hey, you never want to take those hits. So here comes Kevin Thompson. Let's see what he can do.
And Kevin Thompson goes into 5th overall with a 4:28. Whoa. Astonishing stuff there. So he is just behind Eric Harden.
So he was a little conservative, but guess what? All 4 wheels are good, and he's ready to race.
And he's also first in all-wheel drive class.
Right. So when it comes to the race, he's in that position that he can hunt those guys down and try to keep pace with Whetstone, but then keep working on them. So it's shaping up to an awesome race, gentlemen.
It is indeed. And that was one of the Brenthals that we saw out there on track a second ago. As we cut back, and this is
Michael Scafuto.
I
know that because he's got that god-awfully ugly center thing.
Some people might like that.
Ricky's not liking the 90s livery on this center console.
I said, who puked on your dash?
Jeez.
But no, so
it looks like some of those No Fear shorts you used to wear back in the day, Ricky.
Exactly, but that was 1987. Okay, it is 2025.
Okay, I've got some news from the limited race. I'm showing as Mick Guthrie Jr. as stationary right now.
Not good.
So we'll be watching that one, that's for sure.
But one thing's for sure, if you call the wrong transmission or motor, you hear from people. So
here we go. This is Big Booty Judy. Right, this is Dale Dundell.
This is the one to watch. Mr. Excitement.
Landing smooth, looking good. But I want to make a correction on Nick Whetstone, all in a Fortin 5-speed, as well as Brenthal is in a Fortin 5-speed. So that's one thing about these phones. If you call the wrong transmission or motor or chassis, they get in touch with you and let you know. But it's also, Doug Fortin has done so much in buggies, and now he's into the trucks. So very, very strong transmission.
He's doing well. He hasn't lawn darted.
Wow, you got to be careful, bad mouth.
Let's wait until he, and then,
to be fair, that was the race start. No, I'm a massive Dale Dundell fan, so
I'm
trust
just telling
me,
you,
I've got
straight
all
up,
my fingers crossed.
Dale Dundell will walk straight up and punch you in the face. There is no doubt.
Now that's Bailey Campbell there in the RTR Bronco.
I wonder what song she's listening to. It sounds like a little ice cream truck as she's rolling through the desert. But that's the thing. When you run these limited cars, you have to run them at how do you do it, Bob? You got to stay in the what?
In the spring, my friend.
Got to stay in the spring. That's right. Don't rely on that limit strap, and don't be on the bump shocks all day long to keep that thing rolling forward.
And the stocker they are, the more you stay away from that brake pedal.
Exactly. Let it cruise. Let it cruise.
Mitch Guthrie Jr. is back up and running again.
Sounds like a tire, maybe?
Yeah, flat tire, maybe. Okay, just having a look down here through my lists. And I can see that Jonathan Brenthal has qualified in 10th position, second in all-wheel drive, with a 4:43. So a solid run there from him. As we continue here with the limited race, we have got Dale Dundell on track at the moment, who is the only man that can upset Nick Whetstone. Will Nick Whetstone take pole for the second year in a row?
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. We saw Kevin Thompson did not do it, and how cautious was he?
Yeah, and I've got another great time. Michael Scafuto has crossed the line in 10th position and second in all-wheel drive class.
Good for him. That is awesome. Michael was working hard, doing everything he can to get faster and faster all the time. So great job.
Yeah, it's some real talent in that unlimited class field.
And Bob, let's talk about this single-seater. I think everybody that races has to go out in a single-seater, because when you're by yourself, Bryce Menzies, when he was Larry Jobe was coaching him, put him in a single-seat 10 car, and Bryce would say, "I'm going 2 miles an hour through this rocky section because I'm not getting out and changing a tire." So you don't have that safety net of having a co-driver or telling you where to go. You have to learn to read terrain.
No roof on the Potts car. Looks like they went over at some point.
That ain't good.
Well, he's still got to be
he's running a very strong pace at the moment. He should be sort of top 5 overall.
Somewhere in there.
Let's see that, or the Zeus tabs weren't tight enough and it blew off. But
Yeah, going so fast across the dry lake bed, it blew the roof off.
Sure it did.
Of course.
looks like there's something sticking up in the right rear that would have been like something, when you get a rollover and catches. And
Okay, we're just waiting now. We've got a few cars still out there on track that are still qualifying.
And we're going into that time zone coming into the finish. So we're probably 3 or 4 miles out at this point.
Yeah, and that is our current race leader in the limited race. That is Brock Hager.
Phenomenal job. I mean, what good can't you say about this guy? I mean, fast, fit, wins everywhere. Mexico, America, Dakar. I mean, not Dakar, but over in the Middle East. But unbelievable. I mean, that this guy's.
We have to put it into relevance. Okay, in Dakar, those cars are limited severely.
Yes.
Okay, so they can only do 80 miles an hour, absolutely flat out, and then they also have restrictors that allow that make them suffer on acceleration as well. So it's a very different car to the car he's driving here. So to do what he did in Dakar was phenomenal.
Yes, and he was probably 80 miles an hour 90% of the time.
Yes.
I guess to put it in regular racing terms for our European listeners or viewers, because I know that Jim over there is bringing a bunch of them into this broadcast. What he's doing is the equivalent of winning Monaco, Le Mans, the Daytona 500, and the Indy 500 all in 1 year.
Yeah, they're sitting there going, what's the Daytona?
Oh, wow.
They do know the Indy 500, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Alonso went there, right?
Okay, I've got some news for you, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to blow your tiny little minds. In 5th position and 4th in class, Eric Harden. In 4th overall and 3rd in class is Ryan Arciero. 3rd overall and 2nd in class is Adam Householder. 2nd overall and 1st in class is Nick Whetstone. Stand up and applaud, everybody. Dale Dondell, who is our fastest qualifier here in the unlimited class with an astonishing 4 minutes and 15 seconds here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
That is so awesome. So here we're watching a drone of Brock Hager as he's going, got the shield up. He's just relaxing, enjoying this time. Doesn't have to race in there, just cruising this mile section because cars are going both directions. But he's got to walk it in.
He's going to hit the dirt. He's going to make a couple of turns. He's going to go through pit road and then come into the stadium section.
And his co-driver saying, "Don't go over that speed now. Don't screw it up now."
He's hitting the dirt. There's a few corners, and then you're going to see him go through the pits, and everybody will be lined up there giving me applause.
Yeah.
So Bob,
and well deserved.
So Bob, would you like ice in that Coke, or just would you want it straight out of the can? Because
well, let me
hold on. I thought it was tea.
Well, first let's get the type of Coke figured out. I want
RC Cola?
Coke Zero. That's my favorite.
There we go. I'll find you. I don't know where, but I'm going to find you a Coke Zero.
And I drink it neat. Not
Nice.
Okay, so let's talk about this. This is the limited race leader. This is Brock Hager. At 8:30 this morning, the leaders left the start line. Brock Hager started in 21st position, over 10 minutes of adjusted time behind the lead Class 10 cars. He's reeled them in over 4 grueling 95-mile laps. And as he makes his way back in towards town, and he will be joining us here very soon.
You want to say somebody's, and I don't knock on wood,
Yeah.
We still got a few corners left, but the perfect race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times can you say that about him?
Look at that car. It could go another 2-3 laps. I mean, it looks perfect.
I saw this car on the podium at King of the Hammers, and genuinely, there was nothing wrong with it. The tyres, he's using the Maxxis carcasses, and I've got to say to Rosie and her crew, congratulations, because they've put together such an awesome package for this Polaris team. And just everything about it just exuded quality. It looked like it just needed a wash and a polish, and it could have gone again.
Well, as we watch him through a couple of these corners, you notice he's floating the inside tires. He can't go any faster. He eases into the berms. He uses them, uses the track to his advantage. This is a kid that's grown up reading off-road, and so he's doing everything right. Can't say enough good things about Brock Hager, as well as that Polaris. That factory razor is unbelievable, Bob.
And even though he's coming into his finish and his win, I bet his heart beat's still about 65.
Yeah, he's just cruising. He's like, oh, yeah, another race, whatever.
Yeah.
But these are the things that he's going to look back in his life, and he's going to be going on to do great things. Just like you said, with Seth Quintero getting that factory ride, definitely he's going to be one of the guys that they're going to pick up, because the world notices when you win consistently, and that's exactly what Brock Hager does.
They are. And what's happening now is the world of Rally Raid has got its eyes wide open. It's watching America. It's watching its young heroes, and they don't get any better than this. And this is Brock Hager.
Yeah, he's going to come into a speed zone down through the pits. We're going to see the round of applause.
And what I love about this is not only is this Brock Hager, but this is the Polaris Pro R system. You can buy this exact car and come out here and try to beat him. I love that.
Big words, try.
Oh, yes.
But you'll see a lot of the other pit crews going out there. It's like when they know how fast that he's gone and all the people that he had to pass, and now he's going to be physically the first one across the line with a huge lead. I mean, once again,
dominating effort.
Can't say enough. And the other thing that everybody has said, his car is not messed up. The wheels aren't bent. He hasn't rolled it. He hasn't tore it all up. You see everybody cheering for him. That's awesome. Yeah. That's what you want to suck up. This is the best time of the race for you.
That's your crew saying, hey.
Yep. No, everyone's stepping out there. They know you're the man.
Yeah, I mean, there's moments in time, and there are moments in time, and we are watching history being written right now. And this is the second place car making its way across, and that is Caden McCachran. Now, this is a young man who won this race with his dad only a couple of years ago.
Yep.
In the Class 8?
That doesn't look like
Class 8.
That doesn't look like Caden McCachran.
That's not Caden.
That's not Caden McCachran.
That's not Caden.
No.
That's not
Caden's got a blue stripe down it.
Yeah, that's somebody else.
I think that might be coming in on lap 3. You can tell Caden because his car looks exactly the same as Brock's, but it's got blue bits. So here we go. This is Brock Hager, and he'll be coming out of this speed restricted zone very shortly. He'll be getting the green flag, and then it'll be skinny pedal to the metal as he makes his way back towards us and towards the checkered flag. He's been racing now for a little over 7 hours and 10 minutes.
And he's back under speed.
Such an exciting feeling at that moment in a race for you.
The great part is we can hear him from outside because he's all by himself.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is this is Brock Hager. He was a winner at Dakar. He was a winner at the Baja 1000. He was a winner at King of the Hammers. And right now, he's about to take the checkered flag of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Brock Hager is your unofficial winner here in the limited class race.
Unbelievable. I mean, like I said, I've said it time and time again, I'm being redundant, but you can't say enough good things about him and his team. They put together an unbelievable package.
Yeah, just absolutely sensational stuff here. 10 years ago, not even that, people used to laugh and joke about these little vehicles. Not anymore.
No.
Cometh the time, cometh the man, and right now it's all about Brock Hager. As a Class 11 makes his way through and out onto another lap.
Yeah, probably a second.
Do you reckon the co-driver's sitting there going, can we have one of those next year?
Yeah. Bad chance.
No.
So as we watch Brock Hager, we're going to be waiting for the next vehicles to cross the line. Is it going to be Mitch Guthrie Jr.? Is it going to be Caden McCachran? Who knows? It's been an amazing day of action here so far, and we've still got so much more action to come.
Well, we got about 5 or 6 minutes before Caden McCachran works his way in. So once again, Brock Hager with a perfect day. Look at that car. No scratches, no flats. Wheels are pointing straight.
It's almost not right. Dusty.
Exactly. No, he went so fast.
When you go that fast, you don't catch dust.
That's amazing.
Here we go. That's Caden McCachran.
So are those purple bits or blue bits, Jim?
Well, I thought they were blue, but they look purple in that shot, don't they?
Looks purple. To clarify, bits, we're talking about stickers, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not go down that path.
There we go.
You're the one that started it, Jim.
Well, I know it's cold, but let's not go there.
I'm saying Bob's got the dirty mind. I think it's Mars did over there.
Well, but how excited is Polaris right now to have a 1-2 sweep here at the Mint, especially with the past years, other people winning.
Well, because there's UTV wars brewing up bigger than tire wars.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You got the factories that are gunning for each other. Canon with that new package with the transmission, and these guys are still running the belt.
Let's go further down. We got Brock Hager, Caden McCachran, then in third it's Guthrie, then we've got Sims, and we've got Max Eddy. It could be a Polaris top 5.
Exactly. That's huge. And then you have a Class 10 car. Well, I think
two 10 cars.
I think if we do the math, I think that they actually did win.
I'll tell you what, it's very humble of you to admit that.
That's it. I hate being wrong. But,
okay, well, as we continue to watch here, that is Caden McCachran making his way towards the finish. We've also been qualifying here today for the Unlimited race, which will be taking place tomorrow morning.
Well, I can't wait to hear from Dale Dondell. Because this is going to be so gratifying for him. He built that truck. He built it as Big Booty Judy, a 2-wheel drive. Now he made it an all-wheel drive truck, and now to put it on the pole the way he did in such style, I honestly, I can't wait to hear him.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a very fun interview, that is for sure. I'm a massive Dale Dondell fan. When I first started getting into the Mint 400, I was watching all the videos, watching everything, and Dale was always that nearly man, always out in front, and always there was something that happened.
Well, and I want to make a slight correction, Jim, that Brock is actually on BFG's. He is not.
Oh, is he?
He is not on Max.
I do apologize.
Max has got a great program, but I want to make a correction of that because BFG works very hard for all that they do, and that kid has won a lot.
That's a big mistake for me, so I do apologize for that one.
Let it go. It's all good, but we got to give that credit to the sponsor of the race as well as with Bob. You've been with him for so many years. BFGoodrich, it looks like they've won another Mint 400.
He's going to be poking me with a stick later for that.
I'll just start collecting Coca-Colas,
So as we pan back out and we're waiting for the next finisher to cross the line, let's just quickly look at our top 10 in the Unlimited qualifying for the big guns. In 10th but 8th in class is Ethan Eberts. In 9th and 7th in class is Tracy Paul. In 8th and 6th in class is Dave Mason Jr. In 7th and 5th in class it was Tim Hurst. In 6th and 2nd in class Kevin Thompson. In 5th and 4th in class is Eric Harden. In 4th and 3rd in class is Ryan Arciero. In 3rd and 2nd in class is Adam Householder. And 2nd overall and 1st in the 2-wheel drive class was Nick Whetstone. Then 1st in all-wheel drive and 1st overall was Dale Dondell. Absolutely astonishing stuff there as we watch Caden McCachran making his way round into the short course.
Well, and this has got to be awesome for Rob, to watching his son following his footsteps, and when they talk identical. They look, one's a young version of the other, so it's awesome because Rob has done so much of the sport and he's not done yet. But with Caden following in his father's footsteps, he's got to make him so proud.
That's big shoes to fill, isn't it? When your dad's Rob McCachran, the greatest of all time, a man who's won over 3. In fact, he doesn't even know how many races he's won. Yeah. It's guesstimated that over 300.
Yep.
I was there for his 200th BFGoodrich win.
Yep.
200th BFG win.
So as he works his way through the pit, he'll probably see his dad come out and give him a thumbs up, and let him know, hey, good job. Or actually, wait, Rob was doing the anchor, so he's out on the track.
Yeah, he's out on track.
He has no idea where his son's at.
Well, although we're saying that, with all this satellite technology, he might well know exactly where his son's at.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, you're doing good, but your son is about to cross the finish line.
Yeah.
So Caden McCachran making his way through the main pit. And he'll be taking the waves and the applause of the teams as he makes his way through. And you know what? He's done amazing things here today. But he came up against a giant. And that giant is Brock Hager.
Well, as you talked about, Brock Hager started 21st and Caden started 24th. So these two drivers worked their way through the field past 20-some cars to get themselves to the front too. So unbelievable job by both those drivers.
Yeah, and unbelievable job by their team as well.
Yes.
To pit for so many vehicles and to get the pit strategy correct, you got to take your hats off to Ryan Thomas.
Travis Clark, they put together a great team.
Yeah, Craig Scanlon, all of them done a heck of a job.
Yeah, so Caden just picking his way through, and we're back to the single seat action. Let's not forget there are going to be cars on this course well into the night.
Looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin there, possibly.
Yeah, he's back. He's just out going through the whoops, so he's got quite a bit to go. But if he's out there still running, he's doing a great job.
Ricky, I'm thinking about what you said about it. Certain vehicles you just can't get into.
What's that?
Because you're long-waisted or long-legged or
long-bodied.
Long-bodied.
I'm 6'1" and I got a 32 inseam, so that tells you I'm like a weeble.
Yeah. Was that the Wilson car that I just saw cross the finish line? Here we go. No, it wasn't finishing, but okay, this is Caden McCachran coming across the line right now. The young man with the Polaris team crosses the line of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 for an unofficial second place finish in his Polaris Pro R.
What was really impressive is that Caden stayed with Brock's time the whole second half of the race. So great job by Caden. Congratulations at this point. Yes, it is unofficial, but it's looking like it's going to stick.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just give you some times here. So Brock Hay crossed the line in 7 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And Caden McCachran crossed the line in 7 hours, 18 minutes and 36 seconds. So a difference of 7 minutes and 18 seconds, which when you consider we've just raced for 395 miles across some of the roughest desert you'll ever come across, that's quite remarkable.
And it's not even dinner time.
Oh, exactly.
Speak for yourself.
I was thinking about Caden and how, you know, how tall he is. And you compare him to Brock, and you know how tall he isn't.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see them stand next to each other. Well, and the fact that Caden's such a large guy makes me curious how he wrangles his legs and knees and things like that in that race car.
What's he, about 5'10"?
No, I'd give him 6.
Huh?
No.
6 foot, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, as we continue here with the action, the big news today is in the limited race, Brock Hager has crossed the line first, followed closely by Caden McCachran. Dale Dondale has taken the pole sitting selection in the unlimited open class, and we're going to pop out for a short commercial and we'll be back soon.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And right now, this is Mitch Guthrie Jr. as he finishes third place in the Mint 400. So great job. He had to change an axle midway through the race. So actually, Mitch Guthrie Jr. doing a great job fighting his way back and a true champion, not giving up.
No, and I mean, finds himself still on the podium here for a podium sweep for Polaris, but Mitch, just phenomenal world-class talent, obviously, doing the Dakar stuff, but multi-time Mint 400 winner, has won King of the Hammers multiple times as a driver, multiple times a co-driver. I've long said, Mitch, one of the best drivers in off-road. I've said, give this kid a trophy truck drive. He's going to make people notice. But
oh, absolutely. And he's another one of the drivers that's going to get picked up by a European team for the Dakar Rally and stuff like that. So they're watching, and we have such a strong pool from side-by-sides, going to provide drivers for the world.
Yeah, so podium there for him, and nice job. Love him, love his dad, just good people.
Yeah, and he's already working with the Ford Raptor team, don't forget, for the
Yeah, he's doing a lot with Ford, doing a lot of European racing right now and stuff overseas, and been great to see his progression. Just got married not too long ago.
It looks like we might have had our first Class 10 cross the line as well.
Ooh.
That's a Class 16 car.
That's a 16.
Well, you have to drive a 16 car with your foot planted in it.
Well, they were trying to keep momentum around the corner, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is 1610.
Yeah, 1610. That's Daniel Paccio.
Well, everything's good. We're seeing that they're undoing it, and the other trucks are squeaking by. He's actually in a good spot. They can see him, but we see the driver get out, and then you're going to have the co-driver come out the same side. He'll help his co-driver out, and more than likely, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. The funny, I don't want to say the funny thing, but the great thing about 16 cars is they're so resilient. They get somebody to push them back over, it's probably just fine, and they'll go and finish the race. I've seen those things take all kinds of tumbles, and they just keep going.
Check the oil, go.
Yep.
Yeah, speaking of oil, looks like they've got some that drained out there, so they might not be just going, but...
We'll run out the airbox, and when you do flip a vehicle, you got to turn it over a few times and slowly pump that oil through, because you can get to vapor lock and blow things apart.
Hydraulic it up.
Yeah, hydraulic it up and stuff like that. So you got to make sure that you pump it, because if you get oil down it, if the valve is open and oil is running in, it fills up a cylinder, so you got to turn it over without the ignition on and slowly pump that oil through, pump it, and that's when you see the big smoke come out, because what happens is that once it fires, it lights that oil on fire, and that's what makes it go.
Okay, so this is our Class 1 winner here. This is Carrot Potts. So fantastic run.
Class 10. Class 10 winner.
Yep. Do apologize.
Yeah.
Oh, but he was slower than Hager, right?
Yes. Yeah. So he's crossed the line.
Yes. So how did that work?
Hey, Coke Zero, lighten up.
Okay, all right.
Bob's pushing us for a six-pack of Coke.
I know. He's like, how many minutes did he beat him by, Rick?
I just recently discovered greed.
And you've used it well. No, but he's done a great job. I'm really proud of the Potts family.
Yeah.
It was great that Cole went out there and qualified, ran up front. They cared. running. Now we notice we see something a little bit floppy with the roof. Something happened there, but I don't know if he rolled. We'll get the story when he's on the podium, but looks like he might have gone over and back on. Now these guys are looking, hey, stay out of the way. Here comes one of the military vehicles.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get the jack underneath the roof bar there.
They're going to get the jack under and jack it up, and it'll flip it over.
And try to push it.
I guess he doesn't have a strap, because what I'd be doing is tying a strap out there and throwing it in the road.
Well, I've been out there. I had a very rough Baja 1000 one time and broke a few times, and I kept passing Rod Hall in the Hummer.
Yeah.
And I was stuck in the sand because a bunch of people were stuck, and so everyone's holding their strap out, and he's just like, nope, I'm not stopping to help anybody. But that's the thing you just got to do. You got to get that strap on there, and then hopefully somebody, like one of the military vehicles could get him, but it looks like he's getting it going. Then you got to get a rock.
Now, we got to get a masterclass in off-road recovery here.
Exactly.
How to use your high lift jack, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
It does a million things.
I've got a feeling that is some kind of little hydraulic jack, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look that way. Little guy.
But all they need to do is just get the center of gravity just into the right place.
I hope he left it in gear, because it's going to leave.
Yeah, we've all seen those videos. It's the term, don't be that guy.
Yeah, it looks like the jack's failing him, and it's not going up very far.
Well, that's what I'm saying. His co-driver or driver needs to go find a rock to put it under, then they can reset the jack. Because right now he's like, we're
digging
not
into
quite
the sill.
enough. Slow down or hit my car really hard and knock it back on four wheels.
That was another one of the Polaris Razor team.
That was one of the blue bits on there.
Yeah, I think that might be. That's Max Eddy.
Blue bits. I'm going to go to sleep dreaming of blue bits tonight.
There you go.
Really?
We have purple bits, we have blue bits, and we have yellow bits.
He needs some of your gloves, Ricky.
I know. That's why they work so well.
Well, and you know, all that slow down motion isn't going to change what that other driver does one iota.
Exactly. But the whole idea behind the You See Me glove is so you see me.
Yeah.
All right? That's what I'm worried about is me. And so if I'm in the truck, so I have them, I race with them because I like the traction, but I also like the ability if I have to get out and silt or anything like that, that it gives someone visibility to see me going. So the both sides of your hands.
Okay, so as we continue to watch car 1610 there trying to recover themselves, let's remind ourselves about the highlights from this unlimited qualifying session. That was Dale Dondale in Big Booty Judy. What a machine, what a car. It was built as a two-wheel drive vehicle a few years ago to compete against the all-wheel drives. But he decided, you know what, if you can't beat them, join them. Converted it to all-wheel drive, and what a display Dale's put on here today. This is Nick Whetstone out of Australia. Now, Ricky, you know about this man.
It was so close, and he's backed it up time and time again. For Vegas to Reno, he qualified on the pole, so it's not a fluke, and this is not an accident. This is a guy that knows what he's doing. He's driving as one, as all of us have said, driving as one with his truck. He put it on. We thought it was going to stick, but he ended up second, first in two-wheel drive.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing run there. But this was our pole setter for so much of the session. This was Adam Householder, last year's winner. Two-wheel drive vehicle with that huge Joe Gibbs motor. And he laid down what we thought was going to be a commanding run early on.
Jim Beaver, he threw it down, he got his way up to the front, and we thought it was going to stick.
Oh, we thought it was going to stick. It was a burner of a lap, and then, in came Whetstone, and then ultimately Big Booty Judy putting her on the pole.
8 seconds faster than Adam Householder.
Unbelievable.
Just absolutely astonishing.
But what a great session. I mean, look at that, top to bottom, the who's who of desert racing.
Yeah.
They are here. We've got a stacked grid for the Mint 400 Unlimited race tomorrow.
Yeah, we have indeed. We can't wait to go live tomorrow.
And I don't see a clear favorite in any of that list.
No.
How could you pick against any of them?
I'll tell you after 4 laps tomorrow who my favorite is.
Okay.
I can also tell you right now, Bob, that I'm going to be asking you tomorrow who your favorite is. Well,
gentlemen, talking about tomorrow, we looked up there when we saw a lot of fast guys, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive. I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to hold who I think. If I might go bet on it, as we can't do that here.
Bet online. We're going to slide that in.
I might slide online, bet online, and put who I think my favorite is. But I'm going to start with you, Jim Marsden. Who are you going to take? I'm giving you, which I'm not. I'm acting as if I'm giving you $1,000, and it's winner take all. Who are you taking?
Arciero.
All right.
Arciero too. Reason is emotional. I love the guy.
Okay.
I would say Ryan, but I'm not because these guys did. So I'm going to go with the Herbst boys, Tim and Thor.
All right. I was going to take Ryan, but I'm going to go with Householder just because he's been there. He knows his way there.
Good
and this is one of those things. This is one of those races, people, that, Ryan Arciero, been fast every time, qualifies great, does everything perfect, but sometimes you feel like you're snake bitten. And I don't think he is. It just, things happen. Race cars, you're going fast. Ryan drives very fast, very smooth. And for honestly, he is my first pick to bring it home because I think he deserves it. He's been there time and time again, but I have to go with Adam Householder because he's been here. He knows he's made it to the finish line as a winner. So come on, Adam.
Come on then, Ricky. I'm going to ask you this. Who's your wild card? Who's the guy who come from nowhere? Yeah,
Kevin Thompson, because he's in the all-wheel drive. He can drive a little bit more conservative going through these sand washes. We watch another finisher, another Polaris racer in those Pro Racer. But Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner, I think that if I'm going to say a wild card, and it's not really a wild card because they're my second choice.
Yeah, now this is Max Eddy Jr. crossing the line now. As he comes on through, huge jump there. Makes his way through, crossing the line, and he is a 4th overall.
Great job by Max. I had the opportunity to talk with him about corner speed and stuff like that. It was great. He reached out to me and says, hey, I need to make up just a little bit here and there, and I'm looking forward to working with him in the future because I love working with motocross guys. He runs motocross, enduro, and desert and stuff like that. But I can communicate with them very easily about bike lean, about lines and stuff like that. So keep your eye on Max Eddy Jr. And as we have the superstar walking in right now, I'm going to relinquish my seat for this because this man has just set the world on fire once again. I'm going to let you announce him, Jim, but I'm backing down.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Always a pleasure to have you here. As we watch Max Eddy Jr. crossing the line now, and he's unofficially coming in 4th position behind Mitch Guthrie Jr., behind Caden McCachran. But joining us in the booth is the man who's in P1 right now, a man who has dominated in so many races around the world. He's won in Dakar, he won at the Baja 1000, he won at King of the Hammers only a few short weeks ago. And I'm very pleased to say that joining us in the booth right now is none other than Mr. Brock Hager.
Go red.
Okay, will do.
What's up, Brock? Congratulations, man. That was an incredible drive, followed by, just a sensational day. Tell us about your day.
Yeah, my day was kind of boring. I mean, nothing for a good show, but we got out front early, which was something we were after. So we got up front early, wanted to just do our thing, set the pace, and see how everyone else liked it. So we got up front, and just kind of never really looked back. Never got out of the car. BFGs were solid all day. So super happy on how the day went. Course was super fun, and it sure feels good to be here.
Yeah, definitely. And congratulations. I mean, let's talk about the rack of wins you just lined up with the Baja 1000, Dakar, King of the Hammers, and now the Mint 400. So pretty incredible run. Pretty much just put down a piece of history here. So take that in for a moment, right? I know you're always a calm guy, but I'm getting excited talking about it.
Yeah, it's cool looking back. There's a lot of big races there, and it sure feels good. But yeah, for me, I'm just kind of looking forward to the next event. I know we're going down to Mexico soon, so now I'm just full focus there, and hopefully we can keep doing cool stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, and you've raced this course before in a 10 car, right?
Yep, twice in a 10 car and once in a 6100.
Yeah, so you got a taste of both worlds, right? How was it driving the factory Polaris?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we've been developing these cars from the get-go, so to see where they're at nowadays. Obviously, they hit the market now, so people can go buy them. It's really cool. I'm glad that, you know, most of the time you can't go buy someone's race car when it's good, because they're going to build something better or give you their old stuff. So now with the Polaris RZR stuff, you can own my same exact car, which is super cool, and they've came a long ways, that's for sure. And I think yeah, we're just gonna keep trying to push these cars to their limit and try to make them the best they can be, and just keep trying to push the brand.
Yeah, I think we have some highlights from today. You were definitely pushing. You weren't on cruise mode. So let's take a look at some of those highlights.
So we saw you coming off the line here. Now, we saw you got the whole shot. Now, what are you thinking as you're coming through there? Are you thinking, I've got to get ahead of this guy, or are you just reading the course and then reading what he's doing?
I definitely was not leaving the infield, not being in front of him, especially because we start side by side. So if he got in front of me, then he's just kind of dead time until I pass him to be able to put time. So I definitely was pushing to get in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you saw that you had 21 Class 5 and Class 10 cars in front of you. Now, it must be quite difficult to get past those Class 10s.
Yeah, it's I didn't actually know they were starting in front of us till this morning when I pulled up to the start line. So I was like, whoa, this is going to make for an interesting morning. So, yeah, it was fun. I mean, down in Mexico, the 10 cars started in front of us, so felt kind of normal. But obviously coming from King of the Hammers, it's a full mix thing, so I had a lot more clean air then.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, what's next for you? Where are you going? Obviously, you're San Felipe going down there, so you're going to be looking to do the whole championship?
Yep, the plan is to do the whole scored championship, and then we're coming back, I believe, to race Vegas to Reno. And, yeah, after that, just kind of try to see with the Dakar, see what we can put together there, and hopefully go back there.
Yeah, it's so exciting right now. Bob?
On the air of a ridiculous side, while you were out driving your little race car today, Ricky Johnson was throwing you under the bus. He was saying the Class 10s are going to beat you. There was only one guy on this whole panel that said, no, I'm
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lost my head, sir. Whew, he's hurt.
Yeah, it's a fun battle, you know, with 10 cars, because they are completely different cars. I've driven one. They go fast, so it's fun battling with them. And yeah, for me, as the day kind of went on, that was my biggest question of the team is, hey, where are 10 car times? You know, because I know that's a battle that's been ongoing, and yeah, we couldn't let them beat us here at the Mint.
We also kind of reckoned that you were
we've
kind of reckoned you were a very relaxed guy all day, and we estimated your heartbeat to be about 65 all day long. How far off are we?
I don't know, but I would say it's probably lower than majority.
Yep.
I've always wanted to wear a heartbeat monitor just to see. A lot of people have asked me, and I'm like, I don't know, you know. So yeah. Maybe one day I can clear the number for everyone.
Well, it takes a heart to do what you do, and it takes a brain to win.
Yeah, I guess I have something.
That's a fact.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, one of the questions we get asked a lot is, how much communication do you have with your pits? How much are you communicating with them? Are you talking strategy with them? Do you want to know where other people are on course? Or do you want as little information as possible so you can just concentrate on the road in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say our team, you know, protocol to everyone is we're getting time splits, you know, when we can. For me, sometimes, you know, they come in one year and out the other year, and I don't really let it bother me whatsoever. So I honestly just, you know, do my thing, and if I feel like I want to go faster, no matter what that time be from my back door, then I'm going to go faster. If I need to slow down, then I'm definitely going to rely on those time splits. So
now, we were talking about this earlier, because the usual thing is what we see is a first lap time come in, and it's usually an okay time. Then we usually see the second lap, we see the fastest lap times, and then usually they sort of stagger and slacken down by third and fourth. Your second lap time was considerably slower than your first lap time, which is unusual. Is that because you were getting some good information coming back from the pit saying you had a good solid lead, or was that something intentional?
Lap 2, I definitely got into lappers pretty heavy, so I knew I was losing a little time there. Lap 3 wasn't bad. Lap 4 got pretty gnarly, so lost a lot of time. I felt like, you know, getting around people. So there's probably videos of me on my last lap that everyone's probably like, yeah, that's pretty dumb to be doing what you're doing. But I wanted to make up a little more time, and car was super good. My Polaris RZR was good, so I just I was just having fun. So I was just gonna keep on chugging along.
You said gnarly. Was the desert the gnarly part, or was the other part? Which?
I mean, the lappers got a little interesting, and the desert's gnarly. You know, this is the Mint 400. It's a very unforgiving place. So
we're all
when
here
you're up
trying to
front,
figure out how bad it's going to get tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone's in for a treat tomorrow.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is my 4th time here, and I think it's the roughest it's been. So I think everyone's going to have a lot of fun, because there is in the past, normally sections that are super rocky and you're kind of tiptoeing through it, and it seems like it's all kind of blown out. So there's going to be a lot of sections that are faster than at least my normals, and there's definitely going to be a lot more rougher stuff for everyone.
Wow.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Brock. It's just incredible to see you here. When I look down at the list of your achievements, and I look to the fact that you're still an incredibly young man, and I look to the future and what's ahead, and my mind is blown with where this is going to go. Thank you so much for what you do for the off-road world, because you're inspiring thousands of people around the world. It's not just America. It's kids sitting in Asia. It's kids sitting at home in the UK, all over Europe, wherever they are. Right now, you're turning these little minds into race car drivers, and I absolutely applaud you for that. So thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. We're going to watch some of your best bits from here, and then we'll pop out to some ads. So Brock Hager, thank you so much for joining us here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Congratulations.
So
Thank
here
you
we
guys
go.
for having me. I appreciate it.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Fox Shocks, born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, raced proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Welcome back to the 2025 Mint 400. This is absolutely incredible. It's why we come here. Today's been all about the limited class races. We just saw our winner, Brock Hager, on stage with us. And let's not forget we had the unlimited class qualifying. Gentlemen, just wow.
No kidding.
Well, Bob, so you're the big winner. I put my money on the class.
Wait. I've just got to say this. Hold on a minute. The first person who got asked was me this morning. I said, Mr. Hager. He said a UTV.
Okay, I'll share the
Come
Coke.
on.
Gosh,
well, you and I both called tents. We owe them something. I will get you guys a free Belching Beaver beer later. Bob will get you a Diet Coke or Coke.
Fair enough.
I'm going to take my beer and give it straight to BFG for my mistake.
Hey, but let's focus on the positive, and that's Brock Hager. I mean, this, as I was listening to your interview with him, it is remarkable. He's having one of those years, and he's still such a young man, still growing in the sport, still learning, and it blows my mind. He's just up here so casual, and he's like, yeah, I just won another race, and blah, blah, blah. He's so calm and so collected when he drives, and he's the same when he gets out of the vehicle. So I see, as Jim Margin was saying, great things for him. I see the European teams going, we need him on there. If it's going to be Toyota, it's going to be Renault, who knows who it's going to be. But I think we're going to see him. I know Polaris is going to want to hang on to him as long as they can.
Oh, yeah.
But you're going to see another team want to take him over to Dakar and put him in the World Rally. So congratulations to him. Also to the Potts family for the Class 10 victory. They did a great job. So unbelievable racing.
But there's so
today.
many impressive young men coming through right now. I mean, I'm just looking down through my list here, and one of those that is the standout. I mean, Caden McCachran is just coming in second place, obviously, but Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yes.
I mean, let's just talk about him for a moment, because it's absolutely remarkable. He's another one who's taken that journey out to Dakar, and here's some highlights right now.
And
so this is Mitch Guthrie in the Red Bull machine.
Right next to him, another unbelievable young man, and that is Max Gordon, the son of Robbie Gordon, in that Speed Technologies. So he was in there all day long. You can see, notice Max is not going to give up, going to stick it around the inside, but then Max takes a run on the outside and gets to go.
Yeah, so as we see that right now, this is Mitch Guthrie Jr. picking his way through the desert. And it's just absolutely fantastic to see this, but we keep saying it at the moment. American motorsport is going in great places. And Mitch was actually got a chance to speak with Tiffany earlier down there. So as we watch Mitch crossing the line, we'll pop down and see what Tiff had to say to him.
Thanks, guys. We still got a lot of finishers, and our unofficial third overall, Mitch Guthrie Jr. Now, Mitchie, we just saw you a few weeks ago. We had a chance to talk. You've got some great teammates that you've seen throughout the many, many years. You've been teammates, you've not been teammates, you've raced against each other. Now you guys are all here, though. Top 3 unofficial. Walk me through your day.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was a lot of fun. Some really good battles. Yeah, I mean the pace. We know how it is with all the guys. Everyone's super fast, so you got to be on it all day. So pace was high. Course was super rough. We had a good day. We had a couple axle failures that kept us from the very front, but coming in physical third is awesome. We're happy, and yeah, the only other thing is dealing with those lappers all day. There's a lot of cars on course, so getting through those and trying to keep it clean.
Well, we had heard about it. I think it was you were able to get into the pits, change that axle under 5 minutes. I mean, that is impressive. That's a big shout out to your team. I know you've got to thank a bunch of people, including them, but Mint 400, you come back every single year. You race all around the world. What's it mean to still be here racing the Mint 400 and still taking some top spots?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love being here. It's just the competition out here is great. So we want to win the big races and go for those wins. So to be here racing against the best is awesome, and it just shows, this was a gnarly race this year, and it was fun racing.
Well, nice job. Like we were talking about, you've been racing with these guys for years, so it's really cool. Like I said, you guys have been teammates before, not teammates, but everybody comes together. Camaraderie is great. I mean, Razor's got to be happy. Top 3 overall here at the Mint.
Yeah, pretty amazing. All these guys are great drivers, and happy to be here in the finish in my Polaris Razor, and that's 3 Polaris Razor factory cars in the top 3. It's looking like, so pretty cool, and I think we'll see a few more of them too.
Awesome, nice job. Back up to you guys. It was really, really cool to talk to Mitch Guthrie Jr., your unofficial overall 3rd place winner.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always great to hear from you, and always great to hear from Mitch. What a lovely young man he is.
Well, Jim Beaver, you've been close to the Guthrie family for a long time, and this has got to be good for you because you've known him since he was such a young man.
Well, I've known him for years, and watched him come up through the ranks of side-by-side racing, and at the regional level, and then the national level, and now the international level, and getting picked up by Ford as a factory driver for Red Bull, and with Red Bull and that Raptor program going to Dakar, and just huge for him. I mean, we like to say that, off-road has a proper ladder system here in the States, and we're seeing that, the bear of that fruit. We've got Mitch Guthrie, we've got Seth Quintero, we've got Brock Hager, and I love the fact that we're in a position in off-road where these kids can come up in side-by-sides and actually make it to the highest levels of motorsport internationally, something really special.
Well, we're talking about that. Well, let's talk about another young man that's actually performing at the highest level, who's just finished at 2nd here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And that is a young man who has big shoes to fill. That's Caden McCachran. Check out his highlights.
In the purple.
Oh, yes. Not the blue.
Not the blue.
So this is Caden McCachran, also racing for Polaris Factory Racing. And he's already taken some big, notable wins in his career. Not just racing UTV, he also won in his dad's trick truck at the California 300 2 years ago. And he's a young man who's been around off-road racing his entire life. And it can't be easy when your dad's Rob McCachran and everybody is always asking you to fill those shoes.
Well, one of the things that's great about the McCachran family is that he's ridden with his father. He's communicates. They pre-run together. I'll see him down in Mexico, and they're always together sharing notes. So he's just learning from being around such a great father and champion, Rob McCachran.
Yeah, but he's a man in his own right. He's doing incredible things right now. It's Caden McCachran.
You know, I've had an opportunity to spend some time with both Rob and Caden together away from a race.
Yep.
You know, when you get us away from a race, we find out who we really are, because we're not us here. And what I found fascinating was how much, I call it lip, but it's loving lip, that Caden gives Rob. He does not give Rob a break on anything.
Oh, no, he calls him. He calls him out. It's
right.
great.
It does. It's beautiful. And then Rob just sort of, you know, like a good dad does. It's wonderful. It's actually fulfilling for me. I like it.
Yeah, well, like I said, that legacy is continuing with Caden, and he's done a great job. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to Polaris, you know, and congratulations to the McCachran family for raising another great champion. So can't say enough.
Yeah, Amber working overtime, keeping everybody in line there. You got to give her a lot of credit, because she's the one that makes everything happen and doesn't get enough credit.
She sure has a lot of power for such a short wheelbase.
Well, it's always good, and it's so good to see all these young gentlemen doing such amazing things. Right, well, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are live here in Las Vegas. We're going to pop out for a short ad break, and we'll be back here with more action. Don't forget, today is the limited class race, and tomorrow is the unlimited class race. See you in a minute.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride? You are?
Jim. Alrighty, we are back, and you are looking at the results for Group 1 for qualifying. Number 1 was Connor McMullen. Next to him, the man who has won this before, Jurgensen, and then Stedman, and then Harden, and then Fox. So we have a stacked field when it comes to unlimited spec, Jim. But once again, I think I got to go with Connor McMullen. I think he's going to get out in front, have clean air, and I think he's going to run with it.
I think Connor McMullen got a great shot. I'm going to go with, I don't want to call him a dark horse, but I'm going to go with Jason Coleman.
There we go. I like it. Bob?
Yeah. Now we're getting into Group 2 here. Let's have a quick look down. Now we've got multiple classes here. So in first position is Dale Dondell, who's also in the all-wheel drives. In the two-wheel drives is Nick Whetstone. In second but third overall is Adam Householder. Then in two-wheel drive is Ron Arciero. In two-wheel drive is Eric Harding. In four-wheel drive is Kevin Thompson. Then it's two-wheel drive Tim Hurst. And then is Dave Mason Jr. in two-wheel drive, Tracy Paul in two-wheel drive, and Ethan Eberts in two-wheel drive, rounding out the top 10.
Well, I really think that Ryan Arciero, I know I went with Householder, but I think Arciero is in a great spot because he can watch and pace those guys, and that might hold him back a little bit and kind of hold that racehorse back a little bit so he can run hard on that last lap.
And it's time for the bad luck to stop.
Absolutely.
Wow. Yeah, so the coverage comes in tomorrow. We will be starting here live at 10:15. And we can't wait to get this race started. Let's not forget, it is all about the unlimited races tomorrow, the big guns. And the first man on track tomorrow will be none other than Dale Dondell in Big Booty Judy. Now, it's a car who we've seen here many times. Has he got what it takes, or will it be Ryan Arciero wiping away those years of tears? Or can Adam Householder step up to take his third win here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400? Whoever it is, be sure to be here and do not miss it.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.